All right, I don't know if anyone is watching yet, but we are about 10 minutes away here from the start of Day 5. How did we get to Day 5 already of the 2023 ICF Canoe Freestyle World Championships here in Columbus, Georgia? I'm Anna Bruno.
And I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle, and we are excited. Today is a big day of competition. We will be crowning junior world champions today, both in junior men's and junior women's.
That's right, so we've got about 10 minutes before we get started with the junior women's semi-final round. So that is 2 rides, 1 ride counts, 10 paddlers, I believe, cutting down to 5 to see who's going to make the finals later this evening. It's a huge deal. It's a lot of pressure. We saw some great rides yesterday in all of our categories. And I know I'm really, really excited to see what happens in this next round.
Yeah, me too. And this is where the pressure starts going, right? Because, we're cutting to 5. And the 5 get to vie for the medals round. So
yeah, and we've seen a lot of upsets so far in this competition, right? We've got a very flushy feature. We've had some time constraints leading up to this. We've had water constraints. In the preliminary round, normally athletes would get 4 rides on a non-attainable feature. This time they only got 3, and that messed with some people because there wasn't a big enough class. These junior women and junior men cut right from their preliminary rounds to a semifinal. So, it's hard. Later today, we're going to see the senior men's and women's in the quarterfinal competition. So,
which Anna is competing
I
in.
will be.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Representing Team USA here, but totally indifferent. We love all the paddlers equally.
We do.
But, it's a lot of pressure. And so they go from 3 rides, 2 count, 2 rides, 1 count, and then later this evening, the final is going to be 3 rides, 1 count. But maybe, Anna, if you can read us just through what the schedule for today is going to be, and then we can start talking about our heat list.
Absolutely. So the schedule for today is going to be junior women's semis coming up in just a few minutes, junior men's semis, and then we will have women's K1 quarterfinals and men's K1 quarterfinals. And then we're going back to junior women's finals, which be sure to tune in for that, and junior men's finals. And then we will have an award ceremony crowning the new world champions.
That's right. Another thing that you can see our schedule right up there for all of you that are more of a visual learner. One thing that is going to be a little bit different today is that the semifinal heats, like our preliminary heats, are running in heats of 10 paddlers rather than heats of 5. That's been done to, again, speed up this event, make sure we're running on time. But also because this feature is flushy and people are having a hard time staying in for their entire ride.
Yeah, this feature, as we'll let you know in just we'll show you in just a moment once the schedule goes down. But on this feature, there are 2 shoulders, of course, when you're surfing a wave, and the competitors are doing their best to retain the feature for their full 45-second rides. And they want to use those corners. There it is right here. So you see on the left-hand side of your screen, there is a shoulder that is it's almost like an ocean wave for those of you who are new to whitewater, right? It's coming up and curling. And if you hit that wrong, or you can catch an edge, but it can also help you get some air and help you do your tricks. And then over on the right-hand side, which it's not quite visible with this camera angle, there's another shoulder with a tongue going through, and again, competitors want to use that nice green water as a nice highway for a pass. But if they go too far over, then they can get flushed.
That's right. It's not enough to do the trick correctly. You need to do the trick at the right place on the wave at the right time so that you can actually stay on that feature. We had some hugely exciting finals yesterday. The C1 finals were incredible to watch, and you could just see those athletes honing in on exactly when to throw that trick and where to throw it, just getting maximum air, maximizing the bonuses and all of that. I can see I love that little couch here. The athletes will be in just a few minutes lining up on these ramps here. Because this feature is non-attainable, after every ride they're getting out of their boats, walking back up the island and putting back in. But again, for those of you just joining us, we're kicking off our Day 5 here at the ICF Freestyle World Championship. We are about 6 minutes away from the start of our junior women's semi-final round. We're going to have 10 paddlers in that round. There'll be Holly Ogilvie, Ann Pansar, Taru Turney, Sienna Edwards, Eleanor Knight, Neve Mackin, Chloe Spears, Martina Farrat-Font, Leah Hugh, McKinley Kate Hargrove, and Sophie Gilfillan. So that's going to be reverse seated from the order that they finished in yesterday. Take a moment here just to share some appreciation for the incredible team of volunteers and all of those who have put in time and effort to make this event happen.
Absolutely. So many folks here. The judges, the ICF organizing committee, the
volunteers out of Columbus, Georgia.
Yes.
The Georgia Power. The people
yes.
over in Phoenix City who hosted our wonderful opening ceremonies.
Yes, that was awesome to see all the different countries parading through. It's such an honor to represent your country. Actually, you know, I live in the United States. I've lived in the United States for about 20 years now. I competed for Canada, and it was such an honor to compete for Canada. And I know for you, Anna, it's an honor to compete for the USA at this World Championships, and it's not your first World Championships. So it's great for, this is an awesome opportunity for these young women to have that experience of representing their country, build confidence, build experience, and vie for that top spot.
And, you know, for all of those watching that are like, how do I get involved in this? How do I even enter into freestyle kayaking? You know, find an outfitter, find a guide service. We've got Whitewater Express here in Columbus in the Chattahoochee that's been taking people out on the water. But also all of these competitors must be registered with their National Paddling Federation, right? So we actually have a World Cup event, which is going to be in Plattling, Germany next June. And that's open to all paddlers who want to go and compete. To compete here at this World Championship, paddlers must have earned a spot on their nation's team at a national selections or team trials, and there's only 3 spots per country allowed for junior women. Yeah, so you are seeing the top 3 junior women from each country that are here competing, which is really something to say.
It is, and we are in the United States here, and I am involved with the American Canoe Association, which is the U.S. governing body.
Yeah, it's the USA Freestyle Committee, as well as the American Canoe Association.
Yes. I'm on the instruction side, and I'm also biased per Anna's recommendation of getting instruction to get into kayaking.
That's right. You lead clinics for just women, actually.
Yes, I do, and yes, and I'm very, very passionate about empowering women and young women in kayaking.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of confidence and mental agility to be built.
And I think it's one of my favorite parts of this competition is watching the community and the camaraderie that gets built, not only on the water, but in all of the events that have been taking place off the water. There's been athlete dinners, there's been athlete socials, and so it's just been, I think you just like watch every year these girls get to compete together, and then they start to become better and better friends. And I think then through that, you see healthy competition. You see them, they're going to start pushing each other. You know, I've watched Eleanor Knight push her teammate McKinley Kate Hargrove, and I've watched Chloe Spears push McKinley Kate, and then they push each other. And then Sophie Gilfillan was up on the Ottawa this summer where she lives, you know, with some of our women's competitors, Abby Holcomb and Audie Robinson-Shaw, and watching them exchange information and push each other. I mean, that's where I think we start to see progress in the sport.
Absolutely. It's such a strong community, and it's a community that once you start in this community, the support lasts for, I mean, I've been in this community for over 20 years. Haven't been to a world's competition in a long time. Come back and seeing, well, you know, old friends making new friends and getting to paddle with folks from all over the world.
Yes.
It's really exciting.
It is exciting.
And you see these young women getting ready in the eddy.
We are 2 minutes away here. I could hear them testing the buzzer over there. I hear Brian Miller of the USA on the mic for the arena. We've got a Jumbotron lit up and ready to go. These junior women are coming into their semifinal round, so I believe we have 10 paddlers, 11 paddlers.
Yep, they announced that, 11
They did. What a bonus.
Yesterday.
Fantastic. So. Yes, we've got 11 paddlers, and they will be cutting to the top 5 position. They have 2 rides of 45 seconds each, only one of which will count to secure their placing into the final, which will be taking place later this afternoon.
Yeah, and just let's, I'll read out the heat list, just so you, it was up on the screen earlier, but we have Holly Ogilvie from Ireland, Ann Pansar from Finland, Taru Turney from Finland, Sienna Edwards from Great Britain, Eleanor Knight from the United States, Neve Mackin from Great Britain, Chloe Spears from the United States, Martina Farrat-Font from Spain, Leah Hugh from Ireland, McKinley Kate Hargrove from the United States, and Sophie Gilfillan from Canada.
Yeah, all countries with great whitewater resources. There's some really, really cool coaching clubs and kids programs coming up out of Spain, out of Finland, also in Ireland with the Southeast Freestyle crew there, and it's been really fun to watch those freestyle communities develop in the last few years. I think a few years ago it would have been surprising to see Finnish paddlers through to every single round, junior men, junior women, senior men, senior women, and now everyone's like, yeah, of course, the Finns are super good. So that's super rad. Ireland's really just got a strong team coming up as well, and I know Holly Ogilvie is so excited to show off and her skills and represent her country here. We've got Holly dropping in ride number 1, first paddler on the water, day 5, Freestyle World Championships here on the Chattahoochee River. Starting things off with a spin, staying nice and controlled here, looking to really maximize her time on this wave, taking her time as she looks to maybe set up for that next spin, pulling it around, catching her bow, and unfortunately just enough to lose her edge and flush, but still 20 points.
20 points, and Holly, on Holly's bio, she filled out that her nickname is Holly Bops, and I really love that.
I mean, she bopped on that ride. Holly bopped.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. And Holly was 8th in Nottingham, and I know she's looking to secure a spot in the top 5. So next up, we have Ann Pansar from Finland, and she's ready for she's waiting for the judges' thumbs up. And while she's waiting, we need to give a shout out to all the parents out there who are supporting these young women. You know, parents, extended family.
Yeah, these juniors can't drive themselves to the river quite yet, so it takes a village,
right?
And we're grateful for all of you out here supporting them and helping grow that sport. So Anne dropping in for her first ride, 45 seconds on the clock, starting things off with a beautiful spin, linking it potentially right into a shove the other direction as she goes to shove it, but you can see as she just caught that green water and unfortunately flushes herself off the wave.
She's got some points on the board, though, and she's got
one ride left to put it down. So yeah, this is going to be, I think, a tight semifinal. I think these rounds are going to move quickly for these paddlers. I think every point is going to count. We've got those lower scoring moves like that shove it, that 180-degree rotation forward and backward, paddle in the water the whole time. We've got a spin, 360 degrees of horizontal rotation, and we're also going to see some blunts, some roundhouses, some back blunts. And, you know, maybe even some of those bigger fully aerial tricks, those inverted Pan Ams or back Pan Ams. But right now we've got Taru Turney on the wave as she looks to drop in.
And Taru is a Finnish national champion, and she says she can walk from her backyard to her training spot.
That's amazing.
Yes.
That is incredibly unfortunate. She starts off with a beautiful spin, saving herself as she comes down the face of the wave there. Spinning the other way, really working to pull the bow back upstream to get that full direction and sell it to the judges. Trying for a roundhouse, not quite getting the rotation around the bow that the judges are looking for. They really want to see that this trick has been initiated and that it follows those definitions that all the athletes have available to them. Going for a back roundhouse, catching her edge, but I thought she was going to be able to stay on the wave there.
It looked like she almost was going to retain the future, but that tongue on that side has a lot of water pushing through it, so it's challenging.
Even though these athletes get to drop one ride score in this round, that second ride score does matter as a tiebreaker. So if two athletes have the same high score, they're going to go back and look to see, hey, who has the next lowest score? And they'll even go back to the preliminary rounds to make that call. But right now we have
Sienna Edwards from Great Britain.
I just love her pink flowers on her helmet, everything. So Sienna, again, going for that spin move to start things off. Nice and consistent we're seeing her from these junior women. Oh my gosh, she basically just did a donkey flip into
the other hole.
The other hole. Unfortunately, that will not score, and she is off the wave after ride number 1.
This is Sienna's first World, so she's racking up, again, experience and growing confidence. And no one can take that away from you. No one can take this experience away from you competing on the world stage.
It's true. And, you know, every athlete wants to get out here and put down their best ride of their life and show what they're capable of. And the reality is that rarely, I think, happens for everyone. But it doesn't mean that they haven't gained so much skill leading up to this point. So Eleanor Knight out of Seattle, Washington, her whole family is out here. She paddles a lot with her dad, Christian. This young woman has run the Little White Salmon River. She's run a lot of the big grade 5 creeks in the Pacific Northwest, and she's just a strong all-around boater, and I know that that was not the ride she was looking for, but she's still got one more.
Yep, that's right. So now, again, keeping that mental agility as she will get out of her boat and walk back up, try to reset, clean slate, one more ride.
One more ride.
Yeah.
But right now, Neve Mackin dropping in from Great Britain for her first ride, paddling that Carbon Gigi Prod boat, catching that bubble there, and then still catching the corner of the wave. I was going to say, it looked like she didn't get quite far enough out onto that shoulder, and she knew it.
Yeah, Neve's no stranger to competition. She won silver at the last World Championships, and she was the British champion in 2022 in juniors, and so she's looking to do more tricks.
Yeah, I've seen her throwing some huge air in practice rides, and so we know she's got it. But now, local Chloe Spears, hailing from Columbus, Georgia. Chloe really afraid of good wave, even as little as a year ago, paddling that apex rebound just beautifully on this wave as she stands it up for a nice blunt, I would say. Can she save that feature? Chloe really seeming to stick to that surfer's left shoulder. It's a risky spot, but it does reward you.
Yeah, I think Chloe started paddling 3 years ago, and here she is at the World Championships. What an amazing progression.
It's amazing to see just how much these young women have progressed in such a short time. You know, in the last 15 months, we've had 2 World Championships and a World Cup. And so there's been a lot of competition experience for those that have been able and financially able to go to all of those events. It's not a cheap sport, you know, and it is all self-funded for the majority of these athletes, family-funded. And so, but still, for those that are able to live right here, to paddle every day, the skill progression is incredible. Martina Ferrat Font out of Spain, dropping in for her first ride here. So going for the roundhouse, not quite getting the bounce she wanted, switching up her plans. She spins it around. Nice work by Martina, retaining that feature and then going right for the roundhouse off of that pass. Let's see if they give that to her. She goes for maybe a roundhouse the other direction, but almost getting air on that spin. And so, you know, Martina here looking like one of our older junior competitors. To be a junior, you must be between the ages of 15 and 18 in the year of the World Championship. So these athletes have limited time to compete in this category. Some of them get 1 world, some of them get 2 worlds, very few get 3. Martina here is looking to set up and make the most of the world she's in right now. Nice shove it from Martina. Strong competitive paddling, and she stayed in that feature for her entire ride.
If that score stands, it might put her at the top of the leaderboard so far. We'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, that could be a great place to have Martina sitting. I could hear the cheers from her Spanish teammates all the way from over here.
Oh yeah, that's what's so fun too, is when we get down to these semis and finals, the crowd goes wild. People are here cheering on their friends and family and their fans, right, in the stands as well.
Yeah, as we come in today and tomorrow, we're kind of are some of our bigger crux days of this competition here, and it's just been so fun to see all the people from all over the world that you didn't expect to flying in to cheer on their friends in person. And also massive shout out to all the supporters that are watching and cheering on people from afar, supporting people from afar. We appreciate all of you. So, Mark, see who we have here is Leah Hugh. Dropping in from Ireland, so 2 Irish junior paddlers through to this final. Amazing, going for a roundhouse, definitely getting air off of that trick. She spins it back around, working over to that kind of deadly corner zone, but it can be really rewarding as she goes for that spin. And oh my God, unfortunately catching her bow as she spun off the wave.
She really wanted to retain that.
She
leaned forward and it kind of dug her front edge in and just surfed her off. Leah was Galway Fest champ.
That's right.
So
yeah, she practices a ton in the pool in her garden. I think that's where she's learned all of her tricks. She is a magician or a ninja on flat water. I was watching her the other day and I just went, teach me your skills. Just like linking cartwheel to split wheel to tricky wheel on flat water. It was really incredible to watch. But right now, McKinley Kate Hargrove, one of our hometown heroes here, born and raised Phoenix City, Alabama, living part-time out of an RV with her family wherever there is water, and sometimes just here in the Wintering Grounds parking lot. So McKinley Kate Starting things off with a nice air blunt, maybe a roundhouse on that. Going for an air blunt the other direction.
Yeah.
Spinning it right into a back blunt with air, and then coming out, recovering on that curler as she goes to keep spinning it around. McKinley Kate is crushing this ride.
She knows exactly. Nice back blunt, maybe back Pan Am.
I would say that's possibly a back Pan Am there. McKinley Kate putting down a 500-point ride here during the World Cups, and I know she is looking to repeat that score. I think she's in a subtle competition with some of the women's scores. I'm not going to... Can't compare, different judges, you know, different class, but still... really
she knows exactly where she is on that wave.
Going for the blunt McNasty. Oh, my God, what a legend.
That was awesome. There's the fist bump. She is stoked with that ride.
As she should be.
Yes.
Yeah, she just threw down the gauntlet, so to speak. Maybe it's the pogey. She knew that she wants to be in that top spot, and she knows that this next paddler, Sophie Gilfillan of Canada, has the ability to potentially knock her off that podium.
Sophie had great rides yesterday. She gets to go as the last competitor today because she placed in that first.
She earned that position. Huge advantage to go last in these semifinal rounds. You kind of see what the scores are, and you know what you need to make the podium.
This is where strategy comes in, right?
Yeah. So Sophie also competing in the C1 women's final yesterday. So she has been a busy competitor, but she is on the Canadian slalom team. She is a talented creek boater. Her parents, Jeff and Fiona, are out here. Jeff has been taking some fantastic photos of the event all week at POV Media, if you want to check those out. So Sophie looking to start things off with a blunt, standing that boat up nicely. I'm not sure if she quite got the verticality she needed on that, but getting that air out of that trick, going for it the other way, definitely a roundhouse with some air, staying nice and calm and composed. Again, points on the board at this point is maybe one of the most important things. So going for the spin right into the air blunt, hopefully maybe even getting a link bonus on that. She tries to work for the back blunt and just kind of catches her edge there. Still strong score, 131 points it looked like from Sophie.
Yeah, and that will put her in second place after this round, after this first round. So she's got to be happy with that.
So right now we are here. We have just finished run number 1 of the women's junior kayak semifinal. We've got 11 paddlers, and we are cutting to 5. So those with the little Q next to their name, they had already been qualified through. And so Holly Ogilvie, she does not have one of those Qs yet, and she's going to be looking to see if she can make it in. But oh my gosh, it looks like she almost missed the wave. Luckily, she was able to save it and catch that other eddy.
And yeah, and there's competitors who have been using this eddy, and it's worked well for them. So she's ferrying out onto the wave, nice smooth transition into the foam pile, surfing around looking for a spin on the danger zone over on that shoulder, and just unfortunately surfs herself off the feature.
Still, great composure from Holly. Way to recover there, way to catch that eddy, set herself up, and go for her ride. Yeah.
That took a lot of mindset, a lot of mental agility. When things don't go your way, to reset like that is amazing.
Yeah. So again, we've got ride number 2 here for Ann Pansar of Finland.
Dropping, she's doing that ferry onto the wave, catches the wave, looking for that spin, getting up against that shoulder, looking for the spin the other way.
Work it back, work it back.
Zone.
Oh, it's like watching a movie where you know what the ending is before the characters do. You know, you can see it here as you see them.
That is a good analogy right there.
And it still can surprise you. I'm not saying we know everything at all, but it's like you can watch it happen and you're like, no, fix it, please, fix it.
I know, and if only, you had that own vision, right? That
you do, it's just usually like half a second too late.
Right, exactly.
But I mean, what's amazing here is everyone, I believe, genuinely wants to see their fellow competitors paddle their best. And so right now, Taru Turney of Finland up on the wave. Going to spin it around here, not quite finishing that spin. Again, we are not judges, so it's hard for us to say, but I love watching the little green box at the corner of my screen there to see what the judges are scoring.
Yeah. And you as a competitor have a good idea, and that is a strategy too after the rides, especially once we get to the finals round. Competitors will be looking at the screen to find out the score. The previous score.
Taru almost going for a cartwheel there. Can she work her way back? Unfortunately, not quite working her way back into the pile of the wave.
That was a good recovery on that tumble.
It was. It really was. You know, not many of these paddlers maybe only paddle freestyle. A lot of them do everything, and you know, there's no, in my opinion, there's no better skill development than freestyle for no matter what style of kayaking you pursue. So, yeah, Sienna Edwards up next here.
Dropping into the wave. Oh, catching that shoulder, and you can see how that shoulder kind of picked her up and
it was just
flung
violent.
her.
It was such a violent fling. Yeah, she got tossed by that.
Yeah, and that's one thing you really develop when you whitewater kayak and freestyle kayak is that recovery.
Yes.
Right? And
yes.
Really that's what the roll is for too.
Yeah. But so that was, unfortunately, that was Sienna's last and final ride here in the semifinals. But next up, Eleanor Knight, unfortunately missing the wave on her first ride. She's going to be looking to earn herself a place in the finals with this ride. Can she do it? She's working. Oh my God, there you see that strong forward stroke that she has developed from paddling all of those steep creeks out west. This girl kayaks, I think, almost 200 days a year, maybe more this year. And again, timing your boat is really just counts for so much experience, composure, all of those things as she spins it around. Eleanor, another paddler that had not been in a freestyle boat much before even 2 years ago. So, spinning it around again.
Nice work.
You can only score each trick once each direction, but you're going to see a lot of paddlers use that spin to set themselves up for the good spot on the wave. So Eleanor, you spun it around. She went right for the roundhouse out of it. That was beautiful. Great job here from Eleanor. Strong paddling as she stays controlled on the feature for her entire ride. Going for a last trick, I believe, just after the buzzer. Bonus trick.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Hopefully that will place her into the finals.
She looked very composed on the wave. She was in control. She was strong. She was looking where she wanted to go, where she wanted to set up.
Yeah, that was great. So another paddler looking to break her way into the top 5 here with her second and final ride in the semifinal is Neve Mackin of Great Britain. She was a medalist at the World Cup. We know that she has the skills and the ability to do it. Let's see what she does. So going for that spin to start things off. Going right for the roundhouse, maybe even a blunt to the right.
She's doing a good job on that shoulder, staying on that shoulder, looking for the...
Repeating that trick, I don't know if she thought she didn't like it as much or she thought maybe I got a blunt, now let's get a roundhouse out of it. Going for a back blunt here, but maybe just getting the spin the other direction at the very least. There's that blunt she was looking for, and unfortunately catching her bow right there. I don't know if that is going to be enough to break her into one of those top 5 spots. We'll have to wait and see. I'm following along on this corner system from the ICF website, and also the scores are coming up in the corner of our screen. So again, 2 rides, only 1 single ride score counts. Semifinals, it's a brutal round. Oh, the pressure.
It is.
Pressure.
There's a lot of pressure. And this is where the consistent competitors start to show their stuff. It's not just about the tricks, it's about the strategy, remaining calm.
So Neve Mackin did break her way into that top 5, but we still have a lot of paddlers to go here that could change that order up. So we'll see what we have to say. One of those is absolutely Chloe Spears from Columbus, Georgia. Starting things off with that beautiful roundhouse to the right. Definitely getting air on that. Chloe actually huging some of those yesterday. Spinning it around, 35 points on the board here for Chloe Spears. Trying for that roundhouse again, maybe trying to huge it out or get the verticality for a blunt. Let's see what she goes for next. So it looks like she's trying to set up for that back blunt. She's going to want to work her way a little bit further over to that safe zone. There it is. Maybe getting a back roundhouse out of that.
Maybe.
We'll
Didn't
see.
quite get the rotation.
She didn't. No, that truck does need to start from that back surf position. And, you know, heard the judges saying if you only sit at the bottom of the pile and just kind of flick your edge, it might not score. They need to really see that trick has been properly initiated. So
she wanted it. She
kept
going for it all the way up to the buzzer.
Yeah, really, I think strong ride from Chloe, and even if that doesn't place her in the top 5, that was a really good, strong effort from Chloe. But I know that her parents, stepdad Joe Ball and mom Jenny, have been basically the unofficial mayors of the kayaking community here and hosting so many people over the years. I think everyone has shipped. Oh, Chloe Spears, just enough points to break her into that top 5.
She'll be happy with that. So we'll see what Martina.
It's going to be a battle here, I think.
Martina Farafont brings to the competition here, catching the wave. going for a big air blunt. That was
Oh.
awesome. Bringing it around. Let's see what she does. She's looking in control. She knows, ooh, catches that edge. Good recovery.
Up. Yeah. There we go. They can't hear us, but I still like to shout for them.
So it looked like a score of 61. That's unofficial score. We'll see what the judges say. If that is the case, that will move her up into the top 5.
I mean, it's crazy. You see a lot of these women doing multiple tricks, 2 spins, 3 shove-its, whatever, and unfortunately, 2 spins in a roundhouse is still not equal to the point value of 1 aerial blunt.
Right.
And so sometimes you have to know when to play it safe and when to take that gamble, and I think Martina just took that gamble, and it certainly paid off. So right now, Leah Hugh is not currently qualified, but she has the potential to shake things up here. So she needs at least 41.67 points to break her way into this top 5 and secure herself a spot in the final. So Leah starting it off with a spin. Trying for the roundhouse, not quite getting that rotation, going for a blunt the other direction, linking it up almost into a McNasty, but unfortunately just catching her bow edge. Again, I think one single air blunt here that she did put down could be enough to bump her teammate, or to bump Neve Mackin out of that bottom 5 spot. Oh, it's so exciting.
I know, it is exciting.
I love watching
I hope you're watching and checking the scores if you're watching at home as well. It's pretty fun to follow along.
It is. So right now we've got 2 paddlers left here in our women's kayak semi-final round. 11 paddlers cutting to 5. Right now we've got McKinley Kate. She is already qualified through with a huge score of 345. So right now we do know who our top 5 paddlers in the final will be. So their order may change slightly, but we know that those 5 women on the bottom left corner of the screen, McKinley Kate, Sophie Gilfillan, Leah Hugh, Martina Farrat-Fone, and Eleanor Knight will be the 5 women we see in the final.
Exciting.
It is exciting.
And now McKinley Kate just gets to go big.
She just gets to throw down and try and get the biggest ride score she possibly can. So McKinley Kate having set a few record ride scores in her young career already, trying for that blunt. I think she did kind of pull that off. We'll see, again, not a judge, spinning it right around into the back blunt. Look at her just throwing that carbon Dreamboats kayak around. Her brother Mason and friend Stephen Wright actually make those here in Columbus, Georgia. So she was able to say, I want pink and sparkles, as we all should.
That's right.
So going for a beautiful, huge blunt, trying to get that Pan Am on it. We'll see what they say. I don't think it went quite over a vertical, but that I would say was huge. She's going to want to get that back Pan Am in there somewhere, maybe even a blunt McNasty, but strong ride for McKinley Kate Hargrove.
That was a great ride, and she was working the wave. She knew exactly where she was. She was moving around. She was looking for the setup, taking advantage of those passes.
Yeah. You
Such
can
a
see
skilled paddler.
She is someone that has grown up on this Chattahoochee River. She has spent more hours on that wave than probably almost all of the other junior competitors combined.
Yeah, and she gets to train with her brother.
Yeah.
And the folks who are here, Steve and Clay, so she's got a lot of coaching.
Yeah, she's an example of, I think, really the skills that you can develop when you are in the right location, surrounded by the right people. But, she's also a dancer, and she thinks about her rides in terms of her dance moves. I think sometimes hitting that pulse or that beat.
Nice,
Sophie,
Sophie,
with a huge air blunt to start off her ride. She knows that she wants to show that McKinley Kate's not the only one that can put down those big scores, following up with the roundhouse the other direction. Fantastic first start to her ride by Sophie, and then unfortunately catching her edge, but luckily she is qualified through. That ride was just practice.
Right, and that was awesome, and she's got to be happy to qualify in the top 5.
I can imagine she's ecstatic. So here we have our final results for the women's junior kayak semi-final round. In top place, McKinley Kate Hargrove. It's followed by Sophie Gilfillan of Canada, Leah Hugh of Ireland, Martina Farrat-Font of Eleanor Knight. Those will be your 5 finalists that will be competing later this evening. And congratulations, of course, to Neve Mackin, Chloe Spears, and all the other young women, Leah Hugh, Sienna Edwards, Taro Turney, Ann Pansar, and Holly Ogilvy, and for their fantastic efforts paddling.
Absolutely. Being here, competing at this level, they get the experience, they get it they'll take with them
for the rest of
their careers. Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
We're about to, I believe, get started almost immediately with this junior men's surface final. I'll be tapping off here. But just before we go, I can see Mateo Williams of New Zealand getting ready there. I see Josh from Canada. So we'll just do a quick read through of what is to come. 10 paddlers, 2 rides, 1 score counts, 45 seconds each ride. Our first paddler in the men's kayak junior surface will be Mateo Williams, followed by
Joshua Mendez, Magnus Monson, Urko Kot Ergen, Oni Aronin, Walker Edens, Timmy Hill, Neil Garcia Parra, Tim Rees, and Jules Gardner.
So there we have it, that shot of our beautiful good wave here on the Chattahoochee River. I'm Anna Bruno.
I'm Anna Levesque.
Thank you so much for joining us for this women's junior final. We'll be back shortly. Junior women's semifinal.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm tongue-tied.
Later, and be sure to tune in.
Yes,
we want you to join us for those junior women finals.
Top up the coffee, but we're about to get started with our junior men's semifinal here any minute.
And I want to wish you, Anna Bruno, good luck in the
Thank
quarterfinals.
You. Yeah, that's right. We've got a big day here. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody. Who's ready for junior men? Tim Rees, you show the boat check. Tim Rees, the owner of boat check. If anyone sees a stocky little German kid, send it over to the boat check.
All right, we just saw the junior women, We're going to see the junior men coming up here. Should be great. It's going to be awesome here as we move through this morning. I am Hojo. I am here joined by Luke Pomeroy. Luke, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Super excited for this round of junior men's semifinals. Should be super intense. Lots of really good paddlers out there. Super excited to see what's going on.
That's right. There's our list right there. If you want to let us know who's paddling this morning.
Starting off our heat today, we've got Mateo Williams from New Zealand. Then we've got Joshua Mendez from Canada. Then Magnus Monson from the United States. We have Urko Kot Ergen from Spain. Oni from Finland. Walker Edens from the United States. Timmy Hill from Great Britain. Nil from Spain. Tim Rees from Germany. And Jules Gardner in our top spot, going last in this heat today from Great Britain.
That's right. Really nice representation of several countries. As we see in the first round, we had 7 nations represent the women's. And I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Looks like 8 nations possibly, if you want to count that again for me. But 8 nations represented here. That is a wonderful distribution of paddlers from all over the world. And we are just waiting there. We saw pretty cool shootout there for the women's, where Sophie Gilfillan coming in from the first place position into this, taking second place going forward with McKinley Kate on top. I suspect we'll see Tim Rees and
Jules Gardner.
Jules Gardner just go really big. It's going to be a shootout between those two, although we have a really good field here where the men's from their final, for their preliminary rounds, threw some really big scores. And again, we have 10 paddlers. They will do 2 rides each, and the best ride will count.
Many of these junior men would have qualified in the senior men's category, which is super impressive and great to see from these young paddlers. Hit some really big tricks, super high intensity. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait.
That's nice. Yep. So here we are. I'm joined by Luke again from Canada. I'm Hojo from the United States. As we get ready to go here in just about a minute, I believe, we will be starting off. We actually have a few more minutes according to the schedule. However, because of the water, we have been running well in advance of the competition. We have been just running these paddlers through because we're in a drought here in the southern United States.
Absolutely. We just got a bunch of rain the other night, which is nice. So hopefully that drought's coming to an end soon, but it's been really tight getting this water. I heard some senators and the governor of Georgia actually wrote to get us water for this event, which is amazing, and we thank you so much for that.
That's right. You know, Georgia Power, upstream of us controlling this, they are the ones who operate the dam, operate the generation. They're under contract and bound by all these agreements to push water through, so it's a very complex situation with water out here, especially in a drought, but we've got the water. Thank you. Big thanks to Georgia Power. Also, big thanks to the W.C. Bradley Company, Global Payment Systems, Synovus, Aflac, and the Coca-Cola Company. You know, these are some of the big players that have come in and helped with this competition. It is just amazing what comes into these competitions. There's a Jumbotron just huge over there. That whole thing was set up in about a day. Several people come in to put in platforms, put in stands, put in all of this infrastructure that we need to run one of these competitions.
Absolutely, and so many athletes here really enjoying this wave. Like you said, with that water level in Georgia Power, this wave is incredible. Although we're in the drought, the wave is great and the level is great, and they've done some adjustments to the feature, and it's really just a spectacular time paddling out there.
That's right. So we're running around 3 gens, which is roughly 7,000 cubic feet per second. And I say we did the calculation, that's something to the effect of 3 cubic meters per second. And that sounded too low to me when I did the calculation, but
probably more like 150. I
think 150? All right, so 150 cubic meters per second. You can imagine 1 cubic foot, however, so there's a really good visualization of that. A cubic foot of water is roughly the size of a basketball. So if you're looking at that wave out there, and across the whole river, there's roughly 8,000 basketballs flowing past at any given second, and that's a lot of water.
A lot of basketballs, Hojo.
That's a lot of basketballs. And so these guys are playing this feature. Some of these competitors, specifically the ones out of Canada, have a lot of waves that they can use and really to their advantage. So we've seen a lot of Canadians here. Other paddlers have to drive quite a ways just to get to a wave. And so, like in Colorado, for example, where I live in the Front Range, a lot of whitewater, but no waves. You have to go all the way to Glenwood Springs, which is like a 2-hour drive.
Yeah, it's super far. It's a really hard type of feature to make. Like in any sort of man-made park, there's very few waves that have been made. Unlike holes where you can see them all over the place, and these world-class features can be made. You need a lot of water to make these wave features. And Hojo, I just did the math. We have 8,000 basketballs and 228.5 cubic meters per second coming through this wave right now.
That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. So in this round, again, we will see 10 men. 10 junior men. They will be competing for 5 spots, and they have only 2 rides to do it. Best ride counts. So that's the good news, is that they get 1 throwaway. They don't have to add them both together, but it's a very tight competition. This is a competition that rewards, or this particular round rewards, consistency.
Absolutely. It's super high pressure. As an athlete in this round, it's kind of the scariest round to compete in. It's so easy. You don't really have a ride to waste. You do technically have a throwaway, but you miss your first one, the pressure is on, and you know you have to perform. And for some people, that brings out their best and biggest rides, and others just crack under the pressure.
That's right. So coming up in this round, Mateo Williams from New Zealand. Mateo actually lives in the United States, not too far from here. His mother was from New Zealand. She passed away tragically a few years ago, so he paddles on behalf of his mother. You're going to see that Paddle Like Maria sticker on his boat. That's in honor. We're going to have Joshua Mendez. Joshua Mendez coming from Canada. What can you tell us about Josh?
I've done a bunch of paddling with Josh. It's been awesome seeing him from team trials last year to this current event. He's trained so hard. He's got some really big tricks, really upped his list of tricks he's got on speed dial, and he's been ripping out there. He's a great kid, and He's got an awesome orca style murky water kayak.
There we go. And then Magnus Monson from the U.S. Magnus comes to us also pretty local. He's not too far away from here, up in North Carolina, and he's came out to the Colorado Tour. His favorite place, though, tragically for the United States, is that carburetor wave. We can't even keep him. He's got to go up to you guys to practice.
Yeah, absolutely. He spent a bunch of time with the Keener program, and I've actually coached him with that program. And he's always a delight to paddle with.
That's right. Urico from Spain. Urico, we don't have much information on him, I don't believe. I'm going to check real quick, but Urico from Spain, I believe probably coming out of the Sort region. A lot of good whitewater there. And then Oni from Finland. The Finnish have brought such a wonderful contingent here. Of course, their main senior is Visa Ricola, who did really well in the World Cup last year. We're looking forward to seeing him in the men's quarters today. But Oni was 11th in Worlds last year, and he did a double podium at World Cup here. So he has been on the podium at the ambush wave and on good wave. So he sort of knows what's going on. After that's going to be Walker Edens, another one from the United States, from the North Carolina area. This is his first real big competition. He placed 5th at the World Cup here last year. Moving from to him is Timmy Hill. Now Timmy from the Great Britain did really well to come out and step up from a hole, which he took 18th in World Championships, all the way to making the top 10 here so far on a giant wave. And Nottingham does not have a wave feature like this in any way, shape, or form.
No, he spent a good amount of time here on the Chattahoochee, and he was again on the Ottawa River with the Keener program. I taught him. He's one of the nicest kids I've ever met. And here we have Matteo Williams paddling out to this good wave feature, starting off our junior men's semifinals.
That's right. Matteo coming on, taking the feature now. Mateo's pretty powerful, but he's in the back spot. So beautiful, right into a Pan Am. Can he retain? He can. This is going to be the name of the game. Can they stay on for the full ride? Is a nice air blunt to the right. Matteo taking no time, setting up into a spin around to the right, getting all the way over to this surfer's right, player's right side, so he can move onto some left tricks. Drop it in for a pass here into a beautiful left Pan Am. He is wasting no time putting big points because he knows he is up against some stiff competition.
And a beautiful Pan Am, maybe a silly flip. We'll see. That was amazing seeing that big Live Like Maria sticker on that Dreamboat kayak into that flashback to the right. Really nice tricks, big variety of tricks to start off this ride for Matteo Williams. He's going to be really happy to start this. Going for the blunt McNasty. Can he stick it?
Oh, my
quite.
Goodness.
That was incredible.
Well, I tell you what, that is throwing the gauntlet right there. Matteo did not have good rides yesterday, squeaked through. We knew he was much better than what he showed us yesterday, and boy, he is bringing it to bear now. We're going to wait for his score as we move into the next paddler, which will be Joshua Mendez from Canada.
Absolutely. That was an incredible ride. He was going for the gusto there, Matteo. Big tricks. We'll see what the judges give him for his first score to start off this heat. Joshua warming up there in the eddy with that orca color murky water Rockstar 5. He's got some big tricks for us. He goes really big. I'd look out for a big right blunt of Pan Am to start Joshua's ride. That's his go-to trick. He's got it on speed dial, and it's really great to watch.
All right. We got a score in there. We're going to move on now to Josh.
Here we go. Josh paddling nice and far out there, dropping into the right spot on the wave. He wants to be in that foam where it can really catch him, and he can be nice and retentive, catching the wave beautifully there. Looking for his first pass. Let's see what Josh has for us. Going for that big blunt to the right to start it off. Beautiful trick. Now looking for the lefty. Oh, getting an unfortunate flush. Sometimes, like you saw with Josh there, you start moving too fast, and it kind of spirals out of control. These athletes need to remember they need to go slowly, set up, take their time. Even though it's this high intensity round, they can't speed up too much because that's where the big crashes happen.
That's how it happens. Magnus Monson coming up next. Magnus has been really working on his game here in the last few years, getting up into the semifinal. We had there were three junior men from the U.S. Two of them went through, which is pretty cool for Team USA as we look for Magnus to start this one out.
See Magnus getting way out there, dropping into the good wave feature and sticking it. Let's see what the first trick he's got for us. And that beautiful multicolored kayak. Looking for a blunt to the left to start it off. Getting nice air under that. Then looking for the air screw to the right.
Air screw today.
That was a beautiful air screw by Magnus. He's going to be really happy with that. Let's see what else he's got for us. Magnus, he throws a lot of big tricks. We just saw that air screw. He's got tons of tricks like that for us. And he wants to move on to this final round. And a big Pan Am to the right. Not quite sticking it, but we'll see if he gets it.
Well, let's talk about that because he definitely came down in front of the foam pile, stalled out, and then flushed out. So the judges do have some discretion. Did he actually establish there? Was his was his move done and then the water carried him out. So we'll see what the score says. Right now, Mateo with a big 466 points. That's looking really good for him. Josh is going to want to improve over that 80, and Magnus is waiting to see if that big Pan Am is going to score. If you are watching at home, if you go to Canoe ICF website, you can go to the Conersys, CONERSYS.ONLINE, Conersys.online, and you can follow along with live results as we look for the score for Magnus. Next up, however, is going to be Urrico from Spain. Magnus' score coming in 246 points.
Solid first ride. We know he's going to want to up that, stick that Pan Am, get everything. But here we have Urrico dropping into the good wave feature. Sticking that wave nicely and getting a nice Pan Am, maybe blunt to the left, but not quite sticking it, tracking off the wave like you talked about earlier, Hojo. But that was a nice trick. We'll see if he gets rewarded for it.
This is one of those waves that, especially as a beginner who's maybe learning, you can't get off the wave. You get trapped, you get window shaded. But when you want to stay on that wave and actually sit in a forward surf and put moves down, the wave suddenly changes into this monstrous thing that wants to eject you. And it really demonstrates the skill that these paddlers have, that you can even catch the wave and start on your surf, and this guy will come back and for sure give us a better ride. But now we're looking at Oni from Finland. Oni is definitely looking to medal in this round.
Absolutely.
Or in this competition.
And we saw him medaling last year in the World Cup on this feature. Let's see who he's got for us. Starting off with an air screw to the left. Beautiful trick, going straight for the air screw to the right. Oni's bringing the fire here. Big two tricks. Those are two high-scoring tricks. A lot of the senior men, those will be the first tricks they do. And unfortunately, rushing a bit too much on that right Pan Am or blunt and getting an unfortunate flush. He got those two tricks on the board. He's going to be happy. It's always good to have points on the board and see yourself on the leaderboard in an okay spot, but
that's
he's
right.
going to want to up that score for sure.
So in the previous round, it was two rides. He added them together. Oni's scores were 298, 340. Those are the two that went together. Right now, we've seen this morning Mateo throw a 466, where yesterday Joel's threw well over a 600-point ride, as well as Tim throwing a well over a 600-point ride. I'm going to find those scores here, but those guys really put down massive scores, so they know what's really in the bag for these paddlers as we go on, looking to Timmy Hill next.
Timmy's got some really big tricks for us. I've seen him in training. He's got a great attitude. Right now we've got...
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. We're looking at the results. It's Walker Edens
Walker
next
Edens.
from the United States.
Walker dropping into the good wave feature. He also has some great tricks. I was paddling with him a bit on the Ottawa this summer. He had a nice right blunt to start his ride, looking for the left. We'll see if he got all the way backwards on that. Getting a nice flat spin, getting points on the board. Looking for a back blunt or back Pan Am. He'll go back for it, and going in for that back Pan Am to the right. That was a great looking trick. I think it had some good air under it. And catching an unfortunate flush. This wave, not quite flush, but a bubble, he retained it.
No, that's great. It looked like we thought he was going to flush. No, Walker threw a 350 points in preliminaries yesterday, so he really has the ability to throw a huge Pan Am to the left, catching it at an edge, still on the feature. Can he bring it around? No, but right now his score is showing pretty much what he threw yesterday, so this might be the extent of his ride. If it is, it may be able to carry him through. We're not sure what the cut's going to be. Right now, we're looking at a high score of 466 points. So with 10 paddlers, that cut might be around 250 point range, because we'll see. We still have some of the high-powered paddlers to come. Yesterday, as we said, the German Tim Rees just threw a magnificent 613 point ride, where Timmy Hill followed up with a 410. And then, of course, Jules topping them all with two big rides. As we look at Timmy getting ready to come into this competition.
Oh yeah, Timmy's ready for it. He's ready to get on that wave and show everyone what he's got, all the tricks he's got, all the air he can do. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be great. Timmy, of course, makes his paddling spot at HPP Home Pierpont. Again, 18th last year. He's already in the top 10 this year. He is really looking for a medal here. 2 times in a row was a Brit champion and European Open champion third. So he's definitely paddled all over Europe. This is not his first time to the U.S., but this is his first time coming to a big world's competition here, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I see here on his sheet his occupation is full-time school.
There you go. That's most of the juniors have quite a bit of that full-time school. I suspect he sneaks a little bit of paddling in there as he is getting ready to take this ride. Now, these lower heats, we normally would run this as 2 heats of 5 because of the water. We're running just a large heat of 10. He is really clearly in this second heat or top heat, being 4th in the competition yesterday. So we expect him to throw big as well.
Absolutely. Here's Timmy dropping into the good wave feature. Catching the wave very nicely. Starting off with that air screw to the left. Nicely done move by Timmy. He's got lots more in it. Let's see what he's going for. Going for a blunt to the left as well to start it off. Then maybe looking for a back blunt. We'll see if he sets up and gets a nice pass to get it going as big as he possibly can. That curler over there crashing on him a bit. Going for that blunt to the left again and going for the back blunt to the right.
That's right. I think they scored him a back round or a back Pan Am, and he got another back Pan Am right there. He is really racking these points up. I suspect this is going to put him well into the 500-point range if he can retain the rest of this ride and throw some more moves with that right blunt right there.
Oh, excellent ride from Timmy so far. This is, with our live scoring, so far putting him in first place. We'll see if it stays like that. He's got... Oh, going for the McNasty after the buzzer.
McNasty on the buzzer, and that's a strategy we see, right? That's a strategy. Throw the stuff we can do now. I can do blunts. I can do Pan Ams. Some of these guys can do air screws. I suspect Timmy's going to try one, but Timmy could also do a McNasty. But we know from this feature, McNasties are not a safe move. They're very flushy. Only the best of the best are doing it, so he waits to the end. So if he does flush, he doesn't lose any opportunity to score any of those other points, and that is going to take us into Nil Garcia of Spain.
Here we go. Nil had some really good rides yesterday. I think he's in the 3rd spot right now.
That's correct. So he qualified 3rd from yesterday.
So he's got some big tricks. He's paddling out there. And Timmy came in with a 523, putting him in the top spot.
Yep, so Nil scores yesterday, 421 and 415.
Starting off with that bread and butter we saw yesterday. Not quite getting it that time, but coming from the Ottawa River, I think that is so awesome that he's trying a bread and butter as his first trick.
That's right, the blunt to blunt combo, right?
Absolutely.
That's a pretty cool trick, and I think he nailed that yesterday a couple of times. So I suspect he'll come back and get this. All right, Tim Reese. Now Tim is one of the favorites here. Obviously, Jules is a high-powered paddler who is also one of the favorites. Tim is the defending world champion at the moment, so he has a lot on the line for him.
Absolutely, and he had some massive rides yesterday, paddling with such an intensity that you'd see in some of the top-end senior men. Let's see, setting up for that air screw to start off, beautiful air screw to the left to start the ride, then looking for a flashback, not quite getting it, maybe getting a back roundhouse. We'll see, going for the Pan Am to the left, beautiful trick, and the back Pan Am to the right. Wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, getting up on that bubble line too and managed to put those paddle strokes in to keep him on the feature. He is demonstrating why he was 2nd place yesterday, but he wants first today to go into finals later this afternoon.
Absolutely. He's playing with fire on that far side. Let's see if he can get back in the feature. He needs one more trick, and he'll be sitting in a nice spot. Another back Pan Am to the right. Maybe clean. We'll see what that score comes out as, but it's looking really good so far.
Worth it for him to fight back in because he definitely scored that at the end there, left some time on the clock, but man, that was a fight to get back in to get those extra points. That's going to put him way up to the top for sure as we look for his score. But right now, Jules Gardner from the UK getting ready to paddle, our top qualifier from yesterday. This is his first Worlds.
Wow, I wouldn't have believed that after seeing him paddling yesterday. He was paddling like a machine out there.
I know. You'd think he was. The senior men have to be really afraid of this guy, especially, I don't know if it's maybe he just isn't a whole boater, just a wave specialist, and this is a wave worlds, or maybe he's just young. Maybe he just really got into it soon, but whatever it is, this guy is good.
Absolutely. And here we go. Coming in, starting off with that air screw to the left, and little bubble, but he stays in the feature, which is great. Playing with fire on that far side. Get back in there. He's right on that bubbly.
Oh, goodness. So as a first Worlds, one of the things that maybe he doesn't have skill with is competition nerves.
Absolutely. That's one of the biggest part. Most of this is a mental game, to be honest.
That's right. All righty. Well, we're going to wait for this score to come in and go back to the top. They have one more ride. I'm going to turn it over to Canada's Zach Zwanenberg. We're going to have 2 Canadians as the commentators. I don't know if we can allow this.
Here we we go. And Tim's ride came in, Tim Rees, with a 543.33, just getting above Timmy Hill's former first place ride. Welcome to the booth, Zach.
Thank you, thank you. Those were some incredible first rides we saw out here from these junior men. Now, as Mateo drops into the feature for his second ride here, starting off with a left blunt, looking to spin his way back up for another trick here, going for that righty blunt with some beautiful little air. Beautiful left Pan Am. He's really showing us what he's capable of doing. He's already in the top 5 as of his last ride, but that was an incredibly massive right Pan Am attempt. Unfortunately led to a flush, but I'm sure he's still going to be quite happy with that ride.
Absolutely. In his first ride, he started off this whole thing and he put down a 466. That's still in our third place position in qualifying currently. The current ride you need to beat to get into the finals is a 270 by Oni. I'm not surprised. I will not be surprised to see many rides that past that point, and that number constantly changing.
100%. Yeah, this is just ride. Those were just results from ride 1. With these second rides here, it is crucial for these paddlers to throw in as huge as they can. Now, as Joshua Mendez of Canada drops in for his second ride, starting off beautiful right blunt.
Yeah, that blunt is his textbook move. He is so good at that. Every single ride he starts off with that thing. Now he's going to be looking for that lefty, maybe getting a roundhouse, but going for that blunt to the left. That was a beautiful trick, getting nice air under that carbon fiber kayak. Let's see what else he has for us yesterday, and maybe scoring a cartwheel. Who knows? That was wild. Yesterday we saw him go for a helix, going for that Pan Am, trying to back it up, and not quite backing it up, unfortunately. He had some great rides through this event, though, and he should be really proud of how he paddled.
100%. And like you were saying, that looked almost like he went for like an air wheel. There was
wild.
some hole tricks here in Good Wave.
Yeah, I thought that was a cartwheel. I thought if I was a judge,
I would score the cartwheel. Let's give it to him. All right, we got next up
what they want.
Magnus of the United States dropping in. Magnus is currently in the 6th place position, just out of the qualifications. He needs to throw big, and he's showing us exactly that's what he's about to do to this ride with a huge air screw.
Yeah, that was a massive air screw and a nice left blunt, just retaining it. That was scary for a second. My heart rate went up, but sticking that left blunt in that air screw, this is a really solid first two tricks in this ride. He's got a ton of time on the clock left, and you know he wants to be in that 5th place position or higher right now.
100%. And already, based on the scoreboard, he has beaten his first ride, but he still needs some more as he throws a huge Pan Am.
That was incredible.
Back around. That's massive. I think that's going to be enough right now to put him in that qualifying spot. But he still wants more as he goes for the back blunt the other direction. That was an incredible ride. He's stoked. He's owning it.
Yeah, he should be super fired up. That air screw, that Pan Am, those are really beautiful, huge tricks. May have got some huge bonuses on some of those.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to see those bonuses reflected here in the score as we wait for it. I do believe at least from the unofficial scores we saw, that is plenty to get him up into that top 5 spot at the moment.
There's a lot of paddlers that are going to have a lot to say about that. Let's see what his score comes in as.
While we wait for that score, we got Urko here in the eddy waiting for the thumbs up from the judges. There it is. He's coming down. He had a first ride of 26. He's definitely needing to throw down some bigger tricks here to get to that minimum bar here, which is now 383.
Yeah, Magnus with a score of 430 moves him way up the leaderboards into a more comfortable spot, and a nice blunt right now from Urko. Going for a back Pan Am. Wow, that was incredible. And can he retain it? Oh, not quite. That far side is so dangerous. Such a dangerous spot to be, but he gives a kiss to the crowd.
100%. He's still stoked to be here, stoked to be in the semifinals. That's part of the risk that we play on these features during these competitions is you need to throw as huge as you can, and sometimes that puts you in a position, in a spot on the feature that you're not really wanting, but you keep throwing, you keep wanting those bigger points.
Absolutely, Zach. Next up, we've got Oni with a first ride of 270 points. He had some great tricks and a really fast tempo to start this ride. Hopefully he can slow it down and get all the tricks he can do, because we know he can do a ton after last year's World Cups where he podiumed.
Yeah, we saw him come out last year with some absolutely mind-blowing rides at the last minute. Let's see what he's got for us just now, as he's currently just out of the top 5 position.
Only dropping into the good wave feature. I think he's been looking for that air screw to start, and he starts with that air screw to the left. Nice, beautiful aerial trick. You'll see this trick a ton throughout the day, and going for the air screw to the right and retaining it. And doing a blunt on that scary shoulder, but he retains it, lands it beautifully. Looking for maybe a back roundhouse or back blunt, going for that left blunt. This is a big fury of tricks all in a row, and a back blunt to the right. He's got a ton of tricks, and this ride's definitely going to up his first ride score.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were saying. This is exactly what we expect from Oni when we see him enter the feature in these high-pressure moments. He does not let that get to his head. He looks at it, he owns it.
Absolutely, so many tricks, and getting an unfortunate flush there, but he's going to be really happy with that ride, and based on the scores we have currently, that should put him in the 3rd place position.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic here. That's going to be putting some pressure on the other paddlers. Currently up next, we are waiting for the thumbs up.
Up next, we've got Walker Eatons with a 383-point ride. Right now, he's in the 5th place spot, so he's in a bit of a scary place. He wants to get that ride upped and be in a more comfortable 3rd place or 2nd place or even 1st place spot, so he can be much more comfortable moving on to the next round.
Yeah, that next benchmark in that 4th place position is Magnus right now with a 430 flat. He's going to be wanting to put up slightly higher than that just to try to get himself off of the bubble spot. Comes here and drop it into the wave for his 2nd ride here. Let's see what he's got for us. He's going to start it off immediately with a nice right blunt, but he claims it. Unfortunate flush. It happens. He still looks hyped to be where he is. He knows that currently, unless something goes, unfortunately, just out of the 5th place position as Oni jumps up into 3rd.
But that claim was awesome. I love to see that. And when I'm paddling, I try and make an effort, even if the ride goes as horribly as possible. Always give it a claim, because everyone's happy to be here, and it's still such a great event, even if your rides don't go as you plan.
100%.
Let's see what Timmy Hill has dropping in. Right now he's sitting in the 2nd place position in a beautiful air screw to the left to start the ride. Wow, I would not be surprised if he gets a huge bonus on that. And then going into the blunt to the left, getting in that danger spot on the wave, but staying on, going for that big blunt to the right. This is a great ride from Timmy so far. He wants that 1st place position. He's in 2nd right now, but he wants to move up that leaderboard and be in 1st with authority. Oh, catching an unfortunate plug on his stern, but that doesn't matter. I believe he is locked into our finals as of right now. I may be...
I believe so. We're just looking for our start list here.
Just to confirm what I said there.
Timmy Hill, we have 3 more paddlers to go, 2 of which, one of which is already in the top spot.
Timmy is locked in.
Timmy is locked in. The worst he can do right now is 4th place.
Perfect. And he's going to be really happy with that. He is on to our finals. But Nil is not locked in yet. He wants to do that big ride. I want to see this amazing blunt to back blunt, bread and butter trick. He is the only person at this event doing this trick. Oh my gosh. Oh! And heartbreak. That was, he went too big, and the wave punished him on that curler. He had some amazing rides throughout this event, though, and that's really tough break for Nil there. But he had some great tricks, and he should be really proud of how he paddled.
100%. I'm sure he'll have plenty to celebrate regardless going into the weekend. Next up here, our current leader, Tim Ries of Germany. Absolute powerhouse. He's been competing up there with the top 5 men's paddlers. Let's see what he's got in. See if he can lock in his top spot even harder.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, the only person who can take his top spot is our last paddler, Jules. And a beautiful air screw, then a Pan Am to start this ride off. Oh, and a little bubble, but he managed to stay in control and is setting up for that big back Pan Am to the right. That was a beautiful trick. And going for the clean blunt to the left. He's got so many tricks in him. And this ride's already looking really good, and he's got a ton of time left on the clock.
Yeah, the way he paddles across everything, going for a huge, that's definitely had to be a huge bonus on that incredible back Pan Am. The way he picks the boat up, it looks like he's almost floating on the water.
Wow, going for the flip turn, then the helix. This is going to be a huge ride score. Wow, certainly improving on his first one. And going for the helix on the buzzer, we'll see if he got it. But right now his score's sitting around 800 points.
That is incredible. The thing is, he knows who's the next paddler is. Jules Gardner of Great Britain, absolutely incredible paddler. Managed to take Tim off that top spot in the prelims. And Tim didn't want this time. He's like, I'm going to set a bar that's going to be crazy hard to beat. But if anyone here can beat that bar and put himself into that famed first place moving into the finals, it is Jules Gardner of Great Britain.
Absolutely. Yesterday he had some incredible rides. We know right now he's sitting 8th place with a 170-point ride. That's not what he wants. He wants those big, like, 500 to 900-point range. He had some amazing rides, amazing air screws, helixes, all sorts of tricks yesterday that were really, really impressive to watch, and I can't wait to see what he does here.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the thumbs up here as the judges tally up that massive ride. We're still waiting on the results. How high did Tim go?
I think he's going to be really happy with what he had, and we should have our results here shortly. Jules
we hear the crowd going insane for Jules here.
Jules needs a 430-point ride to move on to the next round. Let's see what he's got. Starting off with that air screw to the left and going right into a helix. Oh my gosh. And heartbreak, but he gives the peace sign. He's so happy to be here, but that's so unfortunate. One of the people that many people would have thought would be on the podium, like maybe winning, but just couldn't quite get his ride. Got an unfortunate bubble, but he was an incredible paddler, and we saw his rides yesterday. So impressive. I'm really happy with how he performed yesterday, but unfortunately the semifinals round is just so difficult for so many paddlers.
But as we stand right now, we know our qualifying paddlers for the finals in junior kayak men's. Those paddlers in reverse order are Magnus Monson of the United States, Matteo Williams of New Zealand, Oni Aronen of Finland, Timmy Hill of Great Britain, and your current leader, Tim Rees of Germany.
5 different nations represented our finals. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it's great to see those kinds of absolutely stacked finals. We just saw also Tim Rees' second ride. It came in at a 790, which is absolutely huge.
That is a massive score, and watching that ride, he deserved it. He paddled his heart out. It was amazing.
All right, next up, we'll be moving on down the list of today's schedule with the women's kayak surface quarterfinals here. There will be 2 heats of 10 paddlers looking to make it into the semifinals. They will cut from 20 to 10. We'll see that very shortly here in Columbus, Georgia.
Absolutely. Going first in our women's heat is Maria Segara from Spain. Then we have Valerie Bertrand from Norway, Nuria Fontaine-Masso from Spain, Savannah Westinde from Canada, Sydney Nixon from Canada, Emma Witherford from Great Britain, Abby Holcomb from the United States, Tamsin McConchy from Great Britain, Darby McAdams from the United States, and Miki Sato from Japan, coming up shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the IFC World Kayak Freestyle Championships. My name is Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And I'm Zachary Zwanenberg from the Canadian national team.
And we are really excited for women's quarterfinals here on the mighty Chattahoochee on Good Wave. And the format for quarterfinals is like preliminaries, so each competitor will get 3 rides, and the 2 top scores will be added, and that's what will or won't move them into the semis. And we have 20 competitors vying for 10 spots in the semifinals that will happen tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, 100%. We've got some incredible paddlers coming up here. Why don't you go through our first heat for us here and let us know who's going to be coming up in just a moment.
Sure, we've got Mireia Ceres Segarra from Spain. We have Valerie Bertrand from Norway. Nuria Fontane Massot from Spain. Savannah Westendy from Canada. Sydney Nixon from Canada. Emma Witherford from Great Britain. Abby Holcomb from the United States. Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain, Darby McAdams from the United States, and Miki Sato from Japan. And it's one thing we want to let you know is that this heat is seated in reverse. So the person who had the highest score yesterday within this heat is starting last. So they get to see the scores that they need to beat to make it into one of those top 10 spots.
Yeah, they had some absolutely incredible rides that we saw from these paddlers yesterday. They are looking to throw the rides of their lives today as they look, as you mentioned, for those top 10 spots. We've also got, those were just our first 10 paddlers. We've also got in heat number 2.
Thank you, Zach. Go for it.
In heat number 2, Dino Rock of Great Britain.
Marjana Turney from Finland, Olivia McGuinness from the United States, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, Ani McCannon from Finland, Sage Donnelly from the United States, Anna Bruno, who has been commentating with me for junior women from the United States, Emily Jackson from the United States, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Audley Robinson Shaw from Great Britain. So we're, as you can see on your screen, you can see the eddy. The competitors are doing their warm-ups, they're getting ready, they are preparing their mental game, their mental strategy. Some of these competitors, well, all of these competitors have a strategy, right? It looks different for every competitor. Some competitors like to move around and throw those tricks quickly. Others will be looking for stability. This wave is tricky. It's even the best paddlers can flush, catch an edge, even get caught up on the corners of the wave and flush. So we'll see what they throw down for us in this quarterfinals.
Yeah, and the quarterfinals format is, as we mentioned, it's very similar to the preliminary format. Usually the preliminaries would have an additional ride to them. However, with the current schedule, with the amount of water we were able to get in Columbus this fine October, they had to cut down that a little bit. So it's a very mirrored format from the last for these 2 style rounds, but it still rewards consistency. These paddlers are going to want to put in a few consistent rides. Sometimes consistently more safe rides can actually carry you way further in these rounds than going for those bigger rides off the bat, taking the bigger risks.
Yep, that's right. It's important to know when to take the big risks and when to play the strategy, play the points game. And for those of you who are maybe new to paddling or tuning in or fans out there, you'll notice on your screen that there's a lot of water pushing through. We do have water restrictions due to the drought, and we want to thank Georgia Power for running the water for this event and working with the organization. And you'll notice that it's quite swirly and boily. And so even sitting in the eddy and ferrying out to the wave takes skill and composure. And catching this wave, we've seen some competitors, either ferry out too far or hit the foam pile, get thrown on edge, get smacked, as we've said earlier, get smacked by the shoulder of the wave. So even ferrying out into the wave needs a mindset and a strategy. You'll also notice that some folks, actually you did this, Zach, when you competed in C1 and OC1, you caught that bottom eddy and ferried out onto the wave. And you looked really smooth, and we saw some junior, at least one junior woman do that this morning, and it worked out well for her.
Yeah, there's tons of different strategies you can take when approaching this wave, and as you mentioned, how much water, how sometimes inconsistent the feature can be. We've seen some of the best in the world catch unfortunate flushes as they try catching the wave, which, you know, it's heartbreaking to watch, but it is part of the game on these rivers.
And while we're waiting, we just want to give a shout out to our sponsors, the Uptown Columbus organization, and the W.C. Bradley Company, Georgia Power, who we've already mentioned, Global Payment Systems, Synovus, Aflac, the Coca-Cola Company, Columbus Sports Council, Salt Life, Beam Communications, Whitewater Express, Michelob Ultra, and Visit Columbus, Georgia, Merrick and Company, Columbus, Georgia Chamber of Commerce, and Ram Hospitality.
We've even got more. It's absolutely incredible to see all the support for this event. It is awesome to see all these companies and local people really wanting to support this absolutely beautiful sport of kayaking. And some of the others, we also have philanthropic support. We got Piranha Kayaks, Scott Bridge Company, Columbus Waterworks, Maximum Hospitality, Standard Concrete Products, Law Office of Gary Bruce, PMB Broadcasting, Victor Ply, Werner Oars, East Alabama Chamber, Alabama Power, Houston Clinic, Highside Market, and the Cotton Companies. So it's incredible to see all the support for these events.
Yeah, and we're grateful for. We're very grateful for the support. We're also grateful for all of the volunteers who are making this event happen. From the local volunteers who are coming out here in Columbus. We have judges who are working really hard, announcers, commentators, folks setting up, folks keeping all the equipment dry from the sideways rain we had the other night. So thank you so much for the volunteers' time and energy.
And then also a huge special thanks for the support of our host cities of Columbus, Georgia, and Phoenix City, Alabama.
Yeah, it's really fun actually to be here in Columbus and Phoenix City. They have a really nice walking bridge between the two cities that goes right over the river. I'm actually staying on the Phoenix City side right at the edge, and I can walk over here to this site every morning. They have great coffee shops, great restaurants, and then you can, have a latte and then go paddle on the wave. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible here. They've been putting out an incredible event from from dinners and activities for the athletes to even a big music festival coming up this weekend, Rush South Music Festival here in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah, so if you haven't been down to Columbus and you're an avid kayaker and you haven't come out to, we're focusing on good wave here, but there's actually a river run. There are several other features depending on the water level. There's ambush wave upstream, which I think is super fun, and there's a nice river run. Whitewater Express runs rafting trips on the river, so there's a lot to do here. They even have a zip line across the river. So if you haven't visited Columbus, Georgia yet, you can come get your adventure on.
Yeah, I was told that zip line is actually the first cross-state zip line in the U.S.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I didn't realize that, but that makes sense.
All right, we're still waiting here for these next rounds here as the judges are getting themselves set up, grabbing themselves a couple snacks, some water to drink. It is a lot of work even for them. It may not look like it, but there's so much pressure on these judges to give a fair decision, fair ruling, and it's amazing to see them out here making sure that we have a fair competition.
Yeah, there are 9 judges judging this competition. They are all ICF certified, and you'll notice in the scoring, because you'll see the scores come up on the screen, not all judges will give a trick. And some judges will, some judges won't, and that's why you see a trick that you think scored. It's really up to the judges. We'll see a trick that maybe we think we'll call, but it's really up to the judges, and they will. They have the final say. They're well trained and passionate about the sport and about this competition. So here we see the first heat getting ready. You'll notice that some of them have sparkly carbon boats or carbon boats. Some of them are in plastic boats. Some competitors choose carbon boats because they are stiffer and lighter, and that they can get bigger air, or it sets them up for bigger air. And while others prefer the plastic boats, they are a little more stable, a little softer. It is an investment to purchase a carbon boat, and so
That it is.
But you'll see competitors in different boats, and they look like they are getting ready.
Yeah, and something else that's incredible to see in this sport is the camaraderie of these paddlers. They're not just competing against each other or competitors, they're also friends. These World Championships events are these one-of-a-kind, unique events where, yeah, you do have to qualify to make it, but all these paddlers know each other. They paddle with each other once, maybe twice a year at the World Cups, World Championships. Next year will be the World Cups in Plattling, Germany, followed by the World Championships in the same location. So this is an amazing event for all the athletes. It's great to see them loving it, talking to each other, enjoying their time here on the feature.
Yes, and you just notice Canadian coach Caleb Grady, who is also a competitor in K1 men's. He's given hugs and high fives to the women he's been coaching in this heat. And it's wonderful to see that support. I know when I used to compete at the World Championships, it was super helpful to even see certain people smiling at me, feeling that support. So once again, this is Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle.
And Zach Swanenberg from the Canadian national team.
And we are announcing the women's quarterfinals here at the ICF World Kayak Freestyle Championships in Columbus, Georgia, and we are excited to get started. The first heat of Mireia Ceres Segarra, Valerie Bertrand, Nuria Fontaine, Savannah Westindine. How do you say that, Zach, actually? Because you are her teammate.
I might say it about the same way that you
Okay.
do, so we might have to verify with Luke
to
later on.
Savannah's family if we're messing that up. Sydney Nixon, Emma Witherford, Abby Holcomb, Tamsin McConkey, Darby McAdams, and Mickey Sato. There you have it on your screen.
We're just moments away here from the first thumbs up from our head judge.
And this is the time where they're in the eddy. They have their strategy. They are, have their strategy not just for their ride, but for staying calm, cool, and collected. And as they vary out onto this wave. So I love freestyle kayaking because it's high fun, low consequence, and it challenges you, especially in competition, with that mental agility, and also learning how to let things roll off your back so that if you do have a flush or you don't have the ride you want, you have an opportunity to reset, clean slate. So these ladies are bringing lots of skill, both in mental agility and kayaking skill. You see them smiling and kind of giving each other a high five. Our first paddler, Mireia from Spain, is waiting for the judges' thumbs up. Mireia is a phys ed teacher. She was top 20 at the last Worlds in Nottingham, and she's had several top 3 finishes in competitions internationally and in Europe. And so she's looking to bring a great ride to get her into the top 10. And here she goes, paddling. She's looking focused. As you can tell, it takes something to ferry out onto that wave.
Yeah, here she comes in starting her first ride, looking for one of those coveted passes down this wave. Instead getting for the spin, there's some solid points. Going for the roundhouse to the right. Maybe surfing a little too far out to that left
Danger
shoulder.
zone.
That is a dangerous place to be, but that's okay. That is ride 1. She still looks calm and collected as she'll come back up for her next ride later on.
And you notice all the ladies clapping for her. She knows she wants to do better. This wave is tough. That danger zone, those corners, they are flushing or smacking people around a little bit. So next up is Valerie Bertrand. Her son Noah is here. She lives in Norway. She's very proud of the fact that she has made her kids, Noah and Alicia, her best paddling buddies. And I know that her husband Eric and her daughter Alicia are watching from Norway. Noah is here on the sidelines cheering his mom on, and she's been competing since 2001. She's no stranger, and here she goes, dropping into the wave.
Wow. Definitely looking around for that big air pass. Surfing that wave, looking extremely controlled here. You can see that incredible technique going right away into a left blunt. Very, very well done there. He's looking to set up for next thing, spinning around backwards, going for the back blunt. That's a right back blunt. Bouncing around, looking for that right air blunt.
She brings it back around. Nice work, Valerie.
Really using the edges of those waves, that wave perfectly, doing a beautiful helix.
Going for that helix.
That was absolutely incredible. You see the score coming in, racking up those scores. Going for a pistol flip.
That was awesome. She didn't quite get it, but wow, she went for it. It looked good on the initiation. There's that replay of that helix. We'll see what the judges say, of course. Nice ride. I'm sure Valerie is happy with that, and we'll see what the scores say.
Yeah, no, that looks. What that trick is called is a blunt McNasty, where you start off with a blunt, use that momentum as you land to spin the boat around and attempt to throw for that McNasty. It's an incredibly hard trick, a trick that you don't even see a lot of the men doing at this competition. So that was absolutely incredible to see that attempt, and I'm sure she's going to be trying to pull it off again later on.
Yes. Yesterday it was clutch for the C1 world champion in his rides.
Yeah, C1, it was incredible to see a finals where the top three for C1, to make the top three, you had to throw all of your Pan Ams back in front and both McNasties.
Yeah, so here comes Nuria Fontaine from Spain coming into the wave. She's a set dresser and props buyer for an arts department for movie series and commercials. Pretty cool. And wow, big, nice blunt on that corner.
Yeah, she's looking to set it up, starting off with those points already on the board. Calm and collected. She's an incredibly skilled paddler, incredibly accustomed to World Championship events. Catching a bit of a stern, but managing to roll back up in the feature. That's very impressive to see. Yes. Going right away into the helix. Fortunate flush off of that, but that was a very, very well executed trick there.
Notice that you saw some air under her boat, and these competitors are going for the air bonus, big air bonus. So right now, Valerie Bertrand is at the top of the leaderboard with 255, and so she's got to be happy with that. And as the competitors continue to go, it'll become clearer and clearer what points you need to make the top 10. Next up is Savannah from Canada, and she's paddling out onto that wave. Ottawa River local, catching that wave, looking good, surfing around on that shoulder. She looks composed.
Yeah, she's looking very calm here. She's looking for those big tricks. Savannah, being Canadian, is no stranger to big waves, going for that back blunt, going for the front left blunt, I believe, there on that dangerous shoulder, but managing to retain it, showing how much skill she has here on this feature. Spinning it around, looking for the next pass. Not quite getting the air she wanted, but she's okay. She's going to keep it there, spin herself back into the position she needs to be. A little bit far on that shoulder with an unfortunate flush, but that was already some points on her first ride. And remember, consistency here is extremely important.
That's right. So next up, we have another Canadian, Sydney Nixon. And Sydney, according to her bio, is a nurse, and she says her favorite food is anything David Silk cooks. And David Silk is an instructor, a competitor, works on the Ottawa all summer, so it sounds like they spend some time together.
Yeah, she's dropping into the feature here. Another very experienced big wave boater, spinning it around using that dangerous shoulder, looking for her first pass here. Potentially looking for a back blunt, getting a little far back up, but she's still in there, she's safe. Going for the flashback to the left, flashback spinning into the back blunt. Looked like a bit of a cartwheel, she claimed it. They don't really score cartwheels here, but they might score it into a spin. There she goes for that back blunt. Another flashback, maybe go into a back roundhouse. Little bit too far off on that shoulder, pulls her off the feature, and that'll be it for her first of 3 rides.
Yeah, as you watch, you'll notice again, I mentioned it earlier, but on the corners of the wave, so there are corners, there are shoulders, what we call shoulders, with the foam pile in the center. The foam pile is what is water mixing with air, and it has upstream momentum. The corners have also, the corner that's on the left-hand corner of your screen has a lot of upstream momentum. That's what kind of it can destabilize paddlers. And on the right side of your screen, that corner has a lot of downstream momentum. The competitors want to use those corners because it gives them the opportunity for the biggest air and the best passes. However, they are somewhat of danger zones. Next up, we have Emma Witherford from Great Britain. Looks like she's fighting the eddy a little bit. Ooh, a little far, saves it, drops in.
Yeah, again, she used that dangerous shoulder, but managed to use it to catch the feature as it pushes her back in, getting a little far up on that other shoulder, but still managing to stay in the feature. Maybe, unfortunately, a little too far. Not the first ride she was looking for, but she's still got 2 more to go. We say that a lot, but it is true. It is how these competitions work. Sometimes that first ride, it's the first ride of the day. You've tried to warm up your best. Sometimes it just doesn't go quite the way you want it to, but you come back up, you reset, and you start over again on your second.
Yeah, that's right. And it's so important from a mindset perspective to be able to reset even when it doesn't go your way. Next up, Abby Holcomb from the United States. She's spent a lot of time here training at Good Wave. She was Women's Junior World Champion in 2022. This is her first Worlds competing in the women's division, and she is looking to make an impression here. Here she goes.
All right, we're expecting some huge tricks here as Abby is setting herself up. Very, very well-known paddler with a huge social media presence as well. Travels around the United States, so starting off with a beautiful left blunt, going for a air blunt to the right.
Oh.
Get off that dangerous shoulder. It is a scary spot there. Looking to set herself up backwards for potentially a back blunt the other direction. There it is. That is that left back blunt. Looking to use that feature as best she can. Looking for that back Pan Am. Absolutely incredible. She's going to be stoked with that. Looking potentially for the back Pan Am the other direction. There's the attempt, looking potentially more into a blunt, not getting the over verticality for the Pan Am, but absolutely great first ride from Abby.
Yeah, that was a great ride from Abby, and her dad Peter and her mom Kathy are here cheering her on. I was talking to her dad yesterday, and he was saying, it's a different experience to be in the women's division. She's competing against her heroes, so that's what's awesome about these competitions. You can learn, you have your heroes, and next thing you know, you work hard, you train, and then you find yourself in the eddy with them. It's really exciting. Our next competitor is Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain. And Tamsin competed in squirt, and I believe she won bronze in the women's squirt competition. And also, she competed in C1 and took the bronze in C1 women's just yesterday. So this is her 3rd event at this event. So it's quite impressive that some of these competitors are competing and have so much skill in all 3 events: squirt, C1, and kayak.
And we'll have to see. It's one of those things when you're competing in multiple events. It's a feat and a half to go for even 1 medal, but think 2 and maybe potentially 3 as she's in these quarterfinals for the women's K1.
Yeah, and managing her energy, it's amazing. She says she's the current owner of 17 cats. and here she is in the wave.
Well, I'm sure those cats are watching her quite eagerly on the TV back home.
Yep.
Side surfing, looking calm and collected, perfect control on this feature, setting herself up backwards maybe for that back blunt. Spinning it around to the right, getting some bounces, looking for that pass. She's really playing it patient here, going for the bigger tricks right off the bat. There's that nice right blunt, another right blunt. Maybe that first one would have scored as a roundhouse. Going, looks like she might have originally been going for
Maybe a back blunt.
maybe a back blunt. Not quite getting the pass she was looking for here.
Oh,
Whoa.
nice save. That was awesome. Good reflexes. She's trying to keep her paddle in the water. And that's time for Tamsin. She looks like unofficial score of 93. We'll see what the judges say. That would be enough to put her in third place as of right now in this heat. So we'll see what happens.
We'll bring you a full score list and current placements of the paddlers at the end of the first heat, so that you guys have a see of what the current placements look like and what each paddler is looking to achieve.
Yes. Next up is Darby McAdams from the United States. Darby lives in White Salmon, Washington. She is a documentary filmmaker. She organizes the Little White Race. She is an accomplished Class 5 boater as well as big wave surfer, and she loves surfing big waves. She really pulled it out in prelims yesterday. She was on the bubble and she threw a big trick and got herself into these quarterfinals. So I know she's looking to move into the top 10.
And there she is, dropping into the feature for her first ride. Second to last paddler of this heat, spinning it up a little bit, getting caught up on the stern, managing to save it in the feature. Not quite bringing the bow all the way around for that spin, going for a beautiful left blunt. Flipping around kind of into a pistol flip unintentionally.
That was a good save. It is tough to tumble in here and keep your composure.
Yeah, it really shows the reflexes of these paddlers when they catch a bit of an edge and they instinctively throw it into another trick.
Oh,
getting a little bit
up,
too
up,
much
up.
speed on that spin, shooting her right off the top of that shoulder.
And yeah, you can traveling across the wave can be dangerous when on your competitive rides or any time, because once you start traveling across the wave, you travel onto those shoulders. And Darby is very calm from what I've seen of her in this competition. And yesterday she didn't have great first rides, so we know she can pull it out in her last ride. So next up is Miki Sato from Japan, making her way. Oh, that ferry, she's working hard trying to get onto that wave. There she goes. Nice roundhouse. Setting herself up, keeping her blade in the water there, surfing around. She knows where she is on that wave. You can tell she's bouncing around, and it can be challenging to set yourself up with consistency on this wave without bouncing around so much. You want the bounce when you want it, but you don't want the bounce when you don't want it.
Yeah, sometimes it can be that catalyst that just puts you slightly out of control, especially on a bigger wave like this.
Yeah, and surfs herself off the shoulder. She has one more ride, or two more rides, two more rides. So the competition is not over for Miki Sato.
All right, and that currently wraps up the first rides of their 3 rides for this heat. Here you see on the screen your current standings based off of these rides, with our Valerie, Abby, and Tamsin in the top 3 spots. You see those helixes really coming in clutch for them. Those are 150-point tricks, and we've only seen 2 of them so far. Absolutely incredible.
Mireya making her way onto the wave, going for a roundhouse. Oh, catching that corner and getting flushed off that corner. You can tell how frustrated she is, and it is frustrating. It can be heartbreaking to work so hard, and again, competing on whitewater is challenging, because the water, you are competing on a venue that moves underneath you, unlike pretty much any other sport. And sometimes the water is moving, and there are bounces and curlers, and she just, got smacked a little bit by that curler.
Yeah, it happens.
Right. Valerie paddling out. She wanted to give a shout out to Noah and Alicia and Eric paddling for Norway, catching the wave. big blunt, maybe air, big blunt. Roundhouse, oh, danger zone. Come on, Val.
Yeah, she absolutely showing her technique and absolute mastery of whitewater here as she worked her way back onto the feature from that dangerous spot. Unfortunately, a little bit of a bounce. As we talked about, sometimes those bounces are not wanted, and that was an example of one that definitely wasn't in the right spot, does not expect it, pushed her right off the feature.
Yeah. And right now she's in the top spot for this heat, but we still have 10 women to go in the second heat, so that's important to understand. These competitors want to position themselves within this heat, not only at the top, but with a high score that they know is competitive with the next 10 women in the next heat.
Yeah, and this situation is a perfect example of why it's so important to be as high up on that board. Is that reverse seed order, the paddlers in the second heat get to see what their benchmarks are and try to attain that top 10.
Yeah, so next up is Nuria from Spain.
Dropping into the feature, unfortunately catching a bit of a harsh curler.
Well, and you notice she didn't quite get over into the foam pile. I've kind of been calling that the sweet spot to catch the wave. You want to catch the wave where the foam pile is biggest because it has that upstream momentum that will keep you there, help you retain the feature. Then when you're moving around and doing tricks, you want to use the corners, but if you try to catch the wave at the corners, you can miss the wave. All right, Savannah from Canada, the crowd is going wild. We hear the Canadian cowbells going.
Starting it off, looking for maybe that first big air blunt, something we know that she's capable of. One of her specialties are those big tricks on these waves. She's looking to spin it up, get a few points on the board, bring it all the way around the full 360 degrees for those 10 points. Looking for that roundhouse on the right. Getting a little far on that. Oh no, a little far on that shoulder was what I was about to say, and it caught her slightly off guard.
Yeah, again, the river surges, and if you drop the wrong edge just a little bit, she didn't drop her edge that much that time, and the water just caught her, and she was off. She does have one more ride, and again, she can reset and come back with some big tricks on that next ride. Next up is Sydney Nixon, again, another Canadian. Again, you hear the crowd, the Canadians going wild in the stands, cheering on their teammate.
And this, I believe, is her first Worlds paddling back since 2013 Worlds in NOC. Looking to set herself up for some more big tricks, getting a few nice bounces there. Didn't seem to really like what she had there. Going for the nice back blunt, maybe a bit of air as she gets the whole boat out of the water. One of her home waves and training spots is the Garburator wave on the Ottawa River, an absolute machine of a wave where they hosted the World Championships in 2015. Beautiful right blunt, going for the back roundhouse with air. Setting herself backwards again. Oh, maybe looking for the back pad. I'm getting a little bit caught up. Can she retain the feature? Unfortunately not. Although this is already a better ride than her first, we should give her a combined of just over 100 points. So we'll see her back again very shortly for her third ride.
Yeah, and that's what you want. I know these competitors are high performers. They want to best their last ride and keep moving up that leaderboard. Next up is Emma Witherford from Great Britain. Her first ride score was 11.67. We know that she wants to do more and secure a spot in the top 10.
All right, she looks like she got the thumbs up from the judges here, dropping in for her second ride. Currently, her first ride was at 11.67. She's going to be looking to set a benchmark here. Getting dangerously caught on that shoulder, managing to regain control. Unfortunately, spinning slightly off of it again. That shoulder, sometimes it'll green out completely and just push you off, and other times you can be sitting there and it'll just crash right on top of you.
Yeah, and notice she traveled across the wave. And again, if those of you watching, anytime you're trying to do a trick, traveling across the wave can be dangerous.
Yeah, and if you're watching and you see something like this happen, don't take it for granted. It is very hard. We saw it. We saw that shoulder taking names yesterday in the junior men's. It happens to the best paddlers in the world. But next up here,
Abby Holcomb. Abby Holcomb from the United States, a crowd favorite, dropping in. She's got that beautiful, I believe it's a Murky Waters boat, pink and blue. Going for a big blunt. She's taking her time. She is a strategist. Nice, going for that blunt other direction, trying to stabilize herself. Notice how she's taking the time to stabilize herself between every pass. Going for a big blunt to
good
the left.
air bonus on that as well.
Spinning it back around. Nice big air blunt. Maybe Pan Am. Unfortunately, doesn't quite stick it. We'll see what the judges say. She had the fist bump up, so she is excited for that ride, and that's what we like to see. So we'll see what the scores there. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So Abby Holcomb currently in second. I don't believe her second ride score has come in yet, so we'll see what that comes in at and see where it places her.
Remember, this event in the quarterfinals is your 2 best rides out of 3 count, so they add those points together for a combined score. That's why right now Valerie Bertrand, with her second ride of 125, puts her with a combined of 380, which is a very solid score.
So next up is Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain, waiting for the judges' thumbs up. And we joke a lot in kayaking how there's a lot of hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. You know, you want to be ready, you've got to have your warm-ups done, you've got to be in the eddy, and then sometimes we're waiting for, the judges are tabulating Abby's score, and sometimes that can be unnerving to have to sit in the eddy for too long. And so again, big props to these women for developing their skills, their competition skills, working under pressure.
And there's a lot more to just in that eddy. When you're in that eddy, you're sitting under the judges, next to all the sponsors, next to the signs. You got the announcers in the arena. You've got the crowd cheering you on as Tamsin is dropping in for her second ride. Crowd's going crazy. Lots of flags waving for her. Woo. Unfortunately, getting that same flush that we saw on that shoulder again. She looked to be in the right spot, but it decided, no, I'm going to green out, and she went right through it.
Yeah, that's why I like the sweet spot of the foam pile, right in the middle of the foam pile. But even that, you hit that foam pile and it can throw you off. Here comes, or next paddler, I should say, is Darby McAdams from the United States. She's in that PE Pro kayak and carbon kayak. I love the pink stripes, pink racing stripes. And again, she is a big wave boater, documentary filmmaker, accomplished Class 5 boater. She did well at the World Cup last year, and she's looking to do well here in Columbus again.
All right, catching the wave for a second ride, going with a left roundhouse, spinning it back around, not quite getting it all the way the 360 degrees. Still looks like maybe one of the judges would have scored that. That's why you see sometimes decimal points on these rides.
Bounce.
Yeah, bouncing it around, continuing the spin, maintaining control. She's looking to set up. It looks like she might be looking to set up nice backwards. Oh. Getting a nice left blunt, but
getting smacked by that shoulder. That was a little violent.
Yeah, she landed that blunt and then instantly got flung across the feature.
She went for it, though. She had a lot of energy into that blunt. That's what we like to see, these women going for it. They know they can do it. They've got the skill. They've got the training. And they want to show off what they can do. So that was Darby's second ride. They still have one more ride after this. Next up is Miki Sato from Japan. Waiting for the judges' thumbs up.
That very uniquely colored helmet, you don't see a lot of the baby blue. It stands out extremely well. It's actually really fun to have a helmet that stands out when you're paddling.
Yeah.
We're all about the style of we paddlers. Catching it, managing to use that shoulder to get the wave. Nice big air roundhouse. Spinning it back around. Looking backwards again, spinning it the other direction, there would be another 10 points on her score sheet. Maybe looking for a shove it, not quite getting the boat all the way around.
The shove it. Nice roundhouse. Oh, I don't know if that came all the way around enough for it to score.
Yeah,
we
so
joke that the shove it is the hardest 5 points
Oh,
you'll ever earn.
It's crazy hard. It's one of the longest definitions on the score sheet, and it's only worth 5 points. And she's still going to try that, seeing if she can get the stern all the way around. Using that shoulder, going for the back roundhouse. Making her full 45 seconds on the feature, racking up as many points as she possibly can.
Yeah, and as we've seen, it's no small feat to stay on the feature for the entirety of your 45 seconds and stay in control.
It is not easy at all. We see so many people not making it through to those 45 seconds. So if you can make it there and can be continuously scoring points the entire way, that's something to be proud about here.
Yeah, and so you see so far on your screen this current standings of this current heat. Please remember that there's another heat of 10 women to go.
And one more ride to go as well after this.
Yes, of course. This heat isn't over. Here we have Mireia dropping in. Mireia from Spain dropping in for her final ride. Oh, looked like she was going for a big air screw. I don't know how that landed. Doesn't look like the judges gave that to her. She's surfing on that corner, looking for the roundhouse, spinning around. You can tell she wants it. She's looking for that position, going for roundhouse other direction. Looks like the judges might have given her given her something for that last roundhouse. Getting flipped onto her edge. She did a good job of recovering.
Going for the donkey flip.
Yeah, went for that donkey flip. Didn't quite stick it right at time, but she looked energized on that wave.
Oh, 100%. And something you see, donkey flip, if you can score them, are worth 90 points. Now, it does look similar to another trick that we are familiar with, that we've seen a lot of, which is the air screw. But the main difference is, honestly, it's kind of in the name. Air screw requires air throughout a large percentage of your rotation, whereas the donkey flip just requires a 360-degree rotation around the longitude axis of the boat, which is bow to stern.
Right. Here comes Valerie for her last ride. I know Noah and Alicia are cheering her on. She is currently in second in this heat. She's looking to score more. Looks for that blunt to the left. She is also looking energized. She knows what she wants. She keeps looking back at the feature. Vision is so important because when you look at the feature, you tend to stay retentive. She's looking for that pass. And when we say pass, she's looking to set herself up to travel down the wave, bounce just like that, maybe a flip turn. So we'll see what the judges say. If you stay down at the bottom of the foam pile, it is harder to get the bounce and harder to score. Oh, she was looking for that back blunt, doesn't quite get it. Going for maybe an air screw donkey flip there. We'll see what the judges say. But she is going for it. She is looking strong. Surfing off the wave, so we'll see. Again, she went for a lot of tricks. Not sure how the judges will score the completion of them, so we'll see what they say, and we'll wait till they're tabulating the score now.
Her second best ride from ride 2 being 125. If ride 3 bests that, she will be using that along with ride 1 of 255 for her combined score.
So as we're waiting, again, want to shout out to Georgia Power for working with us for the water. We couldn't do this competition without the water flowing, and so we appreciate that.
Yeah, they've got a dam just upstream of this area, and they release it. We count it in either cubic feet or meters per second, but also in the gens. Depending on how many generators are running, we have a different version of this good wave feature.
Yeah. Oh, sounds like Valerie's score might have just come in, maybe not. We heard the crowd go wild, and typically they go wild for scores, and when different folks move up. Oh, there we see Sage Donnelly and Olivia McGinnis on the screen. They're in Heat 2. We see Hunter.
Valerie's third ride coming in at 165, putting her on the top position
Nice.
with 420. Nuria dropping in the feature, third and final ride. She is currently in the 8th place position. She wants to work her way further up that leaderboard. The further up you are, the less scary it is moving into the next heat. Beautiful air blunt. Trying to rack in as many bonuses as she can along that. Maybe going for the roundhouse, but continuously spinning it around. Just in case the roundhouse doesn't score, she wants to make sure that spin scores. Going for the back roundhouse, spinning it around the other direction. These solid small points, continuously adding to it. She's not stopping this entire ride. She knows what she has to do, and she's here to do it.
Again, setting herself up for these passes. I think that looked like she was trying for a flip turn. Not sure. Looks like she's trying to set herself up for a big trick, and that is time for Nuria.
Yeah, great last ride. She waves to the crowd. It looked like an unofficial 120 points. Definitely much better than her first few rides. So she'll probably use that combined with her first ride of 36.67, and she'll have to wait and see moving into this next heat if that's enough to keep her in. But next up here, we're moving back to Savannah of Canada for her third and final ride.
And Savannah definitely wants to put more points on the board. She's currently in 7th in this heat. And again, the higher up you are in this heat, the better chance you have of qualifying for the semis in top 10. So here she goes, ferrying out to the wave.
Dropping in on that sweet spot. Perfect execution for catching it. Getting for that potentially right roundhouse. Again, sometimes if it looks like they may have scored it, but they didn't, they may have missed a technicality on the score sheet. So roundhouse and these tricks require the stern to go fully upstream. So for your full rotation, your 180-degree rotation, if you didn't attain that and you correct the stern too early, it may not score, which looks like that might have happened there. But she spins it around there, going for a 10 points. Still got 15 seconds left to her ride. Let's see what she can do. She looks focused. She knows she has to throw something, going for potentially a right roundhouse again. Maybe the back roundhouse the other direction, spinning around into a flashback. Flashback being spinning into sometimes a clean back blunt or roundhouse. Spinning it up a little bit too far on that shoulder, gets a flush.
It looked like her score was going up, so some of the judges were giving her points for some of those moves. It looked like she might have gotten kind of stuck at the bottom of the foam pile, which again makes it hard to throw these tricks. And that's why these competitors are going up onto those danger zone corners to try to get the biggest air. And there we have Nuria, I believe, coming out of the water. She was smiling. All right, next up is Sydney Nixon from Canada. Also wants to throw down a big ride here to qualify for the top 10 in semis.
Yeah, the second Canadian in these semifinals, dropping in right on the sweet spot, spinning around, looking for that flashback. Not sure if she was able to get the angle on that stern, but still going to qualify as a spin. Looking for those passes, getting as much speed as she can, getting a little far off on that shoulder. Can she make it back? Yes, she can. She's still there. She's got that little hand paddle flick, that reassurance. Beautiful back blunt. Spin it around into that flashback, maybe keeping it clean. We'll see what the score comes into that. Setting it up backwards, looking to maybe go for another back blunt. We know we've seen her throw in some of those Pan Ams. Going for a right blunt. Going for the backstab the other direction. Bit of a flush off, but that is a decent third ride. She's been consistent throughout this event, and we'll now just have to wait and see if it is enough for her to make it into the semifinals.
Yeah, it's a waiting game in between rides for the competitors, but it looks like Emma Witherford from Great Britain just slid into the water, waiting for the thumbs up, and it actually looks like the women in the eddy are calm. Looks like they are it looks like they're calm. And even with that surgy water, did you see they just got surged? Yeah. And so again, there's a lot going on just sitting in that eddy.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome that they set up these nice little platforms for the paddlers to get in and out, get out onto the feature, ready to go. Otherwise, it can be a bit hectic up in that eddy during training sessions. Emma getting ready for her third ride. She's currently in the 10th place on that bubble spot right now with a first ride of 11:67. She is looking for a great third ride. We know she can do it. Let's see what she's got for us here on Good Wave.
So she's surfing, bringing it around for a spin. Again, traveled across the wave to that corner. Oh, and she looks disappointed. I know that feeling of working so hard and training, and you have the pressure to perform in the moment in your rides, and you get flushed earlier than you want. It's part of competition, though. It's part of that experience. And here comes Abby Holcomb of the United States.
Abby currently in the second place spot here. Let's see what she can bring to the table here. See if she can move into that first place position, which is the most comfortable position to be when you're moving, when you still have 10 more paddlers to go ahead of you. She is using that shoulder very calm, very smooth. Doesn't even look like it's hard to surf. Starting off with a nice left blunt. Looking for her next trick here on Good Wave. Going for that right blunt. Getting both blunts on the score sheet. Her tricks are super smooth. They almost look like they happen in slow motion, but they're executed to perfection.
Yeah, she's a very calm competitor. Setting herself up, spinning it around. I know she's looking for a back blunt. She looks a little stiff out there, and it is so hard to stay relaxed as a competitor when the pressure is on at the World Championships. You want that semi spot so badly, and it can be difficult to relax. So hopefully what Abby, we'll see what the judges say, and hopefully her scores are good enough to carry her forward into the top 10. I know she wants it. I know all of these ladies want it.
100%, but Abby probably most likely will be keeping her second place currently after that ride. We'll have to wait and see what it is, if it is enough to bump further up. But regardless, in those top positions is it's the best you can do when it comes to being in those first heats. Is just get yourself as far up as you can, and then it's that waiting game as you watch the other competitors, because you never wish paddlers to not do well.
Right.
So you're always cheering on these paddlers. So it's a crazy mix of excitement, emotion, and stress as you wait for those next rides.
Yeah, and Tamsin McConkey from Great Britain faring out. She already has 2 bronze medals from this World Championships, one in squirt and one in women's C1. She's looking for another.
Yeah, she catches the feature right in that sweet spot, looking for that first pass, going for a right roundhouse, spinning it back around, maybe going for a back roundhouse. Either way, we'll probably be scoring a spin on that. Same with that back roundhouse attempt.
She's spinning it around. She's moving.
Again, she knows what scores and what can't score, and getting a little too far of a risky shoulder there, catching
nice
a bit of
work.
an edge. That is often what happens when you see these paddlers surf off, is they go for a spin and the surge just catches one of their edge and it carves them off the feature. It can happen so unexpectedly, and you get so much momentum from literally nowhere. She's still looking for beautiful right blunt, going for that back stab the other direction, getting pulled off the feature a bit.
Yeah, when you go for the back move and you don't quite bring it all the way around, what happened there was her entire edge caught the water, and you don't want your entire edge catching the water because that will pull you off the wave. So, but Tamsin McConkey already with 2 medals from this World Championships, so we'll see what the judges say.
Yeah, and she'll definitely be using this third ride, however the points come in, as her combined score, not getting an unfortunate 0 on her second, but a good 93.33 on her first ride. So once we see the score come in, we'll keep you updated. But next up in our list, we have
Darby McAdams from the United States, and we know she can throw big wave tricks, big air. She loves surfing big waves. She's done stakeout. She has surfed big waves, and all over the U.S. and the world. and she will be looking to pull out at least one of those big tricks to try and get up the leaderboard. I can tell she's breathing, she's setting herself up, her mental state, ferrying out strongly. Nice forward stroke out into the wave. Whoa, did you see how that foam pile just hit her?
Yeah, it just crashed straight over her. Going for that back
up,
blunt,
up.
manages to retain it. Very good. She's got, the wave is greening out for exactly how she wants it to get those beautiful passes down what we call the green runway. She's got 2 tricks, potentially 2 blunts under her belt so far, spinning around backwards, looking for maybe a back roundhouse. Still looking to set herself up on that shoulder.
She's got 8 seconds left.
Dangerously on that curler.
Can she throw a trick here? And that's time for Darby. Probably not the ride that she wanted. And we know she's skilled, and that's the thing. With all of these competitors, we know they're skilled. We know they can throw these tricks. It is, I have to say from experience as well, that it is different. Paddling for fun and competing, there are 2 different ball games.
Yeah.
So
Tamsin's previous score, third ride, came in at 85. That currently combined puts her in 3rd place.
Okay, thank you for that update. Miki Sato from Japan on the wave, going for a roundhouse. Didn't look like it came around. The rotation came around. We'll see what she's spinning it around. That was a nice spin. She just keeps moving around this wave.
Yeah, she does not stop, keeps using the momentum, trying to put herself in as many positions and opportunities as possible by never stopping the movement on the feature.
Nice.
Beautiful air blunt, but unfortunately spinning off the feature on that shoulder. That is still some good points
She
coming in.
has a big smile on her face, so that's a good sign.
100%. When you see that paddlers are happy in the water, you know it means they're having a good day. And that's honestly one of the most important things here when you're paddling at these events.
Absolutely. It's important to keep it fun. Because you put so much time and effort into it, so keeping it fun is important.
Yeah, Miki Sato's 3rd ride, we're still waiting on the score. It looked like it was unofficial, just over the 50 mark. If that is so, she will be replacing her 1st ride with that one, as her current combined score is 88.33.
So you see up on your screen the leaderboard, the current leaderboard, and the little Q at beside the scores means that they are currently qualified for the top 10. They all have the Q because this heat had 10 competitors, and now we're waiting for the 2nd heat of K1 women, and they will change that leaderboard up as we go through the heat.
100%, and I do believe that currently wraps up the 1st heat here. I'll give you a quick rundown of where we are. Our current leader moving in as they move into the 2nd heat is Valerie Bertrand with a 420, Abby with a 398, Tamsin 178, Nuria 156, Sydney 120, Darby 116, Miki Sato 113, Savannah 71, Mariah 35, and Emma 11.
So our next heat, the start list is Dino Rock from Great Britain, Marjana Turney from Finland, Olivia McGuinness from the US, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, Ani Mikanen from Finland, Sage Donnelly from the US, Anna Bruno from the US, Emily Jackson from the US, Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and Audley Robinson Shaw from Great Britain. And we are looking forward to seeing these ladies in action. This heat, again, this is in reverse seed, so Audie gets to go as the last competitor in the heat, so that is an advantageous position. She can compete knowing what score she needs to beat. First up is Dino Rock, and she asked me to give a big shout out to her mom, Lois, watching. Lois got into kayaking once Dino started getting into kayaking at age 10. So big shout out, Lois. Dino catching the wave. Oh, going for a nice big blunt. Looks like she had some air on that trick. Setting herself up backwards, spinning it around. looking in control, looking for that another blunt. She looks energized and focused. Ooh, getting up on that shoulder, going for that roundhouse, other side, getting set up backwards, going for a big blunt. She is rocking.
This is looking to be an incredible first ride here from Dino. Not stopping, continuously rotating, getting blunts, roundhouses, backwards and forwards, spins each way. 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left. What can she throw us? A beautiful left air blunt.
Looks like the score was still going up. That was a great first ride from Dino. It's nice to start off strong like that from a mental perspective, from a mindset perspective.
And the other important thing, as these are the last 10 paddlers for these quarterfinals, is the current cutoff at the moment is for the qualifying into the next round is held by Emma Witherford with an 11:67. So that first ride already is enough to bump her into those top spots. She will have to continue throwing down, though, as there are 10 paddlers that can challenge that.
Yes. And I know she's ready for it. She looked ready for it. Next up is Marjana Turney from Finland. And on Marjana's bio, it says that she's a forest machine driver. And I'm really curious to know what that is, but it sounds really cool.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if it's driving those big forestry machines around in the woods.
Whatever it is.
Might have to ask what that what that entails later on.
Marjana ferrying out, wants a top spot in this heat. Catching the wave nice and solidly, spinning it, going for a clean spin.
Clean being keeping the paddle blade out of the water for a portion of your rotation.
Getting on that danger zone, but she looks in control, looking for that clean spin the other way. She had to touch. I think she might have been looking for a shove it, going for a roundhouse. Staying close to that shoulder. She's looking for a strong pass, going for a roundhouse the other way. Looked like she was setting herself another roundhouse, coming around. Oh, and catching her stern. Can she save it? Yeah, oh, almost. I think she could have saved it. Sometimes we get tumbled in the wave. So we'll see what the judges say on that ride and where that puts Marjana after her first ride in this second heat of women's quarterfinals.
All right, so the first two scores from Dina and Marjana have come in. Dina scoring a 170 on her first ride, Marjana a 68.33 as we move on to Olivia McGinnis of the United States for her rides.
Olivia McGinnis is a strong paddler, hailing from the southeast. This region looks like she's in a red Dreamboat carbon kayak, and she is spinning it around, looking good. Her parents are here watching, cheering her on. She's looking for that pass, going for a blunt, saving it. Oh, danger zone. Can she save it? Nice work, Olivia, coming back onto the wave. That was a great save. Now she's working her way over to the other shoulder, scoring or trying for that blunt, getting a little bit of a fumble, going blunt other way. These ladies are bringing it in this second heat.
Yeah, it's looking like
Nice.
a solid first ride here from Olivia as she continuously gets each one of her roundhouses and blunts, throwing air on some of them. She was really not shy of either shoulder, just hanging around on anywhere on the wave she wants to be. She's not letting the wave control her. She's in control of the wave.
Solid first ride for Olivia. And looks like you can see the ladies in the eddy. You can see Sage, Emily, Anna waving. Oh, I think there's a military helicopter flying over us, so they were waving at the military helicopter. Columbus, Georgia is home to Fort Benning, a large military base. And that was a little flyby they did for us.
Yeah, they've had a couple of those. I wonder if they're just they see paddlers and they're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I think everybody kind of has a natural instinct to look at it and go, what is this sport?
Right. So next up is Heidi Walsh from Great Britain. Oh, and just in, Olivia McGinnis is now in second place with a score of, in this heat with a score of 110. And Heidi Walsh from Great Britain is making her way into the current. She has been training and playing on the Ottawa and working on the Ottawa River in Canada all summer. And she knows how to surf big waves. looking for that bounce, looking for that first pass to throw a big trick, going for a blunt to the right, spinning it around, staying in control, going for a blunt other direction, spinning it around, doing a good job of staying on the feature from that far shoulder. Again, taking her time to set up. Oh, looking for a flashback, traveling across the wave and out. So again, these competitors want to travel as little as possible across the wave while performing a trick so they can stay retentive.
And again, you mentioned that she had been spending time up in Canada on the Ottawa River. There's been a lot of these paddlers, either they've been here at Columbus or hanging out up in Canada, which is honestly, I'm a little biased on this one, but probably the home of all the best big waves in the world.
Oh, I agree.
And Montreal, Quebec, Beachburg, Ontario with the Ottawa River. It's absolutely incredible training spots all summer long.
All right, next up we have Ani from Finland, and the Finnish paddlers have had a really strong showing at this World Championship so far. She is a physiotherapist and loves to dance with a big blunt to the right. Big air blunt, maybe Pan Am, we'll see.
And that was
to
absolutely
the left,
massive.
going for that helix. We'll see if it's a helix or a felix. Not sure there was air. Going for the flashback. She is bringing it on this wave.
Yeah, she's really showing that Finnish power on waves. They've always been powerhouses here, going for a beautiful back back blunt, maybe Pan Am, depending on how oververt the boat was. She's setting herself up backwards, looking for one more trick. Already a single ride score sitting at the 340 points. She's looking for the back Pan Am, not quite getting the bounce and rotation she wanted, but still incredible first ride here.
Incredible first ride, right? That's one ride will
put her up in that, if that is what the score that holds, would already put her up in third place with a single ride.
With a single ride, that's where you want to be when you are competing, setting yourself up as quickly as possible on the leaderboard. So as they wait for the tabulation of that score, you can see again lots of smiles in the eddy, lots of laughing. These ladies are used to competing together, and we have Sage Donnelly from the United States coming out. Sage, an accomplished paddler, Class 5 boater. She was junior world champion, freestyle in the past, going for a big blunt, bringing it around. Oh, going for another nice big blunt, looking for that air. She is moving. She knows what she needs to do.
Yeah, using the feature, perfect control, setting herself up for a backstab, maybe looking to go for the backstab the other direction. Backstab being the same, just another word for a back blunt. Very Canadian of it.
I know, I was going to say that's a very Canadian term.
Yeah, many of the wave terms
that was a
very
good
Canadian.
save. Good. Going for a flip turn or a helix and getting tumbled. Can she save it? That will be Sage's first ride, and we'll see what the judges say. She was moving. She had some nice moves. Sage managing not only the mental piece of this competition, also she is a type 1 diabetic and has celiac disease and thyroid disease. And so she does incredible work managing her health and having the energy, staying strong, and being out here on the world stage competing, not letting it slow her down at all.
Yeah, continues to be one of the world's best, a top level athlete here in the whitewater sport.
Absolutely. She's also an awesome instructor, and she has a photography business that she has recently launched, and she's happy. She's excited to be here at these World Championships. Next up is Anna Bruno from the United States. I've gotten the pleasure of commentating for junior women with Anna. She is an exceptional commentator, a fantastic boater, and she is making her way onto the wave. She's also the editor of Kayak Session magazine and was Dean of Students for World Class Academy.
Yeah, she's dropping into the wave here, getting a beautiful first pass, going for that left or right roundhouse, spinning it around into a left flashback, going for potentially the same thing again, maybe going for a roundhouse instead of the blunt on that second pass. Again, the differences between roundhouses and blunts are just in how vertical your stern gets up in the air. Under 45 degrees is your roundhouse. Over 45 degrees to 90 is your blunt. So you can score a few tricks that look very similar to each other. Going for a beautiful back blunt, going for the back roundhouse the other direction, staying in the feature. She's spinning it back around, looking for her next pass with just under 10 seconds left to her ride. Going for a blunt on that dangerous shoulder. Fortunately, kicks her off, but again, a great first ride here from Anna Bruno.
She gave a wave to the crowd. She was actually the alternate for Team USA, and one of the competitors decided to give up their spot, and so she wasn't expecting to be here until, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago, and so she's really excited to have the opportunity to be here. Next up is Emily Jackson. We're still waiting on the scores for Anna. Emily Jackson is a crowd favorite. She is well known in the kayaking world. She's a 3-time world champion. She is head of marketing, I believe, at Jackson Kayak. She has 2 kids, and she balances all of that and manages to stay a top competitor. And she is a strategist.
Looking to set herself out backwards for that very clean, perfectly executed backstab. Blunt to the right, maybe some air on that as well. Huge points already as you see those air bonuses raking in. Going for the back blunt to the right. She's probably going to be going for a back blunt the other direction, or maybe moving into her Pan Ams. Emily's got one of the cleanest back Pan Ams in the women's category. Spinning it around.
She loves the backwards moves. She's always loved back blunt. Oh, going for is a flip turn. Going for an air screw. Unfortunately, flushes. Gives the crowd a wave. Emily is. I appreciate Emily on social media. She says no one else can make me feel a way about my paddling. I am the one who decides how I feel about my paddling and competing, and she does a great job with her mindset and also cheering others on. So she's happy to be here. Next up, we have Hitomi Takaku from Japan, and we're waiting to see the score for Emily's first ride.
Yeah, Hitomi, our next paddler up, currently sitting in the second top seed moving into this event. We saw her throw down absolutely massive scores in the preliminary rounds. We're excited to see what she's got in store for us here in these quarterfinals as she drops into the wave.
Hitomi was world champion in 2019, and she had won a silver at the 2022 Worlds, going for a big blunt to the left, going for that roundhouse to the left.
Yeah, she's setting herself up backwards, already getting 2 points on the board, getting the air bonus on both of them, something she's very good at, just flying out of the water, using that hyper lightweight carbon kayak, setting herself backwards, looking for one of those coveted back blunts or back Pan Ams. They are huge points. Going for a incredible air screw, maybe bring it around. We'll have to see if what they score on that. Looks like some of those points are coming in. Absolutely massive, great save. Going for that left aerial back blunt.
Gets smacked by the corner, but it doesn't matter because she just threw down a great ride.
100%.
And the crowd went wild.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have a crowd microphone here.
Yeah.
It would have been pretty insane for the C1 finals yesterday. It's still insane every day. Imagine if we could have you guys here in the crowd for the finals on the weekend. You'll just have to imagine it from our perspective. It is incredible. It is electrifying.
Yeah, so we will see what the judges say. Next up is Audley Robinson-Shaw, and she is the one to beat here in the women's division. She is strong. She is consistent. She throws the biggest tricks the most consistently. She is current world champion, hailing from Great Britain. Going for a clean, it looks like a clean blunt.
Yeah, keeping her paddle as far out of the water as possible, going for that clean bonus, going for a
Nice,
huge back Pan Am.
Yeah. Woo!
Massive
Big,
air screw.
Yeah.
Audley's all about the big air, all about these big high-scoring tricks. She is a perfectionist in any river, any wave, any feature she paddles in, as well as almost every category she's ever competed in.
Oh, big back Pan
Absolutely
Am.
insanely
Wow.
huge back Pan Am.
That was an incredible ride, and now you see why everyone says she is the one to beat at this competition.
Yeah, Audley taking the gold medal yesterday in the women's C1 category. She's looking for a second one here on Good Wave.
Also took silver in the square competition. So another one of these competitors who are doing all of the events here at the World Championships and medaling. It's very impressive. When I was watching her in squirt, she has so much control. She's so strong, precise, as you said, Zach. She's so strong, so waiting. So here are the scores on your screen. Audie takes the top spot, and Dino Rock is paddling out onto the wave. And again, shout out to Lois, her mom, who's watching. Does a good job catching that wave. Oh,
well, we'll see if the camera comes back to us again.
Oh, no.
Well,
What?
we're going to see if we... Oh, there it is. It's back.
Okay,
We've got
good.
it. She's surfing there. Looks like she hasn't managed to put in a score yet in those few seconds. Goes for the blunt, but gets an unfortunate catch on that shoulder. She's going to claim it. She knows she's still got one more ride to go.
Yep, again, part of the competition strategy, I know I talk a lot about it. Mental agility is my jam. That's why I have a coaching program surrounding it. But the important thing is that when things don't go your way, can you reset, clean slate? You can pull out one amazing ride, and it can get you onto the bubble into the next round.
Yeah, and one of those things, Luke mentioned it earlier during the junior men's, is that claim, no matter how bad your ride is, no matter how rough you have it out there, claim it. Be happy with
Yes.
yourself. It's important.
Okay, so Marjana, oh, it's good. Camera work is, okay, interesting.
It's coming back.
Yeah, nice. Going for that air blunt to the left. Not sure it had quite the verticality it needed for a blunt. We'll see what the judges say. Spinning it around, keeping her eyes on the feature, going for a, well, I thought she was going for a shove it, setting herself up backwards, spinning it around. Surfing out there on that shoulder. Going for a blunt the other way. Oh, getting close to that shoulder. Going for another roundhouse. She's just roundhousing and blunting her way around. Oh, going for a clean spin. Doesn't quite come around, but she was throwing tricks all the way till the end of the ride.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that regardless. Actually having a hard time leaving the wave, which is a
Right,
little uncommon for this feature.
If only, right? If only that was the case.
If only every paddler couldn't get off the wave. Absolutely incredible. Love to see it.
All right. Next up is Olivia McGinnis from the United States. And Olivia is a Southeast paddler. She also has taught and guided for Endless River Adventures in the Nantahala Gorge. I believe she loves the Ocoee and all of those southeastern rivers. She's an accomplished freestyle boater and river runner. And here she goes, veering out to the wave. She's looking focused. She has those Live Like Maria stickers on her helmet in honor of our good friend Maria Noakes. Setting herself up on the wave, going for a roundhouse off that shoulder. Setting herself back up. She's taking her time. Setting up, looking for that pass. It's going to give her, whoa, nice big blunt to the left. Little tumble. Great job retaining the feature. Going for the blunt the other way. Spinning it around. Oh, on that shoulder. She's looking for a nice pass. Traveling back over to the other shoulder. Going for another blunt. And she's got 1 second left. Can she throw something? And that is time for Olivia.
Yeah, still a good second ride coming in for Olivia. That'll add up to her first ride currently of 110. So we'll have to see where that currently puts her. However, it looks like a lot of these paddlers already from their first heat, from their first rides, are putting themselves into those qualification spots. So absolutely incredible performance here from all of these women in this heat.
Next up, Heidi Walsh from Great Britain, paddling out strong. She is looking to move up the leaderboard. She knows she can do big wave tricks, catching the wave right on that corner. Great job. Staying on that corner, going for a right blunt, or yes.
Yeah, she's looking for those tricks. They're going for the left roundhouse, maybe not bringing the stern all the way around. We'll have to see what the judges call on that. Again, we are not judges, we're just announcers. We call what we see, but we can't make the official judgment. We're waiting to see what she get. A little paddle slip there, that's all good. She's recovering, she's looking to set herself up for her next trick.
She's having a hard time getting to a little bit higher into the foam to set herself up for a bounce. She's kind of getting stuck there at the bottom. She has 3 seconds left. She needs to throw something now.
There it is. That is exactly what you want to do. Unfortunately, not retaining the feature. We'll have to see if the judges call it yes or no. That is their call on that. There was actually, so we saw her struggling to get back up to the top of the feature. There's a few strategies that we've seen so far, whether it's working one of those dangerous shoulders, doing a high risk but very high reward as you can get right up on the top ready for another pass. The other option, which tends to be a little safer but a lot more difficult, is actually throwing tricks while at your bottom and letting that momentum of landing bring you back to the top of the feature. So you see some paddlers go one trick, the next, second trick, third trick, and continue through the whole 45 seconds. Here we have Annie dropping in. Looks like she may have scored potentially a third of a spin, as one of the judges out of 3 would have called it. Going for that left roundhouse. Setting herself, using that shoulder to bring herself back up to the top of the feature, getting as much speed on the wave as she can for the maximum air.
Same thing, kind of getting a little stuck there at the bottom of the foam pile. She's surfing around, going for a roundhouse, trying to get herself up, going for the helix or Felix, catching that shoulder. She is currently qualified in 5th place. And so we'll see what her scores do. This is their second ride. Thank you, Zach. Okay, Sage coming up. Sage is, of course, looking to best her last score. She had a good first ride. She knows she can throw big tricks on this wave. Going for a blunt, not quite bringing it around. Spinning it around. Love her vision there, looking back. Nice big blunt on that corner. Nice big black blunt. Little roundhouse. She's setting herself up. Surfing on that corner. Another maybe blunt. Going for a big back Pan Am, and she retains the feature. That was awesome. You can see the scores going up. Going for that helix. Doesn't quite retain the wave, but the crowd is going wild here in Columbus for that last trick.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive from Sage on her second ride. Her first ride was 1:13.33. Her second ride looked absolutely huge from the unofficial score we were seeing. I think that that's going to be enough to bring her over that bubble into the qualifying positions at the moment.
Currently, our next paddler up, Anna Bruno, is sitting on the bubble, qualified in 10th place. And Sage, it looks like Sage could knock her out of that spot. So we will see what happens when the judges' score comes in.
Yeah, these are some of the most stressful moments as we move into the wrapping up the second rides, and soon enough, and then going into the thirds is we may actually see all of this heat's paddlers able to move into that qualifying position. But here comes Anna attempting to bring herself, yes, she got bumped just out of the qualifying position. She's going to want to score as big as she can to get herself back into those top 10 spots.
Looking around the wave, trying for that flashback. Setting herself up backwards, looking for that back blunt, getting a big bounce there. You can see it takes a lot of skill to stay on this wave. Big, going for a back blunt the other direction. Surfing over to that corner, she knows that that's where she needs to be to Nice work. Caught her bow for a moment, going for a nice blunt. She's got 7 seconds to go in this ride. Surfing around. Can she throw a trick? Looks like she may have gotten a roundhouse at the buzzer. So we'll see. Nice work, Anna.
Very consistent paddling there on the feature, making full
Again,
use of her
having a hard
45
time
seconds.
getting out of the wave.
Yeah, as we see the wave evolve throughout the day, as the water levels settle above and especially below in the pool, the wave does change. It makes a very dynamic and changing environment for these athletes to adapt to. Paddling it in the morning is not the same as paddling it at the end of the day.
All right, now we have Emily Jackson. She is a great competitor. She strategizes, she's relaxed, and she knows exactly, I'm sure, what she needs to do to up her score. Big back blunt, not wasting any time, throwing a big trick, spinning it around, looking for another pass, taking her time. Big back blunt, other direction.
That might have even scored as a back Pan Am.
Nice, another blunt. Going for that, was going for that clean spin, didn't quite make it around clean.
She's looking for her next big trick here, which might be either a flip turn or a helix from the looks of it.
Yeah,
she's still trying. She really wants it as she's setting herself up for potentially third. No, going backwards. Gonna go for a back Pan Am. Absolutely incredible. Retains it. Going for the donkey flip.
After the buzzer. Was that at the buzzer or after the buzzer?
Not sure. However, it did flush, so I'm not sure sure how important that'll
matter.
be, as the flush probably led it to not counting regardless.
Still cool.
Yeah, incredible ride. She was already in the 7th place position with a single first ride score of 3.3333.
All right, so we'll see what the scores say. You can see at the bottom left-hand corner, currently Audie, Valerie, Sage, Abby, and Ani are in the top 5 spots. They are happy to be in those top 5 spots. That's where you want to be, because you have less chance of getting knocked out. But again, anything can happen with these next rides. Here we have Hitomi Takaku from Japan.
Also scored an absolutely incredible first ride of 360. She's looking to set something up.
Nice.
Still manages to retain it.
Yeah.
Really knows what she's doing on these features. Absolute perfectionist on the water. A little bit of an edge. Can she retain it? Manages to stay in the feature. Absolutely incredible. See a bit of like a smile as she claims what just happened. Going for a nice right air blunt. Set it up for the same right blunt, maybe the other, either looking for the air, or she thought the first one might have counted as a roundhouse. Still a safe decision to make. Looking for her next pass here. Maybe wanted to kick it around for a helix. See what she's got in store here. She's gets so much speed on this wave. She looks so agile here. Getting caught up on the edge. Still managed to retain it. Absolutely incredible talent. There comes the end of her buzzer.
It looked like she was almost maybe going for a McNasty, but maybe not. I don't know. I couldn't tell, but great job from Hitomi. She is currently in 7th position before this ride. Okay, next up is Audie Robinson-Shaw from Great Britain. Again, the one to beat at this World Championships in the women's division.
Yeah, if she can score another ride similar to her first, she'll be just over the 1,000-point mark with her combined, which will be the first in these quarterfinals to achieve that.
Well, going for that clean blunt. She really wants that clean blunt.
Yeah, something that's very, very incredible of her style is how clean she can keep things. You see her in any feature. She loves to keep that paddle high up, throw that style, and get those bonus points. They add up quite a lot when you start doing them on everything, and it's part of her style that really pays off. Nice back Pan Am, going for the air screw.
Awesome.
We'll have to see if that counted. Sometimes the air screws don't count if the boat was too angled to one direction. Going for a back roundhouse, going for potentially a flip turn or helix. Unfortunately, it pulls the boat slightly off the top of the feature.
Yeah, so we'll see what the judges say. It looks like Emily Jackson has moved into the top spot, but that's before this last ride from Audie, so we will see what the judges say about this second ride. Both comfortably qualified at the moment, and you can see right here, so now Audie just moved back up after that second ride into the top spot. These women still have one more ride to go, and Dino Rock from Great Britain coming in for her third and final ride. And she wants a spot in that top 10. She is currently not qualified, so this is an important ride for her.
She's currently sitting in 11th position. The score cutoff right now is 178.33 combined. She's going to be looking for a good ride here to make it into those top 10 spots. This is a go big situation, and I think she can. She's starting off with a few spins here to get some points on the board, going for potentially a right roundhouse. Continuing spinning around, using that shoulder, staying nice and controlled, getting a little caught up on an edge.
Going for that blunt, and that's the smackdown from that curler on that shoulder. Don't think that will be enough to bump her into the top 10, but I don't know.
It actually might just be enough.
Okay.
Her second ride was actually 0 points, so the first ride being 170. She only needs to bump up 8.33 points, so this ride will probably pull her up just in the top, bumping Tamsin out of that 10th spot bubble.
We've got Marjana heading out to the wave. Marjana currently not qualified, so again, she needs to throw a big ride here. Blunt. She goes for blunt the other way, but on that shoulder, and she just caught too much of the green water, and it surfed her right off.
Yeah, and that was an unfortunate flush on her third ride. I do not believe that'll be enough to bump her into those top spots, but it was incredible seeing her paddle this week, and everyone else, honestly. Doesn't matter if you qualify or not today. It's incredible to see everyone out here paddling, having a good time, and it'll continue to be a great week regardless.
Olivia McGuinness paddling out onto the wave, currently in 9th place, so she is currently qualified. And she's paddling out, looking strong, catching the wave, setting herself up, taking her time, going for a blunt. Not sure she brings that around, spins it back around. Again, taking her time, looking for the bounce. You can tell she's looking for the bounce to get. There it is, blunt to the right. Serving back out onto that shoulder. Again, as Zach said earlier, that is a strategy for setting yourself up for these passes. She's going for a back blunt there, going for a back blunt the other direction, surfing back out onto that corner, coming back onto the wave. She's getting a lot of bounces here. Going for a blunt on that shoulder, trying to set herself up. That's time for Olivia. And we will see what the score comes in at. Nice work, Olivia.
So next up, we're actually going to have Heidi Walsh of Great Britain. This is going to be a very interesting ride. She is currently, in the rest of this heat, the only paddler who has not qualified in the top 10. Currently, we have Dino Rock, a fellow teammate of hers, sitting in that bubble spot. Heidi's going to need to go all out on this if she wants to make it in and bump her teammate out and make it into the next round. This is the last paddler who has a chance of making any type of upset here in this round. All right, we are just waiting for those scores to come in from Olivia, see if it bumps her up beyond that 9th place position, further up the board. And then depending on how Heidi's current run goes, we will, after this run, we will know our top 10. We just won't know where they are placed in that top 10, but we'll know who is qualifying on next. We saw some of the women from the previous heat hanging around the athletes area, watching the screen anxiously.
Can Heidi pull it off? We know she can. We'll see what she does here. Yes, beautiful. Big blunt.
Yeah, she's going to be looking for those big air bonuses there, as you see her single, getting all of that air, single points of 106.67 on that one move alone. she's going to be looking, setting up for the next big one. She's decided to go with, I'm going to really big tricks. I don't want to mess around with these little guys.
Nice.
Beautiful left air blunt, racking up those points. She looks happy. I don't know if she's already looked at the points she needed and see if she's already made it in, but she looks incredibly happy. Going for that absolutely huge air screw. This is the ride she wanted, going for the flashback with a massive air back blunt. She knows she did it.
So
she is happy. She already knows she made it through. She doesn't need anything more. Now we'll just see how far up that puts her with an absolutely massive ride, or what's looking to have been a huge, huge final ride. She knew she needed to bring it to the table. She brought it to the table.
Yeah, she did.
That's what she needed. That is enough. That should be enough to bring her into those top 10 spots.
Yeah, so now the remaining paddlers, they are qualified. Is that true, Zach?
It is absolutely true.
And so now they are trying to get the highest seed that they can for semis, sorry. Catching that wave, that was she's like, whoa, that was sketchy.
A little scary right there. Now, she's already sitting in 8th position, but as we mentioned, a bit of an edge on that shoulder as it
that
just
was a violent window shade.
But she knows she's already in. So essentially right now, these top 10 paddlers are qualified at the moment for the semifinals. What they're fighting for now is who gets to go for. You see them dancing, celebrating in the eddy. They're fighting right now for who's going to be first and last to go in the semifinals heat of 10, where they get the first paddler to go always has the most stressful situation of having to wait and watch the rest of the heat go, see where they end up.
Here's Sage going for her final ride. Throwing a roundhouse there. She was going for a big blunt. We know she wants to go big. Another going for that blunt again.
Sage currently sitting in 6th, looking to breach that top 5 positions. Going for a nice left roundhouse. Beautiful back blunt.
Yep, working the wave. She is working the wave, setting herself up for another. I think that was a big back Pan Am, maybe. Hard to tell from here, but going for.
That was an incredible helix there.
Yes.
Massive points coming from that helix, being worth 150 points without any bonuses.
She is having fun going for the helix the other way. Didn't quite get air underneath it. And she surfs herself.
Happy.
Surfs herself off. That was incredible.
Yeah, another great performance. It's one of these things sometimes when that stress of having to qualify is gone, sometimes you see some of the most incredible rides. We see that sometimes in finals with victory laps, like last year's victory lap of Dane Jackson hand paddling.
Yeah. All right, Anna Bruno, also a commentator here at these World Championships. She knows she is qualified, and so this is an opportunity for her. It's actually an opportunity for her to do a practice ride, right? Dial in some things that she may be thinking about or wanting to try. So she's setting herself up, going for a back blunt, coming back around. She is moving around this feature, very dynamic paddler.
Going for that left roundhouse. Looking to set herself up for a few more tricks here.
Surfing on that shoulder. I think she's checking out the shoulder.
Yeah.
How it goes. Big blunt, or a blunt.
Trying to gauge where is the best spot to throw the biggest trick she knows, how she's going to do it. Going for the back Pan Am, getting a little bit of an edge, but she's going to be happy with it regardless. Either way, we will see her tomorrow in the semifinals.
Yes, and we were saying earlier when we were commentating together that if you're going to window shade, you may as well do it spectacularly.
Exactly.
So there you go. So next up, Emily Jackson, currently sitting in 3rd place. And so she is going to want to up her score so she can be higher in the seeding for semifinals. She's smiling. She's looking like she's already having fun just paddling out onto the wave. Great job catching the wave, spinning it around. Going for a little roundhouse to set herself up to do a big back blunt. Another pass, roundhouse. Looking back at the wave, she knows exactly where she is. She knows how to set herself up. Going for a back blunt. She is looking strong, going for a flip turn.
Beautifully executed with 10 seconds left on the clock here. See what else she's got for us. Maybe going for another one of her signature back Pan Ams. There it is. Absolutely beautiful. Spinning it around into a flashback.
Great job, Emily. She is smiling. She's pumped. She knows she's qualified and moving into the semis. We'll see where that last ride, whether it changes up the standings.
All right, and we saw Sage's, Emily now being in third position because of Sage's third ride coming in, which came in at a 375, incredible. Also, Heidi Walsh's third ride at a 345 bumps her all the way up into fifth position. Now we have our fourth place position, Itomi, dropping in. She wants to be in those top three positions or in the very top. I know she always looks at that spot and is like, I want to be there. That's exactly where I want to be. And that's what she's looking to do.
Blunt. Yeah, she is throwing down.
Looking for her next big trick. She had looks like there's some good bonuses on that first blunt of hers.
Really in control on that corner.
You saw she almost floated back from the very back of the feature back in, like the wave wanted her back on it. She's looking for her next big pass for her big tricks.
She's being very patient. Oh,
beautiful
there it
air
is. Air screw.
Looks to potentially use the next pass immediately afterwards.
She loves that air screw. Nice back blunt at the buzzer.
Looking like a great score, currently sitting over the 300 mark unofficially. We'll have to see her, honestly, her second ride of 83.33, and she's already in fourth place with that ride. Now adding a over 300 point ride to her first over 300 point ride, that's going to be some pretty big points. We'll see how far up can she break into the top three positions moving into semifinals. Next up here, Audley of Great Britain.
And she wants that top spot. She's also a strategist, going for that clean blunt.
Yeah, Audley actually currently our leader and last paddler in this heat. So
big pan or back blunt, maybe Pan Am. Taking her time to set up, looking for that green runway, as you were saying, Zach, to throw some big air.
Yeah, you can see a lot of the paddlers now do beautiful air screw. A lot of the paddlers now looking to be a little more patient now that they know that they're already qualified. They're going to try for the biggest tricks they possibly can. Huge back Pan Am. Already close to a 500 point ride here. Going for that pistol flip.
Whoa,
absolutely incredibly executed on the 0-second buzzer. That is a massive, massive ride from Audley Robinson-Shaw.
And that is why she is the one to beat.
Yeah, that currently wraps up all of our rides for these women's quarterfinals.
Oh, there's a replay of that air screw.
Yeah, we always love the slow motion on these big air tricks.
So fun. So that does wrap up our women's quarterfinals. They will show us the standings in just a moment. There is that pistol flip right there that she retains. Beautiful.
Yeah, we'll see these standings in just a moment. We're just waiting on Audley's last ride. There it is. So currently our qualified paddlers, our top 10 that's just from this heat, but you'll see in a moment. Right now, according to both heats, you have in reverse order in 10th, Olivia McGuinness of the United States. In 9th, Anna Bruno of the United States. In 8th, Annie of Finland. In 7th, Abby. In 6th, Heidi of GB. In 5th place from our first heat, Valerie keeping herself far up into that top 5 with those incredible rides. 4th place, Emily Jackson. 3rd place, Sage Donnelly. In 2nd place, Hitomi's second ride, bring her all the way up to that 2nd place position, that second to last seed. And now Audley Robinson-Shaw's 3rd ride, breaking her combined score over 1,000 points with 1,070 points, taking that top seed position, moving into semifinals tomorrow.
What an exciting round, Zach. That was really fun to watch. The women were throwing down, and I look forward to seeing them in semis tomorrow. It's always hard. There's ecstaticness and joy when you make it through, and there's heartbreak when you don't. All of the paddlers who paddled today, all of the competitors, are excellent paddlers, and now they have experience. Yeah. Exactly. Congratulations. Now they have that experience that they take with them, all the tricks they've learned here. And so congratulations to all the paddlers. And next up is men's quarterfinals.
Those will be starting here in just a minute here. We are going to be, in the meantime, signing off. We'll be passing it off to our other fellow announcers here as we take a short break, moving into these men's quarterfinals. In the meantime, I'm Zachary Swanenberg.
I'm Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle. Thank you for tuning in.
And we'll talk to you in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. We are now just kicking off our men's K1 quarter-finals. These guys looking for a top 10 finish to progress through to the semi-finals that will take place tomorrow. We can see now on the wave our first paddler, Kazuya of Japan. Big aerial Pan Am there to start
Yeah,
off
maybe
with.
even a donkey flip. That was, or maybe getting that huge bonus on that Pan Am. That was beautiful.
Yeah, now just surfing around looking for his next pass. This wave big and bouncy. The paddlers out here picking their time as he goes for a beautiful Pan Am, flipping that boat over his head, rotating round to be pointing downstream and selling it to our judges.
Kazuya, like a longtime competitor here at the Worlds, that was a beautiful clean blunt with air to the left from him, showing his expertise as he goes right for that helix. It's always nice when you can see paddlers start to put the rides together that you know that they've been working on all week. So solid first ride for Kazuya Matsunaga from Japan.
Yeah, these quarterfinals are in reverse order of how they qualified. So Kazuya qualifying for these quarterfinals in 20th position. So he went out there, he set the bar. It looks like his score is going to come in somewhere around 510 points, but we'll wait for the judges to confirm that. Not a bad start for these
Not a bad
quarterfinals.
start. That's right. So we've got 20 male competitors, 3 rides, 2 combined scores count, cutting to the top 10. Next up, Mr. Bennett Smith out of US of A, a really talented all-around paddler and one of the most fun paddlers in my vote to watch on Instagram. This guy's doing crazy stuff on flat water, throwing loops and moves all over the show, and he is no stranger to the Chattahoochee River or to good waves, starting off with a beautiful aerial blunt. Nice and controlled, conservative first trick from Bennett as he goes to the other blunt, maybe a roundhouse. Looked like he was trying to go for that blunt McNasty, but not quite getting the bow down to initiate that link. Following it up with a back Pan Am to the left, spinning it around as he looks to set up that next backwards trick. Going for that spin, back Pan Am the other direction. That trick does require air as he goes right for the donkey flip, maybe an air screw. And you know, I do not envy the judges. They have to sit here and watch all day as they try and figure out, did that trick have air? Did it land straight? It was another beautiful air screw from Bennett as he goes for the pistol flip or the McNasty. So strong first ride, and going for the other one on the buzzer. I don't know if he quite got the rotation over the top of his head for that, but solid effort from Bennett.
Yeah, you could definitely see his power throughout that ride, really pushing some of these tricks out of nowhere. We can see a beautiful back blunt there on our slow-mo replay. It looks even better in slow motion than it did in real time.
It does. My life goal is always just to get one of those photos of me like inverted in a back Pan Am position. I might have to take someone like Bennett and just put my head on his body, but you know, girl can dream. But yeah, there's been some incredible media coming out of this event too, as the photographers down there work to capture all these athletes' moments. But next up, Mika Surjonen from Finland.
Yeah, the Finnish have had a strong contingency at this World Championships, just catching an unfortunate edge there as he hits the wave, flushes straight through. So that'd be a 0 point on that ride, but he has 2 more rides to go, so it's not the end of his competition at all. But
Next up is Joel Kowalski.
he is definitely no stranger to big waves. He's been around them probably longer than most of the other paddlers have been paddling.
Joel growing up on the Ottawa River. Dad Joe owning Wilderness Tours Kayak School and Ottawa Kayak School. So rafting and kayaking is literally in Joel's blood. Starting off with a huge air screw and unfortunately catching that edge. Joel, sometimes known as the Rhino, for how much power he can put down on his boat. And sometimes, you know, that you've got to be able to control that power in this feature as well. But I know his wife Adele and sister Katie are here cheering him on, the whole family. Papa Joe, Mama Sue, and they're going to be looking to cheer him on for the next ride. But next up, Love It, Live It's own Freestyle Unlocked author Bartosz Chałderna out of Poland.
Yeah, we've seen Bartosz here for the last few weeks, not only paddling and training himself, but also coaching some of the juniors, the next generation, showing them now what to do with the first couple of beautiful air screws. We could really see his experience there. He caught his nose, thought, what can I do with this? Looked for that McNasty, unfortunately just flushing off the back.
Yeah, this feature is touchy, right? You know, there's like a very gentle line for how aggressive you can be and like where you need to land that trick to not catch that flush. You've got to kind of always be looking to work your way back down the pile. Sometimes I think the biggest achievement is number 1, catching the wave, and number 2, staying on it for 45 seconds. But Luke Pomeroy out of Canada, throwing it off, starting off with a huge air screw. This kid putting down a double air screw on the Molly wave earlier this year up in Quebec with no paddle. Now he's got a paddle, so in theory it should be easier. Huge air screw the other direction. Luke traveling a lot, also working for Ottawa Kayak School, coming out of the Keener program. Just one of the nicest people you're going to meet out there on the water.
Yeah, he's looking to use the shoulder on the near side of the screen as he lands a huge Pan Am. There you saw the complete bottom of his boat fly over his head, pointing to downstream. He's done it in the opposite direction. He's done it backwards. He is just working his way through the score sheet as he lands.
Huge helix.
That helix would have been worth an extra 150 points right at the end of his ride. He knew he was in his last couple of seconds. I had to go big, and he went for it.
He did. Luke is actually was one of the alternates for the Canadian team this year, but one of the team members opted not to come. So, you know, I think Luke is riding the high of a bonus worlds, but he's still looking to make his way into the semifinal, and we know that he can do it.
All right, so I think coming up next is going to be from Poland, Tomasz Saplicki. He is a well-established paddler. He's got multiple medals on both the world and European stage. He's looking for that elusive gold medal
Yeah, he is one of the most powerful paddlers out there on the water. He just hammers his edge down, and he will make this carbon Murky Waters kayak fly as he goes to start things off with maybe a donkey flip, maybe a Pan Am, and again, catching that green water with how much that edge is sinking down into the current.
I think a lot of these senior men are aware of how high the cutoff is going to be to make that top 10, so they are going hard from this very first ride. They know they're going to need some big tricks, big air, big points.
Hayden Voorhees of Boise, Idaho, rocking that carbon kayak with a Payette Brewery wrap. They've got actually beers named after the North Fork Payette, which is where Hayden learned to kayak. So nice helix to start things off. Hayden is just one of, I think, the most talented all-around paddlers out there on the water as well. Helix the other direction. This guy is a former North Fork championship winner. So he spins it around, going for the flashback, excuse me. I know I missed a trick in there. I'm glad I am not a judge. Going for the air screw, maybe catching a huge donkey flip on that. Again, watching his angle, not wasting a minute as he goes to throw maybe a blunt, maybe a Pan Am, and then unfortunately catching his way off the wave. I watched Hayden put down an 1,100-point ride in team trials this year, so I know that he is capable of being right up there with that top 10.
Yeah, we saw that provisionary score coming in somewhere around 780 points, which would be enough to take him up to the top. At the minute, we've got Bennett Smith of the US with 736 points.
But remember, it's going to be 2 rides combined that count, so we are sure to see those tricks come up in point value. Hayden, shout out to Mom Jody, Dad Mike, who I'm sure are at home watching right there, cheering him on. His brother Alec is actually a judge in this competition.
All right, now dropping into the feature is Visa of Finland. We have a big Finnish contingency out this year. We see Visa throwing down lots of powerful moves as he starts off with a lovely air screw, 140 points straight onto his tally as he looks for it in the opposite direction now. You can do each of these tricks left and right, front and back.
Huge Pan Am. That's right. Going for the back blunt, spinning into it, maybe getting the clean bonus on that, initiating that trick without using his paddle. Visa, one of those paddlers that's just gotten better and better in the last few years, and it's just so fun to watch that progress and watch that improvement happen in real time. Going from the helix right to a blunt, looking to back up for the next trick, but not quite getting that together before the buzzer. 45 seconds. It feels like an eternity, and it also goes so fast.
Yeah, when you're on that wave, those 45 seconds feel like 10. The time just flying by.
I know. I'm always amazed at the competitors that have the ability to actually glance up at the clock during their rides. But yeah, look at that beautiful wave we have right here, right now. So massive shout out to Georgia Power for letting us have this water.
We have our first British paddler on the water now, Harry Price. He got a bronze medal at last year's World Championships. Looking to improve that this year as he lands that second air screw of this ride. That was huge.
So huge, the wave didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, he just had a lot of hang time on that trick there. We saw him go upside down, rotate it round, land, and then, unfortunately, just flush off the back. But we'll see these guys 2 more times before the end of this heat.
That's right. Quarterfinals, 3 rides, 2 rides count, 20 paddlers, cutting to 10. And then after this, we still have the junior men and junior women's finals. So today is a big day, and tomorrow is going to be even better.
Yeah, so we can see the scores there for all these first runs. The US there with Hayden and Bennett sitting in the top 2 spots, and then Visa from Finland in 3rd. This is just 1 run's score though, so these guys will get 3 runs with their best 2 adding up. So we are going to see those numbers just grow and grow and grow.
It's always nerve-wracking to be in the first heat, you know? You're like, can I put down a big enough score that I'm going to make the other heat work for it? And then you just have to watch and see what happens.
Yeah, Kazuya from Japan now dropping back in 560 on his first ride, looking to add some good points as he looks for a big air screw there, straight into the Pan Am, wasting no time at all. Those 45 seconds, as we say, it feels like eternity, but goes so quickly.
Those 2 tricks were so snappy, so powerful. It must have something to do with those Dreamboat kayaks he's paddling, made here in Columbus by Stephen Wright. Beautiful, clean blunt with air. You could just, oh man, I love that. I call it lofty because they hover, and I love it.
Yeah, he's now surfing around. He's got about 10 seconds left to go, which is when we see some of the bigger tricks coming out. He was definitely looking for something backwards there as he looked for a beautiful roundhouse McNasty. That is some big points on there. It combines two different moves, the roundhouse and the McNasty, meaning he saves some time doing them both, but also gets an extra few points for linking them on each trick. So it quickly adds up into some big scoring tricks there.
Yeah, that one trick is worth more than I think all of my rides put together. But that is what makes a good competitor and a smart competitor, is knowing which tricks you're going to need to score. He even got air on that, racking up those bonuses. You can see as he really worked to pull that boat back to straight rather than keeping it going out wide. Really beautiful ride from the Japanese paddler. Right, Bennett Smith out of US of A. Recently married, working for the American Heart Association. Bennett out there trying to help people live healthier lifestyles, which I support fully. They should probably start kayaking.
All right, Bennett dropping in, just starting to tick off the moves on the score sheet. Blunts both ways, maybe some air bonuses in there as well, trying to get some clear air between boat and water as he now looks for them blunts backwards. Really committing to that one, maybe looking for the Pan Am before going to air screw, a full barrel roll, keeping the boat nice and aerial throughout. Maybe that second one not quite as aerial, so we'll be looking for the donkey flip.
Going for the McNasty there.
They are big points. He's racking it up. He's not wasting any time here, powering from trick to trick. That last one just getting the better of him, flushing off. But that was a fast and furious ride from Bennett.
Yeah.
Lots of tricks going down throughout that.
You can see that he went for that helix kind of on the buzzer, not quite getting the air. Look at that bow catching, but pulling it straight. Textbook donkey flip there. The boat was definitely aerial at least one point in that move. He made that rotation happen, and then look right into that next trip, going for that pistol flip McNasty as he pulls it straight, sits it back, and watch this replay here as I believe he goes for one more trick almost immediately. So seasoned competitor. Next up, Mika Serjonen of Finland. We saw this paddler throw huge helixes in the preliminary rounds, and I hope that he has a chance to show us those tricks again here now. Ride number 2, men's quarterfinals.
There we go. That is that helix right off the bat. I think 150 points for that base move, but we're seeing 183, meaning he got a huge bonus from at least one of the judges on that as he looks for it in the opposite direction, throwing it round into a lovely back blunt. Mika really showing what he did to deserve his place in the quarterfinals and making a bid for the semi-finals now. 240 points on the tally.
He knew that helix didn't score the first time around, so he's going back to try it again, having to get that rotation as he goes to throw from a clean blunt right from the bottom of the pile, and then somehow links it into, I don't even know what that was. Was that a pistol flip? Was that a back Pan Am? It was something.
It was definitely something. Luckily, the judges are highly trained, so they'll be able to work out exactly what that was and give it the points it deserves.
There are also 3 judges out there, right? So if one judge doesn't quite see the trick from the exact same angle, sometimes you do get a bit of discrepancies in scores, but it does equate to an overall fairer score all around. And these judges have been so consistent this entire event so far. I mean, big days here from them, all volunteers. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, now we are back round to, as you say, the Rhino, Joel Kowalski of Canada. There we go. He lands that air screw this time. He dialed back the power a little bit and made sure he retained it. 140 points straight onto his tallies. He looks at that air screw in the opposite direction. We saw him fighting hard to keep it straight before going for some beautiful spins into that helix and in the opposite direction. No time wasted between them. A lovely little hoppy blunt and backwards there. Joel now just really racking up a good tally of points as he surfs around. Maybe looking for something even bigger there, but getting the back blunt nonetheless. It's all points and they all count.
You can see his bottom of his boat there actually has a picture of ice breaking up, and it says stakeout forever. So Joel, his heart is in the big wave surfing, and he was showing it there. So I know that he can go bigger, but still solid ride on the board for Joel after that unfortunate flush on his first ride. So look at that helix, just whipping the boat around, nice and aerial on that trick. Canadian maple leaf at the front of his helmet.
Yeah, Canadian and proud. I think we are going to see a big score from that ride come in. It looked like it was around the 800 point mark, which will shoot him straight up into around 4th place. And he'll have one more ride to go to add some more points onto that. 3 rides, 2 count. the top 10 will be progressing through to the semi-finals. This is just the first quarter-final. We'll have a second one to go with another 10 paddlers in there. But now it is Bartosz of Poland.
Sporting that hat helmet that he helped design, I believe, to have a lighter weight helmet, still certified for whitewater. Bartosz literally writing the book on how to do freestyle kayaking called Freestyle Unlocked. And he is here to show us how to unlock the tricks of freestyle. Oh my God. Catching the bubble. You could just see that curler pick him up and throw him down.
Yeah, just unfortunately at the mercy of the power of this water.
Visa just stretching out the legs there.
I think sometimes these guys forget there are cameras on them. They have some funny rituals before they go down. But we can see Luke Pomeroy, Team Canada, dropping in now.
Beautiful air screw to start that off. The way he sits that trick up is just, I love to watch it. It's so precise. Air screw the other direction, maybe a donkey flip, if anything. Luke maybe looking for that blunt, not quite getting the edge, maybe going for a side kick, and then actually pulling off a mystery move there. Luke, that was in the squirt boat competition on Monday. You're supposed to stay on top of the water.
But I think if he'd have been competing a few days ago, that would have been a good multiplier to his score.
I know. What can you imagine? I say that we try to protest and get mystery moves to add a multiplier onto freestyle scores. Only if you retain the feature.
That would be tricky.
That would be tricky. But next up, Tomasz Kaplinski of Poland. Not quite getting the ride he wanted on the first ride. He's going to be looking to throw down on his second ride here in the men's quarterfinals.
All right, setting up with that air screw to start off with, and in the opposite direction. Thomas got, I believe it was a silver last year at the World Championships. Nice big aerial blunt there. Going backwards, he's just surfing around in that danger zone on that far side. A big green tongue.
You watch him just really drop that edge enough to carve across the face of the wave back to that sweet spot. Oh my God, that was huge.
Yeah, he got 2 air screws, now looking for those donkey flips as well. Thomas will know the score sheet. He'll know exactly what to do and how to play the game to get them points on the board as he gets a beautiful Pan Am there and then returning it backwards.
Into that back Pan Am. Right into a wave monkey attempt. Oh my God, that would have been a medal in my book if you could pull that off. That was epic.
Yeah, I always get a little bit worried when I see someone going for a wave monkey with that paddle going
The
across the bow.
Yeah, the shoulders. But look at that huge air from Tomas on all of his tricks, knowing that you don't necessarily just want to do these tricks. You want to do them as well as possible, as big as possible, and go huge.
Yeah, every single one of these tricks you can get bonus points on for going in the air, getting lots of air time in there. You get trick points as well as not using your paddle. So plenty of ways to rack up extra points. And I'm sure we're going to see a few of these bonuses coming into play now with Hayden dropping in.
Hayden out of Team US of A, multiple-time US team member, even when he was back when he was a junior. Hayden going to start things out with the Felix, not quite getting the air on that trick, but we'll see what the judges have to say about that. Going right into the air screw, or maybe a donkey flip to the left. Going for the helix the other direction. Spinning it right into a back blunt. Not wasting a second in his setup there, really catching valuable time on the wave. Oh, that was huge!
That will earn some of those bonus points that we were talking about as he gets a huge air screw.
Right into that Pan Am, right into a beautifully vertical back blunt. Hayden still has 3 seconds on the clock as he's going to look for that blunt McNasty. Not quite pulling it off right there, but that's going to be a trick to watch for in this next ride.
Yeah, definitely. We can see in this round a few more of those riskier tricks coming out. Maybe some of the guys just practicing those harder tricks for in case they make it through to our later stages. Hayden there, a big ride for him. He was currently sitting in 5th place, but I reckon that one's going to shoot him up. I would not be surprised if we see him shoot to 1st place after that.
And that is the place that all of these paddlers want to be sitting. You know, no one is safe at this point when it comes to earning a spot in that semifinal, but they are sure going to do their best to try and make it hard for the next 10 paddlers.
All right, Visa dropping in 601 points from his first ride as he does a super powerful air screw there. Knew he was on the curler, whipped it round backwards and paddled hard to make sure he retained.
going back and actually repeating that Pan Am 2 or 3 times there. I'm not quite sure what he's thinking in his head about what he's feeling that trick to do, but he clearly didn't like it. Trying to get that bonus as he goes for the air screw the other direction. Spinning it around into a huge back blunt, maybe even a back Pan Am. Beautiful air on that trick. Going for the helix. Right into the blunt, and it looked like, again, you can see them digging for that McNasty almost every blunt they do now. I feel like I can't wait to see him going for that pistol flip one direction and a back Pan Am the other way. Solid ride from Visa.
Yeah, he showed his experience right at the start there. After not quite landing the first trick how he wanted, he knew to spin it around and just get himself back in the wave. Before going, we can see there a lovely helix, flicking that boat up over his head, spinning it a full 360. Some nice big blunts. Visa, a really nice paddler to see in slow motion.
He is. You know, he's been working to pioneer kind of the Lapland area up in northern Finland for their own stakeout season. And every year I see those waves, and man, he just makes them look so fun. The Finnish paddling team is just getting stronger every year.
Yeah, a big contingency with lots of them making semi-finals and quarterfinals out here this year. But right now we are on to Harry Price. 280 points on his first ride. Currently sitting in that 9th place position. But he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
All of them, in fact. I believe Harry can do every single trick on the score sheet, and then he's even invented some.
Yeah, and he's wearing short sleeves today, hoping to pull them out even quicker. As we see him get that air screw, landing some points on the board now.
Harry, beautiful Pan Am, just really consistent in those tricks and that amplitude that he gets there as he goes. Going for the back Pan Am, huge the other way. Harry and his partner Audie with their YouTube channel, Freestyle Without Limits, or is it Kayak Without Limits?
One of those, definitely worth a watch. These guys were out here earlier in the year when there was big water, doing the Southern Fried Stakeout.
Oh, it is a fabulous wave. But yeah, Harry had been working hard all year up in the Ottawa for nearly a month, going for that back Pan Am the other direction. Again, just throwing points almost every pass he takes.
Yeah, he was on there from the first second all the way to the end, making use of that full 45 seconds, trying to throw a trick on every single pass.
Look at how much edge he throws down as he goes to throw that Pan Am. You just see the boat almost submerge before it pops back out of the water.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Harry has a beautiful style to watch, especially when he is in smaller holes. He is always good, such a graceful paddler, using his long limbs to throw that boat around.
He's so quiet, you know, when you meet him. Like, he's so polite, so reserved, and then he gets on the wave and it's just like, boom, game on.
He definitely lets his paddling do the talking for him.
All right, we are going to be back to the top of the order here, I believe. So it's going to be ride number 3 for our first heat of this men's quarterfinal round, with Kazuya Matsunaga out of Japan will be our first paddler to go here. So this is his last chance to put a score on the board that could earn him a spot in our semifinal. Unusually, the semifinals and finals will be taking place on the same day, tomorrow. This evening we actually have the junior kayak finals, not very long after we'll wrap up here. But right now at Dreamboats, Jackson Rockstar 5 sliding into the water, and there is our current leaderboard. So there is a queue by all of their names right now, but that is subject to change with every ride.
Yeah, these guys now, they're looking to put in their biggest scores possible because they know there is another 10 competitors to come in this next heat, and every single one of them good enough to knock them out. So they're going to look up to rack up some big points, set a high benchmark for everyone else left to come.
So Kazuya starting things off with that beautiful Pan Am, maybe even a donkey flip there to the left. Oh, catching his bow on that porpoise. And, you know, maybe getting a bonus stern stall just for fun at the end as he flushed off the wave there, but...
Maybe another one of the squirt boating moves that we can bring over into the float
boat. There you go.
boat.
I like it. But unfortunately not going to get the points he needed to boost his ride score.
Yeah, he will be sat currently in 4th place. He'll take run 1 and run 2 scores with a total of 1,050 points as we look back to Bennett Smith. Really powerful paddler, and he showed us that power a few times, forcing the boat over and into positions that maybe the water didn't want it to go in, but Bennett showing that water who is boss.
That's right. Bennett out of the US of A here, recently married wife Kathleen, and his parents are cheering him on in the stands. He's looking to throw down with a beautiful blunt to start things off, catching his bow and then controlling it nicely as he gets that spin, working to set up for the blunt the other direction. Bennett just so tall. It's got that beautiful style. Oh, huge back Pan Am.
Yeah, he managed to conjure that one out of nowhere.
How? I mean, I've seen him do these tricks on flat water, so it shouldn't be a surprise, but unfortunately not the ride Bennett needed to boost his score and put him even higher. But still solid tricks and an unlucky bow catch there. Look at that back Pan Am. Oh, God, that was beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic couple of rides there from Bennett. Currently sitting with a 1,296 points. Not too sure that third ride is going to be enough to boost it up.
I'm curious to see where the cutoff rides will be. They've been a little bit lower than we've anticipated for, I think, a lot of the classes due to this wave being dynamic. You know, paddlers are flushing off a little bit early in their rides, and a lot of people are missing those tricks. Unfortunately, like Mika, just there on that helix, he's normally so consistent on that move.
Yeah, we saw him on his second ride throw one of those huge helixes and get a huge bonus on it, which was super impressive. Mika, I'm sure, will just be proud of himself for making the quarterfinals. It was a big cut down from around 57 paddlers down to just the top 20.
Oh, it's brutal.
So even making this stage is a huge achievement for the young paddler.
All right, so Joel Kowalski's going to be looking to put down another big ride here to try and secure himself a chance at making the top 10. He was a top 10 finisher at the Carburetor World Championships, which happened on his home river of the Ottawa River. Starting things off with a beautiful air screw to the left, air screw to the right. Again, Joel just showing his big wave experience and expertise. Joel having 2 young kids in the last few years. Beautiful flashback, clean back air blunt. So clean, hands up in the air, going for maybe a flip turn, maybe a helix there. But yeah, Joel actually hadn't been in a boat hardly at all this summer before the last month before Worlds. And I tried not to hate him for it, but you know, there's a lot of years of experience behind that. All right, so that'll be a bit of an early flush for Joel, but still strong point. So we'll see what that final score comes in at, but that should boost him up into around the 1,200 point range.
Yeah, I'd expect that to be 500 or 600 points there from Joel. A few big tricks early on in that before his unfortunate flush. He actually missed the feature on his first run, so his second run came in at 721 points, so that third run definitely adding on to that now.
Yeah, so Joel moving into that number 4 position, which is going to be a bit of a bubble, bit of a danger spot. But we did see in the women's quarterfinals several paddlers from the lower heat managing to sneak their way in. It's any one of these paddlers might have this, I think, has the skills to be in that top 10. It's just kind of who puts that ride together on the day. So Bartosz starting it off with an air screw to the left. He's going to need a big ride here as he goes for a Pan Am to the left, right on that dangerous shoulder, but pulling it off as he goes for a blunt. Backing it up into a back blunt the other direction, getting air on that trick, going for a clean blunt, maybe a clean roundhouse, riding the curler down into his next trick, maybe a roundhouse as he looks for that roundhouse or blunt McNasty. He's going to really want to be scoring some big points here to make up for his last ride.
Yeah, we can see Bartosz really making the most of every single inch of this wave as he goes for a helix, just spins it round onto the top of the wave and a little bit too far. An unfortunate flush. We saw him paddling hard to try and stay there. Each one of these tricks have to retain in the feature to get the score. He will have been fighting hard to try and sell it to the judges that trick actually retained, and he just bubbled off after it was completely finished.
You know, it did look to me like the boat was flat before he flushed, but the question is, was it in a spot where he could have paddled back onto the wave? And that's what I cannot be the one to say. That bubble line or that flush line is so challenging.
All right, Luke Pomeroy of Canada dropping in. Third and final ride. We've seen him throw some textbook air screws. Usually this first one is a thing of beauty.
Trying to get that sidekick trophy bonus. It's definitely a big wave trick that Luke is bringing here. I don't know what, he's just playing around now. Maybe he's trying to set himself up for that air screw. There is bow dropping a bit, almost losing his paddle. Oh my goodness.
We've seen though already in this year at Stakeout with that double air screw. He doesn't need a paddle
He
to
really
throw these
doesn't.
big tricks. As he looked for a front loop off the curl, his nose buried, so he just threw hard He brought it round, but just on the back of the feature,
Yeah,
so
Luke,
an
one of
early
those
exit there.
OKS keener coaches up in the wilderness tours out of the Ottawa River. You know, he was a keener. He learned to paddle as a kid. Now he's teaching other kids how to paddle. He's just got one of the best attitudes to have out on the water, and I know that he was excited to just be out here, make this quarterfinal, and throw some solid tricks.
All right, now Thomas Saplicki, 933 points off a single ride. If he can do that again, he will shoot up to the top of the leaderboard.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it. So let's see what he's got for us here. There's a donkey flip to start things off, maybe that air screw. Getting nice and aerial on that, getting the boat to rotate. It's interesting, sometimes you see these air screws rotate slow. Sometimes they rotate a lot faster, and yet the trick still scores the same, even though they might look a little different.
Yeah, Thomas now hunting down his next trick as he gets a nice big blunt there, looking for that back blunt. Each one of these tricks as well need to be clear of that white foam pile, so you'll see them pushing hard down onto that green before throwing it round. Thomas has a real snappy style as we see it go around.
His partner Zosha actually medaling in the women's C1 yesterday. Oh, that was a huge back Pan Am from Tomas. Going right into the blunt, linking it to the McNasty, getting air on that trick. That was spectacular. What a way to finish his ride.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he had any time on the clock when he went for that, or if it was just a bit of a practice for when we hopefully see him in the semi-finals. 933 points on run 1. Run 2 definitely a solid bid to progress through to the semi-finals. We'll have to wait and see what score comes in for him.
Yeah, next up, Hayden Voorhees, currently sitting in our top qualifying position, and he's going to be looking to make sure that he stays there with a beautiful air screw to start things off, showing that control as he rides the curler out to set up his helix, going right into the helix the other direction, pulling that bow back straight the last possible minute, going for that back blunt, cleaning it up by showing his paddles to the air there, going for a donkey flip the other direction. Hayden actually not aware that you could score both donkey flips and air screws by doing air screws twice. Going for a blunt the other direction. Big back Pan Am. Oh! And that is going to be a ride for Hayden. Look at him trying to get the crowd to cheer him louder.
Yeah, he knew he was on the top spot going into that ride. He was just looking to increase the score and make life difficult for our second quarterfinal. I think maybe thrown a little bit too hard on that. It was a very impressive back Pan Am.
It was a very impressive back Pan Am. But yeah, it is the gamble. It's like, all right, you're through. Are you through? Are you safe enough? Where do you ride that line? How much bigger can you go while still staying in control? But Visa Rakola coming in for his third ride, hailing out of Finland. Visa, a silver medalist, I believe, at the Ambush World Cup last year on the Chattahoochee River, and now looking to take those skills to make his way into the semifinal for the Good Wave feature here. Beautiful Pan Am to back Pan Am there. Strong start to his ride. Going for that, maybe an air screw there. That was just huge. Air screw the other direction. Sometimes the boats rotate so fast I actually can't keep up.
Yeah, Visa now looking for the helix. 150 points off a single ride into that blunt. Visa is not stopping here. He has over 1,400 points on his first two rides as he looks for potentially the McNasty there.
That was a nasty McNasty. Yeah. But almost going so big, landing in that curler, and unfortunately that will do it for Visa's third ride. So look at that Pan Am air screw. That was just so much rotation, so much air. I would have hoped the judges would give him a huge bonus on that trick.
Yeah, I think everything came together for him on that. We saw the wave go a little bit green for him, meaning he could get that big air. Visa trying to improve his score of 1,400 in total. Coming up next, we have Harry Price. Just over 1,000 points in total so far. His first ride, maybe not what he was quite looking for. So he will be going out hard on his final ride, trying to lay some big points down.
That's right. So Harry paddling out with precision. You can see all the competitors just eyeballing up the wave, knowing, saying, where am I going to land and what's going to be my first pass? Oh, an air screw. So going for that donkey flip right off the bat, trying for that next pass and just attaching the balance. Harry, just such a technical paddler, going for a nice big blunt, maybe a Pan Am there. I believe he medaled at the last Wave Worlds on the Garburator feature up in Ottawa. So going for a blunt right into a Oh, I lied. That was not the right Harry. He was too little.
Yeah, Harry at the last Carburetor Worlds was even too young to be competing as juniors. Now here as a senior, with both junior and senior World Championships medals under his belt, hunting down more.
How fast time flies. So Harry catching that bubble there, but still some big tricks, nice bonuses, but I know not quite the ride he was looking for.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for a big ride like that second one. His second ride came in at over 700 points. He was looking to emulate that, to fire himself up into those top spots.
You can see him trying to pull that boat over vertical there as he goes for that blunt to Pan Am, and then watch this rotation on the air screw as he tries to bring it around. You can see it landing just a little bit wide, but most likely getting that donkey flip, so still points. So right now, here is where we sit. We are part way through, or we are fully through.
Yeah, that is the end of that first quarter final. So we can see now the scores to beat. Currently sitting in 10th position is Mika from Finland with 360 points. All the way up to USA's Hayden Voorhees with 1,735 points. These guys will be watching the second round of 10 people go, hoping they have done enough to fend at least a couple of them off and make our top 10 semi-finalists.
That's right. They have done what they could do, and now fate is in the other paddlers' hands, if you will. And so we've got our next heat here, which will be coming up very, very shortly. And we're going to have Caleb Grady out of Canada, Sammy Duff out of Canada, Mathieu Dumoulin from France, Kim Fontaine-Masso from Spain, David McClure of Ireland, Alan Ward of Great Britain, Nicholas Troutman of Canada, Mason Hargrove of the United States, Dane Jackson of the United States, and Tom Dole of France. Some powerhouse freestyle countries there.
Yeah, it's nice to see such a big mix of countries as well, all throwing their hat in the ring, looking for this semi-final. Every single paddler in the second round is capable of doing it, but we did see some big scores in that first quarter-final.
We also saw some low scores, right? Like even you can put a huge score down one ride and then get a 0 your next. Each ride you have to start fresh.
Yeah, it is difficult for sure. Just because you land one ride big does not mean you are secure. Hayden Voorhees sitting at the top of the leaderboard. He knows he only needs to beat one of these paddlers in the second round to make it through to the semi-final, and when they hit that semi-final, scores are back to 0. It doesn't matter what you scored here. You are all on a level playing field.
It's true. You get to just start fresh and do it all over again. So our first paddler here is going to be Caleb Grady. Caleb actually medaling at the Good Wave World Cup last year, so I know that he can put down some big scores. Caleb working for World Class Kayak Academy, educating the youth, taking teenagers kayaking all over the world. Part of Team Send, along with Dane Jackson, Bren Orton, and Adrian Mattern. So these guys go from running some of the biggest rapids in the world, the biggest waterfalls, to throwing huge tricks. They paddle a lot on the Zambezi, all over the place. And so Caleb here competing alongside some of his former and even current students.
Yeah, it's really good to see everyone with a whole range of experience. A lot of these top athletes as well in this quarter-final actually setting up kayak schools or joining them to pass on their knowledge to the next generation, which is great to see. So we can see you're actually still in kit.
I'm still in kit. We've been moving so fast through these rounds. I didn't even have a chance to change out of my wet kit before coming back to commentate for the quarterfinals. Good thing it's beautiful warm water here on the Chattahoochee River, even if we've got a bit of misty conditions.
Yeah, fantastic to see you just making your way through to the semi-finals, doing the job. So you've been through what these guys have already been through and done it, smashed it, made it through to the next round.
It's stressful, I'll tell you. You know, it's like you can do just enough and make it through, and you can do just not enough and not make it through, and it's such a fine line between them, but there's a ton of pressure. 3 rides, 2 count, 45 seconds per ride, 10 competitors to go, men's quarterfinal. Caleb Grady starting off with a huge air screw, going for the Pan Am the other direction, losing his paddle. It's not going to slow him down as he goes right for the blunt the other direction, and a blunt the other direction. Oh my God, spinning it around. Can he get the flashback? Unfortunately, showing that you don't necessarily need your paddle to throw tricks, but you might need it to take a few solid forward strokes and retain the wave. That was unbelievable.
That was impressive. I think it was around 365 points with no paddle. He lost it on his very first trick, but kept on going.
I've seen him do that on purpose on the carburetor wave, and so clearly he was practicing for just one of these moments.
Well, you never know.
You never know. I think most important or most impressive there is he can also still roll with his hands.
Oh yeah, if I lost my paddle, I'd be swimming off
but you're in a C1.
downstream.
It's a lot harder.
Even in a K1.
Yeah. Next up, Canadian teammate Sammy Duff, also out of the Ottawa region. Sammy spending most of his summer up on the Mississippi surfing that cheese wave feature. I heard rumor that he even wanted to try and leave after the competition to go up to cheese wave because it might be in. They were like, no, Sammy, you should stay. But so throwing it down, air screw, following up by a blunt. Unfortunately catching his edge, but then still retaining the feature. Sammy used to work for Liquid Skills up on the Ottawa with Joey Hitchens. So showing that experience right there. Also a former downhill ski racer. So he's an athlete. Going for a roundhouse. I'm going to hold him to that later. Sammy, you did do a roundhouse. Going for a huge air screw. And then following it up with a donkey flip the other direction. He's such a snappy paddler, just whipping that boat around. So spinning it as he goes to look for the helix, maybe getting a flip turn, but not quite getting it. Good recovery from Sammy Duff.
Yeah, we saw him as he came up just get to paddling. He knew power was what he needed. Got paddling and then checked out what direction he was going in. Luckily the right direction.
Yeah.
Retained on the feature to go back down for some more air screws, blunts, a roundhouse.
Just throwing it down, really just making the most of his time on the wave there. All right, Mathieu Dumoulin of France, actually currently living in Colorado, Glenwood Springs, and he's been practicing on the wave there, but he is a longtime French team member. Huge air screw to start things off. He's paddled a lot of days on Hawaii Cerrone. Nice big back blunt there. Into the huge air screw the other direction, right into a massive helix. Oh my goodness, Mathieu, can he fight to work his way back on the wave? He shakes it off. He's got a new son, Enzo. I don't think Enzo's going to remember any of this, but I'm going to remember how big those tricks were. Watch this, that casual back blunt, and following it right up with one of those huge air screws.
Yeah, Mathieu, actually one of the few paddlers in this quarterfinal sporting a plastic kayak, just showing that it doesn't matter what boat you're in, it is all about the skills you have.
Yeah, and it's also sometimes the boat you're most comfortable with or most used to paddling. So next up, Kim Fontemasso, a former world champion out of Spain. Strong Spain team here. Let's see what he's got. Another really powerful, explosive paddler. Going to start things off with that donkey flip. I don't know how he threw that from so low down on the pile.
Yeah, you can see he throws hard. When he wants to do a trick, he forces that boat round, muscling it over as he looks for a big Pan-Am. You saw the back end of his boat really slap that green water hard.
Did, really working the over verticality on that too, right, as he goes for that back blunt there. Didn't quite like the angle on that, going for that back blunt again. You often see competitors repeat tricks as they're not sure if they scored the way they want to. Beautiful blunt, getting the air on that trick. Maybe a shove it as he sets up for that helix. That was massive. Oh my goodness, going for the helix the other direction. A little bit wide, but staying on the wave for his entire ride. Solid first ride from Kim.
Yeah, Kim, one of the paddlers here who has actually set up his own kayak school, the European White Water School. They go all across Europe doing freestyle, creeking, general river running. You know, he's a master of all trades and passing that on to future generations, which is great to see.
Yeah, he's done so much for the salt community in terms of developing the freestyle scene and the kayak scene there. Just another one of those people passing it on, as you said, and making sure that our sport has a future. But also doing that, Mr. David McClure of Ireland.
Yeah, he is the other half of the European Whitewater School. He brings the Irish side to it.
Yeah.
So these guys
also part of the Southeast Freestyle Club, I believe it is, out where they are. These guys are just spending almost every day on the water.
Yeah, they're finding a way to be on the water every day and passing it on to the next generation.
Oh!
Just an unfortunate clip of the edge there. He covers and throws a huge air scoot off it. Dave showing his experience as he goes into a big back Pan Am, looking for them spins. Only 10 points, but every point counts.
Every point does count, and more importantly, it's the most efficient way to set yourself up higher on the pile where you can get those big points and those big tricks like that massive back Pan Am from David McClure, going right into a back Pan Am or a back punt the other direction. Going to spin it around. Beautiful helix from David.
As we move into his last couple of seconds, has he got anything on the buzzer as he looks maybe for a final little roundhouse? An extra cheeky 30 points on the board.
25, yeah. It's not bad. So, strong ride from David. And what a recovery. I thought he was done for on that first bobble, and then he just came straight down, hammered that edge down, and threw a huge air screw.
Yeah, Dave really showing his class and experience there, knowing not to give up, just keep going.
A European champion, I believe.
Yeah, he won that title back in 2021 on the Paris Olympic course. So next year you'll see the slalom paddlers racing down that. But Dave actually won the first major title on that whitewater course.
So now we've got Alan Ward. You may have heard his voice throughout this week here, dropping in from Team GB, a Hurley local. Longtime wave paddler and Team GB competitor, starting it off with a snappy air screw, following it up with a cute little back roundhouse. A clean back roundhouse.
I'm sure he'll appreciate the cute
I put it in there just for him, yeah. Following it up with another beautiful flashback to the right as he goes for the air screw, maybe a donkey flip to the other side. It was cute, come on now.
Waves are definitely where Alan thrives. We can see him making the most of every pass, every turn, looking for a way to turn it into points as he looks for a little blunt, looking for that McNasty.
Almost pulling that off, even though he kind of lost his edge there. Oh, following it up with a huge helix. That was, what a ride for Alan. That was quite the recovery. Imagine if he had gotten those points for that blunt McNasty. That would be a huge ride score.
I think he got a little bit lucky with that blunt McNasty as the wave just folded back on him, pushing him back in. But sometimes that's what you get with this sport. You get a little bit of luck, a little bit of help from the water to finish these tricks off.
That's right. So let's see, as just showing that expertise as he goes for that donkey flip. And then carving right back across the face of the wave for his next trick. Look at that. Beautiful blunt as he kind of links to look at back around, and he actually does manage to save that. I don't know if I would say that's scored, but he should at least get the blunt out of that rather than a flush off the wave. And that helix, my goodness, that was large.
Yeah, he came flying down the wave right clean onto the green water and just threw hard. Coming up next is Nick Troutman from Canada, another big wave paddler. We see him every year in the spring out in Canada as all the ice melts, huge waves come in. It is what the locals call a stakeout as they hang around waiting for those perfect waves.
Yeah. Nick, also a former world champion at the 2007 Toon Worlds. He's actually struggled quite a lot with concussions in the past year, and it's amazing to see him fighting through that, back out here, really paddling well this past week. He's been putting down some big rides, and I am excited to see what he's got for us. So a big air screw to start things off, air screw the other direction. As he surfs it back around. He took time to warm up early so he could go to support and cheer on his wife Emily in the women's quarterfinals. Going back for that other air screw, maybe getting that donkey flip, catching his edge. Oh my God, maybe that was a tricky woo. Give him a tricky woo. Going right into another Pan Am. Huge back blunt with air, maybe even a back Pan Am. Going right for the blunt the other direction. Oh my God, back blunt the other direction, maybe a back roundhouse. Just no hesitation, no pausing. Nick has spent a lot of time in the winter here at the wintering grounds. Beautiful helix. And flushing with only 3 seconds to go.
Yeah, he really made the most of almost all that ride. I've got no idea how he stayed on in the middle of it. He was tumbling around, but he must have known exactly where he was, which direction he was pointing to be able to bring it up. Not only recover, but he also threw it into a huge Pan Am straight off the bat.
That's the most impressive bit, right? You know, you come up, you're getting tumbled, you're a bit disoriented, you're a bit out of breath, and then yet no pause, right into a huge trick. So Nick, you can see really working for that rotation without getting the total amplitude on that donkey flip there. But again, watch that helix. Again, knowing exactly where he is, needs to come up for that wave, and then you can just see the wave pick him up and push him downstream.
Yeah. Now we have a hometown paddler. He lives just on the other side of the river in Alabama, Phoenix City. It is Mason Hargrove flying high on that first air screw into the second one. Wasting
Oh my goodness.
That was big.
That was big. That was a huge Pan Am, followed up right up with a back Pan Am. That Dreamboat's kayak is flying as he goes for a huge Pan Am the other direction, going into a massive pistol flip. He wants to take the top spot for the next several rounds of this competition, and he is not holding back as he goes for that blunt, linking into the McNasty with air. I see the crowds just putting their hands on their heads here. This ride is mind-blowing. Getting, unfortunately, caught off edge on that helix attempt, but not even pausing. He's got 7 seconds left, and he's already over 1,000 points. What is he going to do? He's still got a few more seconds to go. Can he get one more trick in? Going for the blunt McNasty the other direction. Not quite getting it, but wow. Wow.
Yeah, pretty much all of that score coming in the first 35 seconds. His last 10 seconds, maybe he was pausing, trying to think, what haven't I done?
Yeah, right? I think I've lost track here, but I mean, just the absolute amplitude on the trick.
That Pan Am.
Unbelievable. It's the way he kicks his feet into the sky and then flicks the hips there just to really get the amplitudes on those tricks. Even that, waiting for that air on that McNasty. Just a really, really impressive ride from young Mason Hargrove, especially considering his recent issues with his back.
Yeah,
I think he's gone so big he broke his back.
A lot of paddlers often fighting with little niggles and injuries, as it is a sport that takes its toll on your body. But now, Dane Jackson, he is 4-time world champion already.
Is it only 4-time?
Only 4-time.
Wow.
I saw his dad EJ's post saying he's 4-time, looking for the 5th.
But that's not counting his C1 medals, OC1 medals,
That is
or boat world champion.
Only in K1.
Yeah, exactly. So huge air screw, huge Pan Am, back Pan Am right from Dane, going for that Pan Am the other direction. Oh my God, he's just bread and buttering his way all over this wave as he goes for that helix the other direction. Just amazing to see the cadence in which Dane can maintain the amplitude on those tricks. Is that big air blunt going for the McNasty.
Yeah, he watched Mason just before him lay down a huge ride and knew he wanted a piece of that. I think we can see his ride already coming in over 1,100 points, hunting down. Mason ended up with 1,255.
Yeah, Dane 1,100 points there, and still 15 seconds left to go on that wave.
It is crazy what he is capable of. He grew up on the river, so it is his natural environment. He's probably more comfortable paddling on waves and floating down rivers than he is on land.
It's it's probably true actually, but what's even almost more surprising and amazing to see is Tom Dole of France, who will be our final paddler to go here in this first round of the men's quarterfinals, heat number 2. So Tom putting down the 2 highest combined ride scores yesterday to take that top spot. He wants a medal. Tom hailing from France, but he has spent a lot of time here in Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah, I believe he spent a few years over here paddling, going to school here whilst he was a junior. He won the World Championships as a junior back in 2017 in San Juan in Argentina, kicking off this quarterfinal with a huge air screw and in the opposite direction too.
Tom is following up with that big Pan Am. So he is just taking his time as he's to find the right pass that he wants, staying in control, going for that helix the other direction. These athletes know how to use each trick to set up the next to maximize their time on the wave, going for a clean blunt, maybe a clean roundhouse, but definitely getting air in that massive pistol flip. Maybe McNasty and almost just too big, catching his bow and flushing off there.
Yeah, just looping his way off the feature. He kicked this ride off really nicely with a beautiful air screw and then straight back in the opposite direction. So an air screw getting you 140 points. So within the first few seconds, he had 280 points on the board, and he just kept it going from then with the helixes, whipping that boat around a full 360. At least
no hesitation.
At least 180 degrees of it has to be aerial and 270 degrees upside down.
Tom, a former C1 world champion. He competed in the C1 as well as the OC1 this world championship. So he has just been busy and maximizing his time on the water. All right, so right now we have Mason Hargrove and Dane Jackson taking the top 2 spots in this heat, and they have currently qualified through to one of those top 10 positions on 1 ride score alone. So we've still got Tom Dole, Alan Ward, Dave McClure, Keem Fontaine, Nick Troutman, Sammy Duff, Mathieu Dumoulin, and Caleb Grady We're going to be looking to put a second ride score down that's going to break them into one of those top 10 spots.
All right, Caleb now dropping down. I'm sure one of his targets for this run will be to keep hold of his paddle.
Oh my gosh. You never know. He might have been like, that was fun. No, just kidding. So Caleb, beautiful air screw to start things off, showing off that Kokapelli design on the bottom of his kayak there. Air screw the other direction.
His paddle's still in hand, meaning he can set up nicely using that curl, just cutting back to go up the pile for a lovely aerial blunt there, flicking it round, surfing backwards. I think he was trying to set up for something backwards, maybe a back blunt or back Pan-Am, but didn't quite hit the spot. He'll know exactly whereabouts he wants to be setting up these tricks.
Clean blunt, maybe getting a clean roundhouse, but at least setting up for the back blunt. There's the clean blunt he was looking for. Clean blunt, air screw the other direction. Caleb knowing all the point values of these tricks and knowing what he's going to need to do to score the highest ride he possibly can. So I'm not sure where our current cutoff is going to be for that top 10. But we'll see if we can find that for you here in a minute.
Yeah, Caleb had a fantastic ride. We can see there a huge air screw coming in off the bat as he looked for it in the other direction, following that, just flicking it around, trying to get what air he can out of it. So currently in 10th position, we will have Luke Pomeroy of Canada watching on. 893 points is his combined ride, his combined score from 2 rides. So that's the score that these paddlers will be looking to beat. But I know a lot of them won't be happy with just sneaking through. They'll want to be going through in those top spots so they can sit there and watch what is happening and work out exactly what they need to do in that semi-final.
It's a massive advantage to be able to say, hey, what is the score that I need to beat? What do I need to put down? Can I relax or do I have to go all out here? So Sammy Duff out of Canada. And unfortunately just catching that curler really high up and missing the wave.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Sam. He had a first ride score of 605 points, so we saw that he is capable, and that was just real unfortunate. But we will see him one more time for a third ride to add some more points on and move up our scoreboard.
So it's almost unfortunate when that person flushes, you don't get as much rest time.
Yeah, it definitely puts the other paddlers at a little disadvantage.
We've got
45 seconds less to sit and have a rest.
We've got 10 paddlers, only 6 spots or 5 spots to get in your boat, so everyone's kind of doing that shuffle. But right now, Mathieu Dumoulin of France, wife Kristen, newborn son Enzo out there in the crowds cheering him on, as is all of Glenwood Springs, I am sure. Mathieu starting it off with a nice air screw, not quite as big as his last ride, but maybe he's like, okay, keep it controlled, points on the board. Here we go. We want to see him in the semifinal. Air screw the other direction. Lots of air on that trick.
Yeah, he bounced up through and then appeared in the pile, racking them points up with a lovely little blunt and a blunt, maybe borderline Pan-Am. Might have just snuck over vertical and the same backwards. Trying to keep them paddles out of the water on those last
beautiful
couple of
clean
tricks.
blunts, yeah.
Adds a few extra bonus points on. So it is worth doing if you can. The little Felix, and in the opposite direction, his Helix just leaning hard to make sure that
he wants to sell that to the judges. I stuck it. I'm on the wave.
Give me them points.
And then going for the pistol flip McNasty just for fun after the buzzer. So Mathieu, also one of those who's been volunteering his voice this week as he commentates away for us, sharing his knowledge of freestyle. Just amazing to see Mathieu back out here competing on the water. He did take a little bit of time away from that freestyle scene, and I can't really tell by watching his rides.
And sometimes a little bit of time away from competing in the freestyle scene can do you good. We see people come back even bigger and harder.
That's true. He's been running ultra marathons though in his downtime, so he hasn't exactly been relaxing.
That sounds terrible.
Doesn't it? Yeah, kayaking sounds so much nicer. Right, but who's going to be our next? Let's see, where does Mathieu's score come in at? Where is that going to place him? We're still waiting for that score to come in. I'm sure that it's going to better his first ride score of 383, however, so that should move him up the rankings. But our next paddler will be...
I believe it is Joaquim of Spain. As we said before, he has done a lot for his local community's kayaking scene, building the freestyle feature, improving it. We were actually due to have the European Championships at his spot. He was instrumental in that next year. Unfortunately, a big drought over the last couple of years has meant that we've had to push that on, which is a shame. Kim really proud of his spot and his community, his club, and all the juniors that he helps coach. Now it is his time to shine.
That's right. So European Whitewater School's own Kim Fontaine starting things off with a beautiful air screw as he swings it around right into a massive back blunt with air, maybe even a back Pan Am. It's almost hard to see that gray boat against the color of the water here. I kind of miss his Mushu Dragon. There you go. Air screw or donkey flip right into a helix, massive helix. I would huge that trick if I was a judge. Right into a Pan Am. So much power, so much explosive force here as he spins that boat around looking for that flashback or back blunt the other direction.
Yeah, Kim will be keeping track of all the scores, everything that he has scored, all the moves that he's done, and he will know what's next. Just like that nice big back Pan Am, looking for a helix right on that danger spot. There's a lot of green water moving downstream so fast that if you don't land it 100% correct, you are just gone.
Yeah, and watch this power here as he goes to throw that big air screw, kicking his feet up into the air to really emphasize the amplitude on that trick, trying to rack up the bonuses, not wasting a second as he goes right into that backstab and then the other air screw. So many talented paddlers out here on the water. Who is going to be our top 10 semi-finalists? We still have one more full round plus a few paddlers in this second round of rides before we will know for sure. But currently sitting in those top 10 spots is going to be Hayden Voorhees, Visa Recola, Thomas Kaplinski, Bennett Smith, Mathieu Dumoulin, Mason Hargrove, Harry Price, Joel Kowalski, Dane Jackson, and Caleb Grady. So right now, David McClure has not yet secured himself a spot on his single one ride score alone. And so I think there's a very strong chance that we're about to see those top 10 start to change up.
Yeah, the order is all going to change now as these top paddlers get their second rides. Dave McClure there, 836 points on a single ride. He's currently sitting himself in 15th place. He's only got 5 positions to move up with another run to add on to that total.
That's right. So David out of Ireland. I can hear the Irish team cheering him on. Great banter, great energy always as he goes to start things off with a massive air screw. Bit of a smoother start than his last ride. Already off to a good place. So following it up with a nice Pan Am into a back blunt, into a blunt to or a roundhouse to the right, spinning it around here, showing off that edge control. Look, Mom, my boat can spin. Oh, just kidding. Lining it up for a huge back Pan Am into a huge back Pan Am the other direction. Oh my goodness, massive helix into a massive helix the other direction. He is not holding back on this ride. See, cheeky spin, catch your breath, and then go big.
Yeah, Dave knows what he needs to do. He's been in World Championship finals before.
Massive blunt into the pistol flip, maybe even a Pan Am on that. He is excited about that, as he should be. Wow, what a ride.
Yeah, big stuff there from Dave. Looking to book his place in our semi-final that will take place tomorrow. So that is his second ride of 3. 2 scores will be added together, so he gets a dropped ride. But it looks like Dave isn't.
He might not need it.
He's not taking that chance.
Yeah, he's not taking that chance. He's going to say, I'm going to make every single one of these rides count, and he still has one more rides to go. Look at that pistol flip. My gosh. So pistol flip also on the score sheet with the McNasty. It's a slightly different style of initiation, but they scored the same points, followed up by that incredible back Pan Am. His entire boat was at least 3 feet off the water.
Yeah, he will be looking for those huge bonuses for a good few of those tricks. As we wait for his score to come in, see if he can push his way up into the top 10 and disrupt them places. But coming up, Alan Ward, back in, I believe, 2005, he was the junior world champion. He's now looking to add the senior world champion to his belt as he drops in now from the top.
Yes, unfortunately, he won't be able to take the Masters World Championship title because Gav Barker, his teammate, took that earlier this week up at Ambush. So Alan starting off with a beautiful air screw, followed up with a beautiful clean backstab, getting air on that trick. Air screw the other direction, right into a huge Pan Am. retaining the wave there. You could see him actually not sure if he was going to hold on there, going for the blunt, trying to set up for that blunt McNasty, but backing up into a backstab. Again, such composure, such control. Almost every pass getting used here by Alan Ward as he goes for that flip turn, maybe trying for that helix.
Yeah, Alan actually living only 10 minutes away from Hurley, which is great. Unfortunately, though, he's only in for half the year.
Yeah, that's right. That is one of the challenging things about freestyle. It's rare to find a feature that's in all year round. Even here in the Chattahoochee, this good wave feature is really only in above a certain level, but there's almost always something to surf. And that's why you're seeing such strong paddlers coming out of this region. So great ride from Alan Ward here. So he had 840 points on his first ride score. This should place him comfortably up into that top 10.
Yeah, the score at the minute to break the top 10 is 1,171 points. That is what you're aiming for. Joel Kowalski of Canada currently sitting on that bubble in 10th position.
That is such a hard spot to be, especially when you still know that Tom Dole is still to go.
And when you look as well, you've got the likes of Tom Dole, you've got Dane Jackson.
Caleb Grady, yeah, that is
a lot of big names still to come on these second runs. One of those is Nick Troutman.
But anything can happen here on Good Wave. So we are back, still in ride number 2 of the men's quarterfinals as these top 20 paddlers work to earn their way into the semifinals. So Nick starting off with 2 big air screws. Let's just go for a third air screw there. Why not? Count one of them as a donkey flip. Points on the board. Huge blunt, maybe a Pan Am, backing it up into that beautiful back Pan Am. Getting so much air on that. Blunt the other direction. I love that the blunts are like the resting tricks for these guys.
Yeah, I wish that
Huge
a blunt
back blunt
was a
the other
rest.
direction, right? I know, I'm like, come on, where's that edge? And these guys just so smooth, so controlled, showing why they have earned themselves world championship titles in the past and why they want another one. Oh, catching his edge after that helix, but still solid second ride for Nick Troutman.
Yeah, his first ride came in at 733 points. That ride looks like it's going to better that, somewhere in the 700s, maybe low 800s. So that'll take him up to around 1,500 in total, which will be enough to be in our top 10 places. So currently, our new bubble boy is Harry Price of Great Britain with 1,225. I think I'm going to take a guess at this point and say you're going to need somewhere around 1,400 or 1,500 points to make the semi-final, because these are the best paddlers in the world. They've got big tricks and they know how to throw them.
It's interesting to see that, you know, you can't really compare scores year to year from World Championships. Last year, the points at the twin feature in Nottingham were incredibly different due to the different styles of tricks and links and bonuses you could get. So here we're looking to see Mason Hargrove throw down. He had some of the biggest tricks of the day, I can say comfortably, on his first ride. What is he going to do for us on the second ride? So huge air screw. Oh my goodness. Huge air screw the other way, really showing how to pedal that dreamboat kayak that he helped make.
Yeah, he's not wanting to leave any air out there for the other competitors to get. He's taking it all and putting it into those bonus points with a huge back Pan Am, huge front Pan Am.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, are you an astronaut? Your tricks are out of this world. You know, it just like has terrible pickup line jokes coming out of me there's just so much air on his tricks. I don't know what to do. Oh my goodness, massive McNasty. Yeah, you may have thought that was a green wave. You would be wrong.
It does not matter.
Does not matter. Going for the helix the other direction. What is he going to do? That was time. My gosh, amazing ride from Mason Hargrove.
Yeah, Mason was the junior world champion back in 2019 in Sort, Spain, looking to add a senior title on his home feature.
He medaled at the World Cup, but he did not take that top spot, and he really wants it. He's been out here practicing. He and his family travel around the United States in their RV. They actually do a bunch of work with Team River Runner, which helps take veterans from the United States military out kayaking and help introduce others to whitewater when he's not helping build those beautiful dreamboat kayaks that he is really selling at the moment.
Yeah, there's no better advert for the boats that you make than going out and doing that in the quarterfinals of the World Championships.
True. And if you go to take some kayak lessons at Whitewater Express, you might even have Mason as your kayak instructor. So next up, though, the man, the myth, the legend, the man in pink, the GOAT, I may dare say, Dane Jackson. You know that Jackson actually called the pink color of their kayaks GOAT after Dane.
Amazing. Dane was out yesterday.
And that is why.
He was out yesterday in the C1 final where he was just pipped to the post by mere points. So got a silver medal already from this World Championships, won in the 5th K1 World Champion. He wants that gold medal, and the step right now is to make it through to the semi-finals. He had a huge first ride. It looks like it's going to be a huge second ride.
Incredible Pan Ams followed right up with huge snappy helixes into a beautiful clean blunt, backing it up into a massive pistol flip McNasty. Oh my God, followed right up by that clean blunt, spinning it back around on that danger corner as he goes right into the back Pan Am without any hesitation. Going for the McNasty on the buzzer and on the curler. Wow. What were you saying you thought the cutoff might be, Ibo?
Yeah.
1,400 points? I believe that was a 1,500 point ride. Look at the replay on that air screw.
I think we need to level the playing field and say Dane only gets one ride because that is all that he needs. That huge, it's going to look like around 1,500 or 1,600 points.
I did see Dane miss a ride in team training this year. I'm just teasing.
He is human.
He is human, and let's not forget it. But oh my gosh, incredible tricks, incredible ride. It's like, one thing that I think is just so incredible about Dane as a competitor is he watches the other competitors go big, put down big rides, and it just fires him up to go bigger. He genuinely wants every paddler out there to have their best rides. He spends all day out here cheering everyone else on, and yet when it's his time to go, he just throws down. He really feeds off the buzz of this environment in a way that is just a talent.
Yeah, it is an incredible thing to watch. You see him on the side watching, cheering everyone on. We're going to see Dane's second ride. It puts him into a big lead with 2,700 points in total. But the last guy to go with his second run is Tom Dahl. He came out of the prelims on top spot. He'll want to stay there as he starts with a nice air screw.
That's right. So Tom looking to set up his next trip, going for a beautiful blunt. So Tom is currently qualified, not currently qualified on his one single ride score. So he knows that he needs to throw it down here, beautiful air screw the other direction, into a massive Pan Am, spinning it around into a back blunt, maybe a back roundhouse. Huge helix. Oh my goodness. That was a fantastic trick. I'm curious to see there he goes for that clean blunt. What has he got? Still 10 seconds to go. Tons of time here as he goes for a huge pistol flip. Oh my God, into the helix. I'm pretty sure he already did that trick, but maybe they'll Felix it as he goes for a massive clean blunt, maybe even a clean Pan Am the other direction. Wow.
He wanted to show that it's not just Dane and Mason that can do these big rides that go over 1,000 points.
Or Dave McClure.
Yeah, he was showing that he may be potentially one of the youngest ones out there, but he is not one to be forgotten about. Huge Pan Am there. That boat was up in the air all the way around till it landed flat on the hull.
Really impressive paddling from Tom Dahl out of France. He's just been working hard for the Wave Worlds. That pistol flip was just unbelievable. He's also one of those athletes out there up at Stakeout a lot, competing on the really large waves of Eastern Canada. He's paddled the Chattahoochee at 60,000 CFS, which is almost 6 times more than water we have today, if you can picture it. So, yeah. But right now, ride number 3, ride number 3 is Caleb Grady. So we're starting off our final rides here in the men's quarterfinal. Caleb having an unfortunate paddle drop on his first ride, and he's going to need a big ride score to make his way into the top 10. So starting off with a beautiful air screw, so nice and controlled in that Hobson version of that Jackson Rockstar 5, carving his way around to the top of the wave. Big Pan Am to the left. Can he recover? Yes, he does. Spinning it around, maybe getting a back roundhouse out of that, but let's see, going for that clean blunt, definitely getting air, maybe not getting the verticality as he goes right into a back blunt, throwing on his edge, air screw the other direction, surfing his way back across the face of the wave to that sweet spot. Nice Pan Am the other direction. Caleb just ticking off the tricks ride after ride here. Beautiful helix. I don't even know how he started that trick, but unfortunately flushing. I'm not sure if that is going to be enough. We shall see.
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go there, I think, for Caleb right now. In our 10th place is Joaquim of Spain. He's still to come in this heat, so he can improve that score, but he's currently sitting in 10th place. Caleb in 15th with this final score still to come in. He's going to need a good few extra points.
Yeah, he's going to need at least a 750-point ride, I believe.
It is around that mark. Kim currently sitting with 1,483 points. That is our 10th place cut off. Waiting to see Caleb's ride score come in to see if he's done enough.
For those of you that don't know, each of these tricks has a predetermined point value based loosely on the difficulty of the trick. Nope. We're still waiting to see where these ride scores come in, but next up will be Sammy Duff. But yes, each of those tricks has a certain point value, and it's eligible for different bonuses based on the amplitude and the style that you do the trick, whether or not you use your paddle. So we shall see what happens here. Please bear with us, all these that are currently refreshing the screens as we are. So Sammy Duff, starting things off with a beautiful air screw. He's just so consistent on that trick. Can he save the wave? Unfortunately, he cannot.
Yeah, you saw him scoop up a big bit of green water as he landed that trick. We finally got Caleb's score in. Unfortunately, it was 1380 in total, so Caleb is just going to miss out. Kim Fontaine is still sat on that bubble in 10th place, but now is Mathieu Dumont from France. He is a guy who can just bump him out. If he can get another ride like that second one, he'll make his way through to the semi-final. Can he do it? He needs a 500 or 600 point ride to jump into the top 10. But I reckon he's going to need a bit more because Kim is going to come out all guns blazing. We can see him kicking it off there with some nice blunts.
Beautiful
Nice big
back blunt. Yeah, Mathieu also surfing one of those creek boat rocker helmets, going for that air screw there. Big Pan Am there, huge air on that trick. Really just working hard to pull that trick over vertical. Going for that helix one direction. Can he get the helix the other direction? Somehow he pulls that trick around even though stuck in the foam pile, maybe trying for a bit of a side kick as he works his way back over, going right into the donkey flip. Oh my gosh. He's looking to back it up. Is it going to be a pistol flip or a McNasty? It is. Can he sell it? I don't know if that will have been enough.
It is going to be tight. Mathieu's top ride so far is 901 points. The score he is hunting down is 1,483.
He may have done it.
So if he can get 582 points.
You are good at math.
It's one of my few talents. I can calculate a score, but I can't do the tricks.
That's two different things there, Ibo. But, you know, also I think you can feel some sympathy for Mathieu here competing as a new dad. Bit of a lack of sleep, bit of a shift in priorities. Sometimes it can really help you out there, I think, as you start to, you know, get excited about other aspects of life, but we shall see.
Yeah, we are waiting for Mathieu's score to come in. Is he going to have done enough to bump Kim out? Kim is up next, so he is going to come out all guns blazing. We're not sure if Kim is sat in 10th or 11th yet, just waiting on Mathieu's score to appear on our screen, but Kim dropping in.
That's right, Kim starting it off with that air screw to the left, going right back to that sweet spot on the wave as he goes to hammer the edge down, air screw to the other direction, but unfortunately catching his face. Oh my goodness, Kim has put himself in a horribly risky position. Mathieu has moved his way into that 6th place with a combined score of 7th place with a combined score of 1621. So where is Kim? That puts
Kim is currently in 11th position. So that is Kim, unfortunately, out. In the quarterfinals. A previous world champion. That shows how difficult this competition is, how hard the feature is, and how high the standards are. Absolutely, and how dynamic this feature is, and how anything can happen. There's been a lot of surprising upsets here in the competition so far, and that is certainly going to be one of them. Dave Nickler going for that clean blunt right into the backstab, the McNasty, clean blunt the other direction. He is already qualified, so now he just gets to feel out some tricks, going for a huge pistol flip, outrageous, as he goes for the loop, because why not?
catch your bow, throw something out of it. Wow, big smiles from Dave. Not the ride he wanted, but he is sitting pretty. So
yeah, he's happy. He's currently sat in 4th position overall. So
correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe we know our top 10 at this point in time. What we don't know is the order that they will be competing in tomorrow. I don't believe we have anyone left to go in this heat that could change up that top 10.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident everyone still to go is sat within the top 10. All that is left to work out is the order. So Alan Ward up next. He's made the semi-final, hunting down a second world title only 18 years after his first one.
You know, it takes a career here. We can't all be Dan Jackson. But Alan dropping in, starting it off with a big Pan Am there. Going right into the air screw the other direction. Searching around for that back blunt. Going right into the blunt there as he looked to try maybe for that blunt McNasty, but going for a big air blunt to the other side. Beautiful backstab with air. Not even cute, that one. That was just legit. To the left. Going for that roundhouse, maybe a blunt to the other direction, back surfing it around. He's on that dangerous corner there, but I think he's going to use his momentum to set up one of his next big tricks. Going for the helix, not quite getting his boat sideways, maybe going to be able to get a flip turn out of that. Going for that pistol flip, but that was not the trick he needed.
No, it looked painful
It
almost.
looked a bit ugly. It did look painful, yeah.
Flipped over, the boat almost sat upside down before he hit the foam pile and righted himself.
Yeah. That Hail Mary, if you will. It's like, well, I've got the second, I'm backwards, might as well huck it.
Yeah, he knew he'd already done enough to make it through into the semi-final taking place tomorrow. He just wanted to try and move up that leaderboard, and the only way you're going to do that is throwing down them big tricks, taking the risk, and hoping that it pays off.
That's right. So right now we've got another paddler here that I think is going to be looking to put down around a 900, 1,000 point ride. Nick Troutman, he is safely qualified through. This is his time to just play and have fun with it. What is he got? What does he have for us now?
Yeah, he's dropping in, just looking for that first pass. He is well experienced at surfing waves, so he knows when is the right time to throw it and when is the right time to just pause. As we see him get that air screw in, and a second one. He knows the scoreboard here. He knows that he can get a couple of air screws and score them as different things. But
that was a massive back Pan Am.
That big back Pan Am is going to score nice.
Yeah, another beautiful Pan Am there. I love this more aerial view here. You start to see really the size of the feature and the speed of that feature. These paddlers just moving. Oh, there we go. Beautiful pass for Nick here. Amazing air screw, maybe a Pan Am. They're right into the helix. He's already at 700 points, going for that blunt McNasty, and he pulls it off. I'm hoping they're going to give him that. It looked to me like he sat that down just before he flushed off the wave.
Yeah, you said before, as he was dropping in, he'd be hunting down a 9,000, 1,000 point ride. I think just before it disappeared off the screen, we were at about 950. The judges will have a quick think back through that ride, see are there any extra bonus points they can add on.
Yeah, when I judge, I like to keep track of the tricks on my fingers, and I think I would have run out of fingers on a lot of these rides. These men are just moving so fast, trick to trick to trick, trying to keep track of all the bonuses. Did they do that trick clean? Did I think it was huge? Look at that roundhouse into the McNasty, a little bit wide. Not the prettiest one I've seen Nick do, but still legit. So next up, young Mason Hargrove of Phoenix City, Alabama. He's currently sitting in one of our top 2 spots here, and he is looking to take over that #1 place.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to submit a replay of this to NASA as an application for an astronaut. How big his tricks are going. He's getting huge air.
Huge air on those first 2 air screws. It's just like every trick Mason does. So much power, so much precision. That Pan Am is just outrageous.
Yeah, I remember seeing him back in SORT in 2019 in a hole, and he had a big snappy style, and we're seeing that here on the wave as he just chucks that boat over his head for the blunt McNasty.
He does. You can really see Mason standing up, leading his trick with his upper body and with his head. You can almost see what trick is about to happen based on where his body position goes. You can see how much he throws his head back there as he looks to initiate the rotation on those back Pan Ams. So going for that roundhouse, linking it up into that McNasty. He's already done the McNasty the other direction. This is a big ride for Mason Hargrove. Sidekick just for fun, because kayaking is fun. Why not? Take your wave time where you got to look at that. How on earth did he pull that off? It looks like it's about to be a Pan Am, and then he brings it around straight for that massive air screw. dropping his bow for a regular person air screw on the other one, but going back and getting massive air. Next up, Dane Jackson, dropping in, so composed, so calm, as he goes to throw that huge air screw to the left, almost missing his pass there, but still setting it up for a huge air screw to the other direction. Big Pan Am to the left. Can he link it up into that huge back Pan Am? Yes, he can. I'm not even surprised. Massive Pan Am the other direction. Again, right on this flushy part of the wave, but it doesn't even face him as he just drops his edge and surfs back to where he wants to be, right into the helix.
I think he's hunting down another one of those 1,500 point rides, showing the guys who's boss, why he is well known as one of the best kayakers in the world.
It's true. I mean, just, you name it, he's done it pretty much. He actually even got to the Stikine in the last year. He's paddled the Indus, run some of the biggest rapids in the world, run a lot of the California classics. He is just so all-around talented, and what a great ambassador for the sport.
Yeah, I think he was hunting down a 3,000
3,000
point total.
Yeah. But imagine if you got paid £1 for every point you got.
He would be a rich man.
Yeah, I would not.
No.
But
if he can score 1,434 points, then he will top over that 3,000 with only one paddler left to go.
That's right. Tom Dole currently sitting in that number 3 position, so we know that he is qualified, but he is going to be looking to put down another around 1,000 point ride. He got an 863, he got an 1130. We know he's capable of it, and here he goes. Huge air screw to start things off. Absolutely massive air screw the other direction, almost losing his paddle, pulling a Caleb Grady, but able to keep it in control. I don't know if you watched one of the Ugandan paddlers, South, earlier this week, actually threw his paddle away on purpose. So, Brave, indeed. I would be terrified. Huge Pan Am, still keeping control of those paddles there.
Yeah, he knows he's already through to the semi-final, so he's looking at just throwing down some big tricks, testing out a couple of things ahead of the semi-final.
Like the window shade. Always good to know where you can window shade and still retain the feature.
I think it's an essential part of learning a feature.
It is,
taking
actually.
a few beatings in there.
It is. You've got to not be afraid to flip over. So
as his final buzzer, it looks like 540 points there. Tom will take his first 2 ride points, 1,993. 1993, a brilliant year I was born.
But look at the amplitude on this trick there. It's so big that this is where he loses that paddle. Yeah, you can see it. You can see why kayaking can be a bit of a dangerous sport for the shoulders. A lot of freestyle paddlers actually use much shorter paddles than you'll see on a creek boat or river running, and I think it's for this reason. You rotate a bit faster, it's a bit safer. But yeah, wow, what a quarterfinals. You can see our dedicated crowd here despite this rainy day weather. So taking the top spot, will be the last to go tomorrow, is Dane Jackson out of the USFA.
Yeah, you can see from this second quarterfinal, only 7 of the paddlers made it through, meaning 3 of the paddlers from that first quarterfinal managed to do enough to bump them out.
It changes all the time. So the results from this heat only was that screen, and we should see our top 10 finishers here just right now. Dane Jackson, Mason Hargrove, Tom Dole, David McClure, Nick Troutman, Hayden Voorhees, Alan Ward, Matt Dumoulin, Visa Rakola, and Thomas Kaplinski. So, wow, what an international semifinal we're going to have tomorrow. Dane Jackson just shy of that 3,000 point mark on those 2 combined ride scores. So this was 3 rides, 2 count. Tomorrow it's going to be 2 rides, 1 count. But right now we're moving into our junior women's final, which is going to be 3 rides, 1 count. Pressure is on for these young women and men. Up here next, I'm Anna Bruno.
And I'm Ibo, and it has been good fun watching these guys.
So inspiring.
I can't wait for tomorrow to see them go even bigger, step it up a notch.
Yeah.
But right now, I think I'm going to run off into the stand to watch these junior women and junior men take on and see who comes away with some shiny medals.
Yeah, we'll be just a short break here before we're back, so hold tight, maybe grab a beverage, take a bathroom break, but don't forget to come back and check it out because we've got a lot more paddling still to come. Massive thank you once again to all of our volunteers and sponsors out here to working to make this event happen. And of course, massive shout out to Whitewater Express and Georgia Power for the water. We'll be back soon.
Hello and welcome to the Junior Women's Finals of the World Freestyle Kayak Championships. This is Anna Levesque from Mind Body Paddle, and we've got Eleanor Knight in the wave for her first ride, trying to spin it around, kind of gets in that danger zone of the shoulder and gets flushed out. That's not what she's looking for, but she has 2 more rides, and in the finals format, the competitors have 3 rides and their best ride counts. Coming out onto the wave now is Martina Farfont from Spain. All of these competitors looking to secure a medal today. We will be crowning a new world champion in junior women, spinning around, catching an edge again on that corner of the wave. It is a danger zone of the wave, but it is where you can throw some big tricks. Joining me now is Anna Bruno, who competed today and made it through to
snuck it into the semifinals. But
Yay.
yeah, it's been a big day. It's been an exciting day. We've had the junior women and men's semifinals. We had the men's and women's quarterfinals, and now we're here with the junior women's finals. So our second to last event of today, 3 rides, 2 count, 5 paddlers who have worked their butts off to get to this point. Right now, Leah Hugh of Ireland, mostly paddling flat water at home in her pool in the garden, because that's what she has, but really putting down some big rides and big tricks here this week. So we saw her get so much air on some of her earlier rides, and she's going to be looking to show off what she can do. Looking to start things off with a spin, maybe a back roundhouse.
Working her way, going for a big blunt on the corner. Whoa, getting smacked and staying in the feature.
We'll see if the judges rewards that as anything. Looks like she did get a few points on there, maybe even getting a spin out of it. She goes back for the roundhouse to the left, following it right up with the blunt, but struggling to get that boat all the way backwards. Oh my goodness. So
right.
Again, it's only 45 seconds, but it is tiring to be out there. Hard to maintain your composure for every second of your ride. You're like, why is it so hard? Look at that. That was so cool. Almost a cartwheel with air.
And she did a great job of rolling back up immediately.
She did. Yeah, way to stay in control and go right back into throwing her next tricks.
Next up is Sophie Gilfillan from Canada. And she's been throwing some big rides out here. She wants a medal. She wants a spot on the podium. Hear the cowbells in the background as she ferries out onto the feature.
That's right. Sophie, a World Class Academy graduate, an OKS Keener program graduate, Canadian slalom team member, talented creek boater, huge air blunt to start things off there. Wow, she is a strong paddler. She has worked her hardest in the past year to just improve her skills, and she's looking to show that here. Unfortunately, catching her bow as she flushes, but a beautiful air blunt at least to start things off.
That was nice, getting some points on the board, and this is what they want. Their highest scoring ride will count. And so they have 3 rides, and they're looking to score at least one big ride.
That's right. So only 1 ride score will count and will crown our new champion. And no stranger to putting down big ride scores. I see a little cheeky grin from McKinley Kate Hargrove as she ferries out onto the wave. McKinley Kate, 15 years old, out of Phoenix City, Alabama. Beautiful blunt to start things off there, spinning it back around. Looking to maybe throw some clean blunts, maybe get a blunt McNasty, maybe some back Pan Ams. She can throw all of these tricks, and I am excited to see her. That was a beautiful air blunt from MK to the right as she spins it around, trying to get that back Pan Am out of that. But we shall see what the judges say. You can see her trying to pull that boat over vertical, over her head. Going for that blunt the other direction, going to back it up into a back blunt there. Such edge control. Again, MK, a trained dancer before she started kayaking. She told me that she likes to think and hear a song in her head and hit each of her tricks to the beat or to the pulse there. So she's like counting them down as she goes, going to stand that trick up. Great ride score from MK, even if it's not quite all the tricks I know she's capable of.
That was fun.
That was fun.
Little paddle throw at the end. She is happy with that ride, and here's a replay of one of her big back blunts. Great job.
Yeah.
She is currently in first, so she's happy with by a long shot so far.
That's a great place to be. That is a great place to be. You know, it's amazing to watch these athletes of all ages handle the pressure of this competition. You know, some of them, it's like when that pressure is on is when they actually throw down and throw the biggest. So McKinley Kate, strong first ride score, but there are still 4 other paddlers looking to claim a spot atop that podium.
And you want to keep an eye on the bottom left hand of your screen as the scores come up. Again, we'll know, and the paddlers know what score they need to beat or make to make it into those top 3 medal positions.
That's right.
We've got Eleanor coming into the wave.
So Eleanor spending her summer paddling on the west coast of the USA and also up on the Slave River in Canada with Leif and Natalie Anderson, working to hone her big water and big wave skills. Starting off with a spin, maybe linking it into another spin. Unfortunately, you cannot link to the same trick to the same direction to itself, but looking to back it up as she looks to set up for one of her next big tricks. We've seen her throw some big air blunts, some big back air blunts. So I know that she's looking to keep things conservative in the first ride here. Second ride, excuse me. And then there's that blunt. Can she back it up onto the wave? She does. Fantastic job by Eleanor there. Great boat control, great awareness. Going for the roundhouse the other direction and trying to go right into that back Pan Am. Oh my gosh, I don't know what happened there, but that was a strong recovery, great throwing from Eleanor. She is going to improve her first ride score. So let's see as we can watch our scores change here. So Eleanor, 38.33 points, better than 10, but still putting her in that 4th place position. So right down Martina Ferrat-Font out of Sort, Spain, where I believe one of our future World Championships will be held and where one was held. So Martina out here, looking to make her way into one of those top 3 positions, starting off with what looks to be a shove it. Going right into the roundhouse. Did she rotate around the bow on that trick? She's in that danger spot. Can she work her way back over? Spinning it around beautifully, showing that control. She's really well set up there to take a pass to see what her next big trick will be. Again, spins on the board into an aerial roundhouse, maybe a blunt, and unfortunately surfing off the wave.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is going to improve her score. Yeah, it probably will. From what I saw at the points, it looked like she might improve on her first score.
But it might not be enough to bump her into one of those top 3 spots. So right now, we've got Leah Hugh currently sitting in 3rd. She'll be our next athlete to go. She's got 60 points on the board. She's going to want to try and break that 100-point mark for sure. And we know that she can do it. Oh my gosh, as she catches that bubble.
Oh, now she has to fight harder to catch that wave.
And yet she's still in a beautiful spot. My gosh, what a beautiful wave.
Nice.
Beautiful air roundhouse to the left there, right into a spin, maybe into a back roundhouse. Going right for the roundhouse the other direction, not quite getting the rotation on that trick, but not wasting a second here as she throws, already increasing her first ride score, and she still has 30 seconds to go. So great ride here for Leah as she shakes the nerves off and just tries to throw her best tricks.
Yeah, she was moving around well, going for a back roundhouse, going for a big air screw.
Going for a Pan Am or an air screw there. Oh my gosh, if she had stuck that, that would have been huge.
Good for her.
Yeah.
It did look like she will improve on her last ride score. So she looks like with that, we have to see what the judges say, but she'll retain her
third place
position. Yes.
Still raising the bar for those other 2 athletes,
right.
making it harder for them to overtake her.
And take, making the energy go up, the pressure.
It's true. You can feel the tension in the crowd when that happens. As each athlete leapfrogs, you know that every athlete has the ability to be on that podium.
That's right. And we've got Sophie Gilfillan from Canada waiting for the judges' thumbs up.
That's right. Sometimes there's a bit of discrepancy as the judges look back to make sure they did give the athletes every point possible, right? The judges are looking to reward the athletes for the tricks they perform here. Sophie paddling out onto the wave, also taking place in the C1 women's final earlier this week, going for a nice air roundhouse to start it off, roundhouse the other direction. A little bit lower angle than the trick she's capable of, but still conservative, way to get some points on the board. She's going to be spinning it around there. She goes for a big air
Nice.
blunt the other direction, maybe even linking those two tricks together and getting those extra additional points. Backing it up into a beautiful back
That
blunt.
was beautiful. She is surfing that corner. Another.
Yeah, trying for that back Pan Am, trying to get that boat over vertical, and unfortunately just missing her edge there. But wow, 226 points. Not quite taking over McKinley Kate Hargrove's score perhaps, but really solidifying her spot on top of that podium.
Absolutely. Yeah, the crowd went wild for that last ride, for Sophie's last ride. Again, building the energy of the crowd and putting the pressure on her fellow competitors.
That's right. I mean, you've got to be able to thrive in that pressure environment.
Yes.
You've got to feed off of it, and MK Hargrove definitely does. One of 4 siblings in the Hargrove family, all out here on the Chattahoochee River almost every day. Their mom, Melissa, actually homeschools them, so they're able to drop school when the wave is in, go out to paddle for an hour or two, and then go back and finish math homework afterwards.
That's right. And Melissa's been volunteering here at this event also, helping to put it on.
They've been huge proponents and advocates of having this World Championship here on the Chattahoochee River, and yeah, they couldn't be more stoked to share their home river with the world. Big air blunt from McKinley Kate to start things off. She just makes it look so easy, doesn't she?
She really does, yes.
Air blunt the other direction.
That was beautiful.
Spinning up into maybe a back blunt or a
Up,
back
up.
Pan Am as she works, fighting to stay on the wave. Going from maybe, a Pan
yes.
Am
That was
to the
beautiful.
right. Huge ride from MK Hargrove here.
She wants that gold medal. Nice back pan, maybe back Pan Am. Fortunately, doesn't stick it.
That's right. So you could see her just kind of landing sideways in that curler, but wow, just throwing that boat around. Again, MK paddling one of those carbon Dreamboat kayaks. You can just see her throwing the boat over her shoulder here. And unfortunately, right there, you can see as she works really hard to ride that waterfall or the pile right back down and then into a huge Pan Am, maybe a huge air blunt right there.
That was some excellent control. Just control. I was just watching her core, such a strong core to throw that boat around.
Yeah, only 3 years ago, MK was not allowed to paddle good wave by herself, and she was too scared to. And look at her now throwing down some really incredible rides.
Well, isn't that awesome, right? That's the progression of the sport. It's wonderful. You know, these consistent action over time is what builds up to great results.
It's true, and and it's as long as everyone out there is paddling to their fun, that's what it's all about.
That's right.
So Eleanor Knight of the USA paddling her way onto the wave. Dropping on, this will be Eleanor's 3rd ride and final ride, so this is her last chance to try and earn herself a spot atop that podium. Starting it off with a roundhouse. We know she's capable. I agree, Anna.
Yeah, you read my mind.
Yeah.
You finished my sentence.
Shove-its and spins, points on the board. Smart competing from Eleanor here. She looks to try and link those tricks together and maximize her points and her time.
Yep. She's going to need to throw some big tricks here to move up into the medal
position.
Again, finishing my sentence. Thank you.
Yeah.
Roundhouse.
It's like we've done this before. Yeah, going for those roundhouses. Oh my gosh, a huge back blunt.
Yes.
Right when she needed it, just before the buzzer.
Good job, Eleanor.
Whoa, that was awesome.
That moves her up into 3rd place.
It does indeed. Pressure is going to be on for these other few girls. She's excited. Look at that grin. Let's see, we get that roundhouse there. She rotates around the bow, and then that catches that bounce and just throws huge, bringing that boat beautifully vertical and controlling it.
She was happy with that.
I don't even know if she's ever thrown a backstab that big before. No.
Yes.
That was unbelievable.
Awesome. Feels good to throw something you haven't thrown in competition before.
It does indeed, right? Everyone's out here looking for different goals, best ride scores, scoring different tricks, or even just making it through to a certain round. And getting here is achievement enough for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
So right now, Martina Ferrat-Font out of Spain. We saw her throwing down some huge air blunts in the semifinal round. And I'm hoping to see her show those skills off again in this 3rd and final ride of our junior women's final. So Martina's currently sitting in 5th place, and there it is. Beautiful air blunt. Up, 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 up. Oh. So it looks like they did score her as a roundhouse with that, but they should give her at the very least air on that trick. So I don't think it's going to be enough to better her score.
No.
And that will leave her in that 5th place position. So that leaves Leah Hugh, who is capable of knocking Eleanor off of that podium. So Leah waiting for the official thumbs up from the judges there. Rocking that blue boat, blue helmet.
We hear Team Ireland in the stands. They are cheering. They are pumped.
They bring the energy for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Leah paddling out there, looking strong and solid as she drops on, catching that green shoulder, beautifully set up for that first pass, going for that roundhouse, spinning it around. What is she going to do next?
She needs to beat 136 points
So
in
that's
this ride.
That's one or
just
two.
did an- oh,
Oh, is she
Oh,
still on the
yes.
wave? She's still on the wave. Yes, Leah. All she needs is one or two big vertical aerial tricks, and she could take over that third place spot. It is anyone's game at this point. And there's one of them. Big
Whoa.
air roundhouse. Oh my gosh, unfortunately catching her bow. And that will be Leah's third ride.
she was going for it. She really wanted to move up. Here's a replay of that back lunge to
So close.
tumble. Yeah, to tumble.
So close. You know, if she had landed that trick, that would have been 70 to 100 points, and that could
Right.
really have changed things up. So right now, it looks like we know our top 3 medalists, but can Sophie take over McKinley Kate's top position of 250 points? We know she wants it,
She definitely wants it.
and she's going to throw it all on the board. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sophie trying to throw some air screws, some back Pan Ams, maybe even a Pan Am here. So let's see what she's got for us. Nice air roundhouse to start things off. Keeping it controlled, keeping it simple, warming up her edges as she goes for that roundhouse the other direction. Still getting air on those tricks, spinning it around. Oh gosh, Sophie, come on, come on. Oh. She doesn't even know what to do with her hands. Wow,
Well,
so Sophie
There's Mason, McKinley Kate's brother.
breaking all the rules of being on the athlete platform.
Right.
Mason, get off that platform, but give your sister a hug because she has
Yes.
just secured her
Yeah.
first World
World
Championship
champion.
title here on her home river of the Chattahoochee.
So good. So
What
now
a moment.
Ellie, you have won the Junior World Championship.
No, I got bronze.
You got bronze. Well,
got
they're not
bronze.
telling me anything over here. You got bronze. What do you think?
Oh, is this live?
You are live and you're on stream.
Ah,
Bronze medal.
I'm stoked. Yeah,
That's awesome.
that's all I gotta say.
All
And I'm
right.
stoked for McKinley Kate. Didn't she win?
Okay, well, wonderful. Congratulations to you.
Sorry, that was really bad. I'm on a high rate.
MK dropping on for her victory lap here. She has already secured herself a World Championship title here in her home feature, and I think she's going to throw down, try to get the biggest ride score she can, going for a blunt, catching her edge, retaining the feature. She has just got to be so happy, so overwhelmed right now. What is she going to do to show it off? I'm hoping for a blunt McNasty just for the fun of it, but we'll see. Going for that blunt,
Oh,
backing it up. I think she wants it, spinning
yes,
it
she
around,
definitely does.
maybe trying for a
Can
back
tell.
blunt. This is your current junior women's world champion, born and raised here on the Chattahoochee River.
Oh, there it is.
I knew she was going to
Oh.
go for it. MK not putting down her highest ever ride scores, but doing just enough, competing strong, consistent rides, and
Yes.
earning herself that world championship title.
Congratulations, McKinley Kate. That was an awesome final. So we've got
That was an awesome final.
That was an awesome final. So, our world medalists for this World Championships in junior women, we've got McKinley Kate.
Sophie Gilfillan of
That's-
Canada, and then Eleanor Knight of the US of A. So fantastic paddling by these young women. Big tricks, big air. I just think the future of women's freestyle is so strong, and honestly, I'm a little scared. Those junior women are, they only qualify as juniors if they're between the ages of 15 and 18 during the years of the World Championship. So McKinley Kate, 15, she did compete last year in Nottingham. She's got one more World Championship to go. This would have been Sophie's last Worlds as a junior woman. So watch out, Team Canada, because Sophie is coming for you. And I think
That's
Eleanor
right.
Knight might also have maybe one more Worlds, or this could be her last Worlds as a junior. So what an honor to take that medal position.
Absolutely. And I look forward to seeing their continued careers in freestyle.
That's right. So while that concludes our junior women, we have one more final here to go today, and that is going to be our junior men's final. So we're going to have Magnus Monson of the United States, followed by Matteo Williams from New Zealand, Ani Aronen representing Finland, Timmy Hill, from Great Britain, and Tim Rees of Germany. So we've got 5 junior men's paddlers here to come. 3 rides, 45 seconds each. 1 ride counts before we have our next world champion crowned.
Exciting.
It is exciting. So that is going to be it for now. We'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thanks. This is Anna Levesque.
And I'm Anna Bruno. Thanks so much for being here, and thank you to all of those who helped make this world championship possible.
Alrighty, Sophie Gilfillan, you just got the silver medal here in the junior women's. What does this mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, I've got a ton of people here supporting me. All the messages are coming in. I put a lot into this, and it's cool to, get a little out of it. But yeah, it was ultimately great just sharing an eddy with like the coolest girls in the world, and having my friends on shore, and just getting to paddle for the friends who couldn't be here.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Sophie. Now, you're a junior now. Are you going to be a junior for the next World Championships, or do you move up to senior class?
Yeah, I'm moving up, yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations on your silver medal. You're a silver medalist from Canada, Sophie Gilfillan. All righty. Your name, I believe, is McKinley Kate, and where are you from, McKinley Kate?
I'm from Phoenix City, Alabama, / Columbus, Georgia.
Right here. You are the gold medalist for the junior women's. What does that mean to you, McKinley Kate?
It's just so amazing to see all the hard work I've put into it, and tons of other individuals that have poured into me, and I'm just really excited.
Is there anyone you want to say hi to?
Everyone, I think so. I don't know anyone Pacific.
All right, well, congratulations. Your gold medalist from the United States, McKinley Kate Hargrove.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 5-minute warning. In 5 minutes' time, we will be starting the junior men finals for this ICF Freestyle Kayak World Championship. You do not want to miss it. 3 rides each must ride down to this round. A local hero, the third junior women's world champion. In this next round, starting first, it's going to be Team USA Magnus Monson. Coming up, it's going to be Kayak Williams representing New Zealand. Then it's going to be Arnie Aaron from Finland, Timmy Hill from Great Britain, Tim Reeves going to go last. The team qualifying first going to do it from Germany. If you are somewhere where you cannot see the action, you should start making your way down the court. This viewing seat, and you are not going to miss this. And now we are 4 minutes out. If you are competing, you better get ready to rock. Because in 4 minutes, you're going to kick this thing off. Tomorrow, day 1, the Rush Out Music Festival at the Digital Park. It's also here going to be semifinals and the final round to the senior men and women K1 Classic. Last day of competition will be tomorrow. And then tomorrow and Sunday, we'll have Rush South Music Festival. You're not going to want to miss that. Headliners, Jaws and Government Rule. Big excitement, all kinds of great things going on here in Columbus, Georgia. In 2 minutes, we're going to kick this thing off. This will be a junior men's finals. We're going to know the junior men's world champion in about half an hour's time. What an unbelievable ride it has already been for the junior men. Coming from all over the world, 5 countries represented. We have winners it down to about 28 from all over the world, all the way down to 10, and now down to the top 5 representing the United States, New Zealand, Finland, Great Britain, and Germany.
we are getting going with the junior men's final. First up, we have Magnus Monson out of the United States getting ready for his first ride in these junior men's finals.
The big final is upon us. 5 competitors left. Magnus is the first one to go, which means that he got 5th in semifinal, and he is ripping it up so far.
Yeah, getting some nice moves from Magnus, retaining on the wave, looking good. It's got 211 points so far. It's got 10 seconds to go. See what he's got. Looking for that air screw, possibly a donkey flip.
Whoa, he almost linked that into a McNasty. That was great. He stayed in the wave, going for a helix.
Yeah, going for lots of points there, just in those final few seconds. Every second counts. Coming into the finals, he qualified in 5th place. His best ride in semis was 4:30, so we know he can get some big points in this competition.
And the format in the finals is pushing the competitors to give their best. They have 3 rides. They're all 45 seconds. Only the best one will count. So they're basically telling these guys, you've got 3 shots at it. Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. And the next competitor looking to set his mark in these finals is Matteo Williams from New Zealand. He came in with 4.66 in the semis, so high points there, but I'm sure he'll be looking to throw down some big tricks for his first ride. He's looking pretty stoked as he comes out of the eddy, paddling down towards good wave for his first ride in these junior men's final.
That's right, Matteo getting into the wave with a big smile on his face, going straight for a left Pan Am. I know he's got a big crew of supporters out here, and we can hear them. And he is giving them what they want. Big tricks left and right. That's an air balloon to the right. He is spinning around. Very important to stay active at this wave, because once you're just surfing, you're just kind of stuck at the bottom. He's doing a great job just moving around to create himself passes.
Yeah, getting some really good tricks. Going there for the back blunt, possibly even a back Pan Am, as he's moving around really nicely. Still got 10 seconds. Going again, unfortunately just flushing, but a good first ride with 350. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for a medal, but it's a good starting point for him.
Well, you know, every single point is going to count, because in this wave, even the best of the best can flush or simply miss the wave. It can happen to all of the athletes out there, and so just staying present, score every point that you can when you're in the wave. That's just all you can do to increase your chances to make it to the podium.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these athletes, on these junior athletes coming into a final. You've only got 45 seconds, and it is, as you say, it's a really dynamic feature.
Incredibly
we can
dynamic.
See it green, and then it can kind of crash, and it's easy to get stuck at the bottom of the pile.
That's right. These athletes usually like to just make a plan and say, I'm going to do this trick to the left and that trick to the right, and go down my list of tricks. In this wave, you just kind of have to play a different game where you catch opportunities on the fly, and you can't really rely on a planned ride, which is really fun to watch. Anything can happen, and sometimes these guys are just really pulling it off in a beautiful way, and it's super exciting.
Yeah, really exciting. I think we're getting ready for our third competitor, Onni Ironen out of Finland. The Finns have been doing really well in this competition.
Yeah, they have a lot of waves in Finland. Sorry, I cut you off. They have a lot of really good waves. I watched a couple of videos this year, and they have amazing waves. Kind of looks like Canada, the Canada of Europe.
Yeah, they've got their own stakeout in the spring, so I think there'll be a lot of paddlers seeing these Finns doing really well and wanting to go out there. Oh, wow,
and
going straight
it
in there.
It shows. Onni starting off with the big scoring, high-scoring tricks. Air screw on either side, going into a back blind, trying to catch some air. He's getting a little bit of a bad surge there. He's not really helped by the wave, but he is smart. He's paddling smart. He's being patient.
Yeah, very patient. Is moving very dynamically in the wave, getting those blunts, big blunts, both sides, getting that air bonus as well. You can see the score ticking up to over 500 points already.
Over 500 points. Onni is killing it.
Going
into
for that
back Pan Am.
Big back Pan Am there. Unfortunately, just flushing, so not sure if he's going to retain that for those extra points. But 5:23 on the scoreboard for his first ride. I think he could be pretty happy with that one. As a starter.
That's a really good start for him because he's got a good ride already on the sheet, and he just kind of he will be able to just kind of go for it and just unleash what he's got for the next ones. He played one safe, and now he can go for it on the next ones.
Yeah, and next up we have Timmy Hill from Great Britain. Timmy has been really training hard for this competition. He's a very chilled athlete, very kind of energetic. He's got some great moves on him. In the semifinals, his biggest ride was 5:23. So let's see what Timmy has got for us as he drops in for his first ride.
Really enjoy watching Timmy in the wave and in the eddy. He brings a lot of good energy out there, and we love to watch him paddle. Okay, here we go. Big air screw to start. He is not going to start with little flat spins. He goes for the air screw right away, and it counted 90 points already on the score sheet. Finding a position for his next trick, going into a back Pan Am that was beautifully executed, getting tumbled a little bit, but he's got plenty of time, over 20 seconds left. Unfortunately, flushes. What happened to him here?
Yeah, unfortunately he got caught out, but you could see he was being quite patient on the wave as it was moving around. He got a really nice air blunt, almost a Pan Am there, and then lining straight back up for that back Pan Am. So getting some good points on the board, but unfortunately flushing at the end. He's going to want to come back and improve on that.
Yeah, it's a tricky decision to make. Sometimes you want to go big, but in the same time, if the wave is not shaped right as you go down into your pass, you better waiting. But how long are you willing to wait? There's a lot of decisions to make to show everything you've got within 45 seconds in a very changing wave.
Yeah, everything you've got in 45 seconds. That is the name of the game, and this is what we've seen from Tim Rees.
Tim Rees, current world champion.
Yeah, dropping in for his first ride, going straight in for a huge Pan Am by the looks of things, possibly almost like a silly flip style going on there, going into that back blunt, into a huge air blunt, very nice, looking very smooth, getting a lot of passes right there, putting down those rides, putting down those big moves one after the next, another big back Pan Am to the other side, that's getting the points up.
Tim is doing more than dominating this final so far. He is scaring the seniors who are all watching and wondering what's going to happen when this guy is 18 years old.
Yeah, going for the helix there as well, looking very controlled. Still got a couple of seconds, looks like he's setting up, going for the helix the other way. That is a huge ride. That is a huge ride. He's going to be pretty stoked with that. Yeah, you can see the expression on his face. Throwing that down in this junior men's final on his first ride, Tim Rees from Germany.
Tim Rees asserting his domination on the junior class. Oh my God, what a powerful paddler. It's really cool to see him evolving into this adult athlete. He started really young. I remember him, he was really small, and now he's about double my size, and I look at him and he scares me. I have no desire to compete against him.
963 is
963. He
wow.
would have he would be up there in the top 5 in the senior men category. Tim is killing it.
That is a huge first ride, and probably quite daunting for those competitors sitting in the eddy. But next up we have Magnus Monson from the United States dropping in for his second ride. 3:45 from his first ride. He's going to be looking on improving that if he wants to get up into medal contention.
That's right, and he starts off a good air screw there into a Pan Am to the left. Unfortunately, just catching an edge, catching a bad surge in this good wave and flushing. But he's got a third ride. He's done 2 so far. He's at 345 points. He's got one more shot at it.
One more shot. A lot of tension in this junior men's final. Lots of pressure on these athletes as they line up. They're only 45 seconds, and there hasn't been a lot of time in practice for them.
Mateo is peeling out. We can hear the crowd going nuts. Hits the time starts when he hits the wave, just now. And starting off a good left blunt with air.
Nice blunt with air, going for the blunt the other side, probably getting an air bonus on that one as well. Going for a nice back blunt, getting those points racked up on the board. He had 420 on his first ride, which means he's currently in that third place position. Wow, going for a silly flip. See what moving it around. Going for that big Pan Am to the right. Unfortunately, just flushing. That left surface shoulder is very flushy. It's a bit of a danger spot. But he's got some good points on the board. Let's see how that lands. Does it beat his first ride with 420?
That's right. And if you look at the replay here, he tried to throw that right Pan Am and kind of dove into the water, his boat vertical, and caught that green water. And that's what pushed him out of the wave. But he had a good start. He's going to have points on the board there. We're looking for his score. Taking the third spot with a 420 points, Matteo out of New Zealand.
So he got 366 on that second ride. So he's retaining the 420 from his first ride.
That's right. I'm sorry. I didn't remember the score of his first ride. Matteo sitting third at the moment. Ani going into the wave, at the moment sitting second. He's going to try to get Tim Rees from Germany, unfortunately flushing. He will have a third try at it.
He was going huge. It looked like he was going silly flip right for his first move, which is a big trick to throw down on your first pass.
That's right. Sometimes you want to play it safe, but this wave might not want you to play it safe. If you got an awesome pass, you've got to take it, right?
Yeah, and sitting in second, you know, he's already got that confidence, and he's going to have to throw down some even bigger moves if he wants to get to the top spot. But looking now to get his place on the podium is Timmy Hill out of Great Britain. 323 on his first ride. He's currently in 5th place, but he qualified well and will be looking to throw down some big moves on this ride. Going straight in there for that nice air screw. Just being patient on the wave here, waiting for a good pass, getting a little bit of a blunt there, partly to set himself up as much as anything else, going the other side, trying to just move it around the wave, getting himself set up for some big tricks. He's still got 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's paddling smart here. He is waiting for the wave to cooperate. In the meantime, scoring all his spins and roundhouses. And now going for a back Pan Am. Beautifully executed. Sticks it in the wave. He might be improving his score here. That was a great blunt / Pan Am. We'll see what the judges call it. And here he wanted to go big. Unfortunately, caught the green water and flushed.
Yeah, so it looked like it was 350 for Timmy, which will put him up to 4th place with that second ride. As you say, he was being quite tactical there. The wave wasn't working in his favor, so he was waiting for a good pass to throw big, and I'm sure he'll be looking to throw it all down into his third and final ride.
That's right. They are going to leave nothing on the table on the third ride. And next up is Tim. He is very comfortably sitting at the top of the rankings right now with 963 points. That's almost double what Ani, sitting in second place, has. You know what Tim thinks now? I'm just going to keep pushing and improve that score again.
Nothing to lose in this final. He's going to be setting himself up for his first trick, going straight in for a beautiful air screw, then a big Pan Am the other way, no doubt getting huge air on that one.
Huge back Pan Am here.
Back Pan Am, looking for a clean blunt there, moving over to surface left, a bit of a dodgy spot there, and catching that green. Oh no, is he fighting back? Is he going to make it?
That's right, you called it. He surfed out left and flushed.
But 536, I mean, that's a pretty good score anyway, but he's already sitting pretty in first place with his huge ride number 1, which scored 963 for Tim Rees. That means each of our competitors have had 2 rides in these junior men's finals with one final ride to put it down.
That's right. And you know what's amazing about Tim Rees? And his second ride, even though he didn't perform nearly as well his first ride, he would still be taking the lead with that score.
Yeah, big score from Tim from Germany. Each of the competitors get 3 45 seconds ride, and you know, each of these rides is going to be getting their heart rate right up. So, you know, the pressure is on in this final for these athletes to throw it down as big as they can. Let's hope they've saved some energy and saved some big tricks so that they can really show the best of what they can do in this final ride.
Magnus, it's all or nothing now. Third and final ride for American competitor Magnus Monson.
Going straight in there, looking for an air screw, going for a big blunt, possibly even a Pan Am, but unfortunately catching that curler on surface right, looking a bit deflated. Magnus in 5th place with 345. He may not be on the podium, but he showed us some really great freestyle.
That's right, Magnus. You can be proud of yourself. You made it to final. You gave us 3 beautiful rides today. Thank you. It was a pleasure to watch you kayak.
Yeah, these competitors really showing the best. I mean, even surfing on their wave, it's a big wave. It's bigger than it looks on the video. And it's been really challenging for these athletes. Not a lot of time to train for this competition due to the low water levels. And preliminaries, we only had 3 rides instead of 4 due to the low water. So the fact that these athletes can come out and throw down such big rides is a huge testament to their skill. And next up we have Matteo Williams from New Zealand looking for his 3rd and final ride, currently in 3rd place.
We know he's got more than 420 points in his paddle. He can do it, and we are looking forward to watch him pull it off. Look at him. He is absolutely paddling really smartly. He positions himself well. He's going a little bit too far left to left. You see, he was really smart. He backsurfed his way back to the middle, looking for his next pass. Waves opened up a little bit, giving him a good pass. He takes the opportunity to throw a big left Pan Am. He's going after Ani here.
He's going after Ani. He's going after a place on the podium. 200 points with 8 seconds to go. What has he got for us?
He is trying to set himself up for McNasty to close up his 3rd ride. Unfortunately, after 4 attempts, he cannot get that edge under the water, and he will not get his McNasty. But we really, really, really enjoyed watching him do there. He did amazing.
He did amazing. Thank you, Matteo, for throwing down, showing us some great tricks there in his final ride. He's still going to hold on to the score that he got on his first ride, which was 420, but now he'll be sitting nervously in the eddy watching for the final competitors. There's still the chance for Timmy Hill from Great Britain to push him off the 3rd position and push him into fourth place, but we'll see what happens next. We still have 3 competitors to go.
And Ani is next. He's currently sitting 2nd. He wants 2 things. First is take up the top spot, Tim Rees, sitting at 963 points, or at least improve his current score of 533 points to safely stay 2nd, because Timmy Hill is coming next and he wants to take his spot.
Yeah, Ani is guaranteed a medal now, sitting in that silver medal position as he goes in for his final ride, going straight in for a huge air screw, catching that curler, fighting for the wave. A bow to the crowd. What an athlete, what a performance. Thank you, Ani Aronen from Finland, for some great paddling.
Ani showed a lot of skills this entire week, and also a lot of good energy and motivation. He flushed on his 3rd ride of final here, and he still waved at the crowd and showed a lot of positive energy, which we really appreciate him for that.
We really appreciate that. Such pressure on these athletes coming into the final, and great to see that sportsmanship in the final with those competitors celebrating their performance, showcasing the best of Kayak Freestyle.
And now Timmy Hill is going into the wave for his 3rd and final ride. He's the only one who can take the top spot from Tim, or maybe even just take a spot on the podium at all. He's currently sitting 4th, and he's going in for a big ride, starting off an air screw to the right, positioning himself for his next trick, which is an air blunt to the left, air blunt the other way. He's paddling really smart, racking up the points and taking absolutely no risk so far. Big back Pan Am, though. That was beautiful. Come on, come on. Timmy stays in the wave.
It's retaining the feature. The score's ticking up. This is 10 times for Timmy Hill with 10 seconds to go. Looking like he's even getting a roundhouse. That is doing him well. He's got 4:88 on the clock.
He is above Mateo already. It took that 3rd spot. Is he going to make it above Ani's score of 5:33? I don't think so. He was so close. I think he's going to be about 30 points behind.
Wow, what a ride from Timmy. Sensible paddling there. He knew where he was on the wave. He was waiting for the good pass. He got a huge back Pan Am and really fought to retain the feature. This is the paddler who really wants to be on the wave, really wants to be showing the very best of what he can do and what is possible in a kayak on a wave.
Very smart paddling from Timmy, and he is going to take that 3rd spot. Nice work, Timmy. Pulled it off on his very last ride, and now we're going to see a celebration ride for Tim Rees. You know what Tim wants to do now? He wants to score more points than the seniors tomorrow and make a statement.
Watch out, seniors. This is Tim Rees, already the junior world champion at this Columbus World Cup. Going in for a huge air screw.
Huge air screw.
Into an absolutely huge front Pan Am, going for a big back blunt, possibly even a Pan Am, then going for a blunt on the other side. Making such use of these passes, really working it up on the wave, making it look easy. Big Pan Am.
He is absolutely killing it right now. He wants to improve his score of 963 points. Is he going to do it? 660 points at the moment, more than 10 seconds left. The wave is treating him a little bit unfairly here. Didn't have a good pass. Trying for a left helix and flushes. He will remain with his score of 963 points, which he can be really proud of.
He can be very proud of that. Looks like he would have won gold and silver from his rides. Like what an athlete, what a great performance, showing what can be done in a kayak on a wave. Congratulations to Tim Rees from Germany. His score for that final ride was 660, which would have won him gold anyway, but it was his first ride with a huge 963 that makes Tim Rees from Germany the junior world champion.
Again, Tim Rees, he won last year at Nottingham. He was already world champion coming here at Columbus, and he keeps it. And congratulations to oral finalists. This is our final rankings for the junior category at this 2023 World Championships in Columbus. Number 5, Magnus Munson from the United States. Number 4, Mateo Williams from New Zealand. Number 3, Timmy Hale from Great Britain. Coming second and silver medalist is Ani Eronen from Finland. And our world champion 2023, Tim Rees out of Germany.
What an amazing performance. And you say, he came into this as the reigning world champion from the championships in Nottingham. That was in a hole. That was a completely different feature. It's relatively small, it's very retentive, it's stable. This is a really dynamic feature. So, really showing the breadth of his expertise in a kayak, Tim Rees from Germany.
That's right. And I think that we will have Hojo with our bronze medalist, Timmy Hill, here shortly.
Timmy Hill, your 3rd place. You got the bronze medal here all the way over from UK. What does this mean to you?
Fortunately,
something I've been working towards, as long as I can remember, looking up to paddlers and coaches, and now I'm finally at a World Championships on a podium. It's pretty mind-blowing.
That's right. Now, do you have another juniors in you, or are you going to go to seniors in the next Worlds?
I am seniors for paddling.
All right. Well, congratulations, your bronze medalist, Timmy Hill from Great Britain.
Thank you very much.
Timmy there with that bronze medal. He's worked so hard. He's been out in Columbus training on this wave. We're about to throw it to Hojo to speak with the Finnish paddler in silver medalist Oni Ironen.
All right, Oni, you are the silver medalist all the way from Finland. What does this finish mean for you, sir?
This means a lot to me, to be honest. Coming here, I knew I was probably one of the top 5 guys here, but second place, incredible.
That's awesome. Do you think last year's World Cup helped you get to this point? Was that really important in leading up to this?
Definitely. The last year I got a feel of this feature, so that definitely helped with the limited training this year, but yeah.
All right, glad to see you back. And what about you? Are you going to be a senior next year, or are you still junior?
I'm going to be senior for Plattling. Next year, still junior, trying to do well in the Europeans next year.
All right, well, good luck to that. Your silver medalist, Ani from Finland. Tim Rees, Germany, you are defending world champion. How does this feel, man? Tell us.
Oh, it feels so amazing to be here in Columbus, winning the Worlds again. I mean, I put the work in, I flew to Canada, trained for 3 months, and it's such an incredible feeling just that all the hard work pays off, and I'm here again now.
That is awesome, sir. And what about you? Are you going to be a junior next time around, or are you going to have to transition into the senior class?
No, luckily I have 1 more year as a junior next year, so let's hope that we have Europeans next year. But I'm going to be a senior for Plattling.
All right, well, good luck, man, to you next year. This is awesome. All the way from Germany, your gold medalist and world champion defending, Tim Rees.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all of our athletes competing in this final, and a big congratulations from Tim Rees in Germany. He said in his interview there that he will be going in as a senior. The World Championships will next be held in Germany, so that will be very exciting to watch him throw down some moves in a hole in Plattling.
That's right, very good point here. Tim Rees moving into the senior category next year, and he will be competing at home for his first World Championship as a senior. We're excited to see this.
So that's it for today's events. With the junior finals wrapped up for today, we'll be coming back tomorrow for the men's and women's K1 semi-final and final.
Thank you for tuning in. We are looking forward for more action tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony of the 2023 ICF Freestyle World Championships Junior Men's event will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists for the junior men's event. The medals will be presented by Ruud Heiserland of the International Canoe Federation and Thomas Henkel, team leader for Germany. The bronze medalist is Timmy Hill from Great Britain. The silver medalist is Oni Eronen from Finland. The gold medalist and world champion is Tim Rees from Germany. Please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please show recognition for the 2023 ICF World Championship Junior medalists.